making a decision. Whatever you decide to do, remain faithful to it. And then the details take care of themselves. The details take care of themselves. Happy Friday. It's all about manifesting and deciding what it is you want out of life and then remaining faithful to it. Letting the details take care of themselves. Recognizing that you don't need anyone else to help you. Those who are going to help are going to think they chose it, but because of the script that you wrote, they're actually playing the part based on the role you're giving them. And so you get to decide what roles you're going to hand out. It's according to what you assume to be true. Whatever you assume to be true is what you'll experience. So what do you want? What do you want? Just decide. Make a decision. I want this, not how it's going to happen, not try to have it all figured out. The details will take care of itself. Just make a decision. I should have put, instead of Matthew 6:33, I should have put Mark 11:24. Mark 11:34. Whatever it is. I think it's 11:24. Therefore, I say to you, whatever you desire when you pray, believe you received it and you shall have it. The only thing you have to do, decide. Decide what you want. That is whatever you desire. And then believe it's already yours, which means accept the reality of the thing. Not how to make it so, but that it is already so. And then all the details take care of themselves. You don't have to have it all figured out. And I think that's what trips a lot of people up. That's what keeps people from moving in the direction of their desire, because they think they have to know it all. Well, I want this and I want that. Hey, Belinda, good morning. Yes, it's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Just living my life. That's it. Good morning, good morning. Spam likely. Oh, thank you, LaShawn. Welcome. So I am streaming on TikTok as well as YouTube. 10K, the easy way. You get to come up and have your say over here on TikTok. So double tap the screen. Share the live. Like the live. Because you want what you desire, right? And all you have to do is make a decision about it and then remain faithful to it. You don't have to have it figured out. That part is not your work. The details get filled in. And the decision can be general or it could be specific, right? You can just, I just want a happy life. I want ease and flow. I want to feel secure and safety. I want, financial stability. I want to do whatever I want, whenever I want, for however long I want to do it, right? You just want to just live your life from moment to moment. You just want to know that everything just works out for you. Or you could be specific. Oh, I want this specific job. I want this specific home. I want to, want to be married, right? You can go as far as saying the type of person you desire to be married to, the different type of character traits that you want. You can get as specific as you want to, because remember, life is a dream. Life is make-believe, and you make it up as you go along, and you get to decide what it is you want without any limitations to it, without adding these laws to it to make it seem like, to make it this difficult task or this impossible reality. Because it's not impossible. It's only impossible if you think it's impossible. And take off the limitations. You don't have to be found worthy of a thing or deserving of a thing. It's all you have to do is decide that you want a thing. That's it. Just decide that you want it. Not, do I deserve it? Did I work hard enough? Do I know the right people? Do I have the right amount of money? Do I have the right skill set? None of that matters. Now you're just now you're just conditioning your desire to make yourself feel like you can't have it when you start conditioning it. No, what is it that you want? And then your ability to make it so is not up to you. The moment you asked, I answered. While you were yet speaking, I did appear. So the moment it dropped in your spirit that this is the thing, the moment you decided this is what I want, and then the thing to bring it forth into your reality took place. Because here's the thing, it's already there. You're just coming into the recognition that it's already there. You're just coming to the realization that you already have the thing. Decide, decide, decide. It's the best thing you'll ever do in this life is to decide what you want and not worry about how to get it. Take no thought to how a thing shall show up. That is not your work. Your work is just to point your finger at the thing that you want. You're going, what they call it, window shopping. You're window shopping in your mind, and you're sitting with yourself and you're deciding, what is it that I would like to experience? What is it? And then whatever comes up, whatever you're like, I can see myself. Yes, that. And then let it be so. You really don't have to do anything else. You really don't have to create pictures in your mind. You don't even have to script anything out. You don't have to make vision boards. All those things you can do as fun, like to make the journey more enjoyable, but it's not necessary, because guess what's enough? Your word. Your word is enough. Your word is bond. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and then the Word was God, and then the Word becomes flesh, which means it becomes an experience. It becomes tangible, right? That's what it means. That the thing that you have decided to do becomes an experience for you, and that's God. Because you don't get to say how it comes. That's the part where it says the ways of God, the ways of the word being made, the ways of the word being manifested is not up to you. The ways, the source's ways, consciousness ways are past finding out. My ways are not your ways. My thoughts are not your thoughts. As high as the heaven is from the earth, so are my ways above yours. Your logical mind could never devise the way. People struggle, strain, they get aneurysms, they get anxiety, they get depression, they get all of these symptoms in the mind because they're trying to figure out the how, when that was never your work. It was never your responsibility. Yes. Hey, warrior, welcome. That's it. And God is your consciousness. It's your awareness. It's the Christ to return. It is the imagination. It is your thought. It is your word. Those are the things that you cannot see. You cannot see your word. You cannot see thoughts. The ways are past finding out, a thing to come into to your experience. Like you have no idea why the acorn is the oak tree, or how apple seed becomes an apple tree. And it's not for you to know. Who cares? Does it matter how a car is built? All you care about is that you know how to drive it, that you know how to operate it. Now, you can go into the details of how a car is built, like if that suits your fancy. Like if you want to understand how the pistons and the engine and the calibrator and the starter and the water tank, whatever they call it, all those different, because again, I don't really know nothing about cars other than how to drive it. No, a little bit, the brakes, and all of that. Like it's so many things that go in the spark plugs, and so many things that go in to having the car move. But I don't need to know all that in order to operate it. That part, all we are told is to sow the seeds. The universe does the rest. That's all you're told. You're supposed to just make the choice. What seed are you planting in the garden of your mind? The thing is, too many of you are thinking that your mind is a battlefield and you're playing Minecraft. But then I told my daughter, it is a mind craft, not a mine craft, right? You are crafting your mind. You should become the master of your thoughts, the master of the seeds that you're sowing. What are you choosing to grow in your garden? Are you choosing the difficult path when the script tells you that the way is light and easy. See, we listen to so many other people tell us, oh, it has to, they tell you about the darkness and the light, and the yin and the yang, and you got to be willing to suffer. Do you think a tree is struggling to take root and shoot up out of the earth? No. But for some reason, we're told we have to struggle and go through this darkness of the soul to be able to recognize who we are. When the path was, when the whole point was that the awakening is that your awareness is making the crooked path straight. That your awareness is taking on the burden you thought you had to carry. Cast your burden upon the I am. For the I am cares for you. And will make everything beneficial to you and will make the way straight for you. Yes. So we got to let go of, I don't care who it is. I don't care if it's Alan Watts. I don't care if it's Dr. Joseph Murphy. I don't care when you start hearing people talking about it must be this darkness before the dawn. You got to do all of this going through hell to get to heaven, that this thing is a requirement. No. The darkness can be seen as ignorance in script, or just the lack of which is the same thing. I'm about to just to define ignorance again. The lack of understanding, or the lack, which is light. Light is the understanding. And all that getting understanding. The darkness isn't about the opposition of light. There's nothing that opposes God, right? Because God is light. Do you really think darkness can oppose light? No, nothing is in opposition to love. There's nothing that can come up against the light. Nothing. Because the script tells you that light and darkness are both the same to a God. The darkness is just telling you that something has no form, has no shape, that you can't see a thing taking place. Like, so you don't see when you go, if you're a photographer and you go into your dark room to develop film to bring the picture forth, right? Does that mean that the picture is struggling to be brought forth in the dark room? No. It just needs to be in a dark place so the light can be shown through. So the picture can be made visible, so it can be developed. You think a baby in the womb of a woman's belly is struggling to bring forth itself into form? There's no struggle there. But we have this concept that just because we can't see it, it automatically means it has to be a struggle. It has to be a strain. It just means you can't see it. That's all. That's all it means. You just can't see it. And you should be okay with not knowing and not being able to see it. But we just we mind the business that does not pay us. We try to do the work of the infinite. The finite tries to do the work of the infinite, which it can never do. Your finite mind will never know the ways of divine mind, unless it's revealed to you. Now, it can be revealed to you in the dream, in a vision, right? But that's not your intellect. That isn't your logical mind. That's the higher mind at play, making these things known to you. Well, I'm not worried about what the evil that men are doing. That ain't what we on. We're not on it. We're about creating our heaven here on earth. I'm not concerned what other people are doing. I'm only concerned about what I'm doing and the world that I'm creating based on what I give my attention to. And that's what you need to know. That there are many worlds as there are people in the world, because no two people are viewing the same reality. Because no two people think the same. I don't care how many, you're in a room full of people at a party, you are having a totally different experience than all the other people in the room, even though you're in the same space, because your perspective is going to be different. It's a dinner party. You may like certain foods where they don't. You may like heavily seasoned food where someone else doesn't. There's going to be certain things that you have an affinity for and other things that others don't like at all. Everyone's going to have their own experience at this dinner party, depending on their mindset. Some people are going to have the time of their life. Others are going to find things to complain about because there's nothing just seems to just be good enough for them. It's like when you'll be like, well, we at the same party? Because damn, I thought it was a great time. I thought it was a good time. And you're like, grumbling, complaining, upset, mad at the world, not realizing they're the ones creating it because it's their perspective about it. Yes. We are cosmic beings. Hey, royalty, welcome. Hey, sunflower. Hey, Tracy, welcome. Oh, I like that, warrior. The Father is invisible light, not physical light. So the perceived darkness isn't darkness. Say that again. Yes. Peace and blessings. You say the Bible is brain. It's because if people take the Bible literal, which most people do, that's why people, come away with this. The Bible is not a history book. The Bible is a psychological book. The Bible is mental. It's about the mind. It's about the soul's, state into duality and then arises in unity. That's the return of the Christ mind, Christ consciousness, when you evolve to the state of oneness. When you come into this third dimensional space, you come into the world of duality, and then you go through those quote unquote trials, tribulations, and testings as one who only sees duality, yin yang, polarity. But when you awaken to the Christ mind, now you only operate from the perspective of unity. You see oneness. You see everything as God, no separation. But when you operate from that duality, you see things as separate from you, other than you. Hey, A-Town, welcome. So it's about recognizing that there's nothing outside of you, outside of your perspective, outside of your own consciousness, outside of your own awareness. The people, places, things, ideas that you see is your own consciousness, your own awareness, your own assumptions, your own beliefs, your own preconceived notions, your own knowings. I don't care what terminology you use. It's all you. It's all you. You only see you masquerading as other people. They're wearing masks, but it's still consciousness. It's still awareness, and it's your consciousness being reflected back to you. It wasn't just Yeshua, though. So did the Buddha. So did Krishna. So did, the Hindu gods. All of these stories, Muhammad or Allah, all of these religious systems, all of these sacred texts were pointing you to you. All of them were saying the same thing. That you are on a soul's journey of duplicity, of duality, and then you're supposed to awaken. When you awaken, you operate from the tree of life, where there's only oneness, where there's only God, where you only see God. But who do you see when you look out into your world? Do you see something other than the I am? Do you see something other than awareness? Do you see something other than wisdom playing itself out? Do you only see the infinite intelligence? Oh, thank you. Yes, Sativa. Thank you. You said the belief system that's close to God is Native Americans. Okay, if you say so. We're all close to God. We're either source asleep or we're source awake. We either know who we are or we don't. And so when you don't know who you are, you act accordingly. But if you were told when you came into this third dimensional plane that you were God, you would act as a God. When you're told that you're a sinner, then what do? You operate from condemnation. That's what a sinner does. A sinner is someone who is condemned about their life. They're condemned about their choices. They operate in shame, guilt, fear, doubt, worry, never seen unworthiness, undeservingness. If you that's what you're told when you come into this third dimensional plane, hey, guess what? You ain't enough. You're an imperfect being in need of a savior. You need fixing. You need healing. That's what you're told when you enter this third. That's what you're programmed into. That's the conditioning that you go through. You're the prodigal son that came into and went to a far off place. That's what happens when you enter this third dimensional plane. You're the prodigal son that has to come to himself and remember who the fuck they are, right? He remembered who the fuck he was and he went back home. He said, oh, and when he went back home, the source said, oh, my son. There he is. He was lost, but now he's found. He was blind, but now he sees. Let's have a celebration. There was no condemnation. It was a celebration. Bring the fatted calf, bring the robe, bring the staff, give him the ring. Hey, let's go. It's time for Jubilee. The angels in heaven are singing now, which is your heavenly thoughts. They're like, yes, I finally remember who I am. I get to live this life more abundantly now because I came that I may have life and that more abundantly. I came that my joy may be full. I came to have the peace that surpasses all understanding because it's the peace that comes from within. And since it comes from within, the world didn't give it to me. So that means what? The world can't take it from me. This is supposed to be a celebration. And some people take this knowing, this awakening, and turns it into something that's dark. And then they still want to make you feel less than, like, yeah, you may know who you are, but you gotta reconcile your soul. So you gotta go through, you gotta heal your mind, you gotta heal your trauma. No, you do not. When you recognize that you're God, that's all you need to know and walk in that purpose. We still let people condemn us even when we awaken. We're still told something is wrong with us. What the hell? As the kids say, what the hell? How you telling me I'm awake but I still need fixing? How I'm awake and I'm still not enough? How I'm awake and I still gotta be cured? What? Wasn't the awakening supposed to cure me? Like, wasn't the whole point of me awakening is I don't have to create hell no more? That part, warrior, and it's like people forget that part. All old things are passed away and creation that is new. If any mind be in Christ, he's what? A new creature, a new creation. Old things have passed away, and behold, all things become new. But people telling you, no, you ain't new. You got to go through the shadow work. You got to do a healing process. They got you going back. When the script tells you, hey, when you come into this king mindset, this kingdom mindset, any mind who puts his hand to the plow and looks back isn't fit for the kingdom. So why you looking back? Why are you talking about what you did in your past and what this person did in your past? The past doesn't even exist except in your mind. Why are you going up digging up dead man's bones? Let the dead bury the dead. Follow me. Follow the Christ mind. The way of hope, the way of peace, the way of joy, the way of love, the way of harmony, the way of prosperity, success. Like, for all the promises of God are yes. All the promises of source are yes and amen. And who? In Christ, in the higher mind, in the power and wisdom of the I am. Like, the script keeps telling you about the power, but other people want to tell you about the difficulty. Yep, still identifying. They have not made the identity shift. And that's why you got to be careful who you listen to. Because it's time that you listen to yourself. Know thyself. Stop letting people pull you down in the miry clay with them, wallowing in the mud with the pigs, which is the lower states of mind. That's where that prodigal son found himself in that mud, in that pigsty, wallowing in self-pity, wallowing in low negative thoughts. I'm not good enough. I'm not worthy. I'm not deserving. I'm only a sinner. I don't know the right people. I don't have the right amount of income. I don't have the right skill set. I don't have, like, just all these things about what you're not. Just focusing on everything that you're not instead of who you are. And then you're like, hold up, damn, wait a minute. Shit, well, hold up. My father's servants live better than I could just go be a servant and live better than this. He still was seeing himself as a servant and knew that he could live better than what he was living. Then he came to himself. Let me go back to myself. Let me go back to myself. Let me go back to the Father within me, which is my own awareness, my own consciousness, the truth of my being. And when you come to yourself, then you can operate from the God state, the good state, the I am, that pure consciousness, from that love state, from that knowing state. Yep, Alex. So, yep, organized religion is the destruction of self and the destruction. Yep, that's it. Why? Especially when the Father said he will teach you all things. Because why you going to church when you are the church? You are the church. You are the temple made without hands. Double tap the screen, 10K the easy way. You get to come up and have your say. Come on, give me the 10K, y'all. We got like almost 70 folks in here. I know we can get to 10K the easy way. Double tap the screen. Share the live. Share the live, double tap the screen, 10K the easy way. Oh, okay, Laura, you say you would like to know more of what I believe. Well, most of it is here on the screen. The Bible is mind science, which means it's a psychology book. It's reminding you that the world is mental. Everything proceeds from thought. So the thoughts you think are the thoughts you create in your reality. So you better watch those thoughts. Better be the watchman at the gate. For guard thy heart with all diligence, says the script, because out of it flows the issues of life. As a man thinks in his heart, says the script, so is he. It's a manifestation book. It's telling you how to bring the invisible to visibility. And it's what you're thinking about you bring about. So your self-concept is key. How you conceive how you conceptualize your identity. You should identify with only the God state, but for some reason we like to continuously identify with the human perspective. It's all about transformation of the mind. As the script says, be not conformed to this world, which is fear-based, but be ye transformed. How? Through the renewing of your mind. Change the way you think. Because it's by your word, says the script, that you are justified. And it's by your word, says the script, you are condemned. But there is therefore now no condemnation. You no longer have to live in guilt, shame, remorse, or regret. For those that are in what? In Christ Jesus, which means the higher states of mind, the power and wisdom of the source, that which created all things. That's you. You are connected. You are an expression of all there is. You are God in human form, made matter. See, matter and spirit are not separate. Spirit is matter invisible. Matter is spirit made visible. There's no separation. It's just that the matter is the illusion, and the spirit is the only thing that's real. The only thing that's real is the thing you cannot see. The things you see are temporary. They're illusions. So Matthew 6:33 says, hey, seek ye first the kingdom of your good. It actually says the kingdom of God, but I'm going to translate that to the kingdom of your good, because the kingdom, God and good are the same. And so we're going to demystify this God and stop thinking God is something out there when we know God is within. It is your own awareness. It is your own consciousness. It is the imagination. It is the word made flesh. That's God. And all of this and all of its righteousness. What is righteousness? Right thinking. When you decide what you want, who you are, you think right about it. You stop thinking of yourself as just a sinner, a lowly piece of dirt, a worm of the dust, unworthy, undeserving, deserving of hell, deserving of punishment, deserving of penalty. You stop thinking from that, because that's not righteous thinking. That's the transgression of the law, to see yourself less than who you are. That's the sin from the beginning. That's the deceiver. That's the lie from the beginning, that you're only human, when you're actually God incarnate. And then all the things, everything that you could ever desire gets added to you when you know who you are. So the abundance comes. The love is already there. The peace is already there. The joy is already there. The abundance is already there. The health, the wealth, the wisdom is already there. It's just about what? Recognition. Yep, you are the law. Yep, you said what we say, believe, live in our consciousness is what happens. Yes. And it's not so much about what happens, it's your perspective about what happens. See, the script says that the Father, which is your awareness, judges nothing. But the Son, he gave all Son, which is you. You are the Son. You are the Son. So you're both the awareness and you're also that which is perceiving, which is that which is aware. So you're playing all these parts. So the Father is your consciousness, is your awareness. And then you're also playing the part of the Son, the observer, that which is seeing what awareness has manifested. That's why Christianity talks about the triune, the awareness, the Son, which is that which is perceiving what is aware, and then the Spirit, which brings forth that awareness. The Creator, the creation, and the created, right? The Creator, that which creates, and the creation and the created. The three in one. You're all that. You're the three in one. You're the Creator, the created, and the creation. You're perceiving all of it. And so whatever you're seeing, you're declaring, whether good or bad. And I would say stop saying it's good or bad and just say it is. No judgment. Remove the judgment. Because when you put judgment to it, you attach yourself to it and you make it more real than what it is. You lose the sight that it's just an illusion, it's just an experience, and that's all it is. It's not wrong or right, it's not good or bad. It just is. It's just a happening. Yup, that part. And the Son said he can only do what he sees the Father is doing. He doesn't judge either. Say codependent. Yeah. But that's why we're here to set the captives free, right? We're here to loose that mind that has you coming from a depraved reality, thinking that you are, that you're a sinner from the beginning. That's the deceiver. That's the father of lies. That is the Antichrist. Someone that tells you that you are only human in need of a savior. They deny the power of God. That they deny the Christ. Because if you listen to Christians, they always talk about how powerless they are. And not just Christians, those who are Muslim, Jews, I don't think they talk so much about a devil and evil spirits. So, they might have a totally different perspective than the two later Abrahamic faiths, the offshoots of the Abrahamic faiths. So they have a different perspective than a lot of Christians and Muslims. Yes, Laura, it's absolutely possible. Because what I did, I came to the realization that the Bible is not a historical book. If you can see that the Bible is a book of parables, it's esoteric knowledge, it's metaphysical interpretation, that none of those people existed in time and space. And even if you believe that they did exist in time and space, say you took them as real persons, are you getting the message and not getting tied up in the messenger? Right? Do you understand what the message of the script is telling you, as opposed to being so caught up in the quote unquote miracles and quote unquote, well, David did this and Moses said that and Jesus did this and Daniel said that, do you really understand what they're saying, what the message was? And it does take for you not to read the Bible from a literal minded, but from a parabolic mentality. You have to decode scripture. It's a story within a story. Good morning. Good morning. How are you? I am that I am. Yep. Oh, I love. Yep. Custom creation. That's it. Yeah, we focus on the we were told to focus on the messenger as opposed to focus on what the message of the Christ was, right? Because the Christ of the Gospels was saying that not only will you do these works that I'm telling you about, you'll do greater works than these. And so the Bible is a spiritual book. It's not about what is physical. The physical is the effect, it's never the cause, right? So I'm not saying that you won't see evidence of what you believe spiritually, because you will, but you want to first get it in spirit, and then it becomes the natural thing. It becomes the physical representation. So when you get your mind right, the body must follow, which is the physical representation. When you change the way you think, the world around you changes. When you stop seeing yourself as less than, when you stop seeing yourself as unworthy and undeserving, and just decide what it is you want your life to be, and then remain faithful to that decision, you start to see an unfoldment occur. You start to see that your reality shapeshifts into your new belief system, into your new thoughts, into what you know. And you know through experience. So just like you know that, oh, these things happened to me, and I know this took place because why? You experienced it. But I'm telling you, if you thought differently, you'll have a different experience. That now you can know beauty for ashes, joy for mourning. You can replace things with just a different concept of yourself. And so double tap the screen. Oh, we up here to 10K. All right. So we have a couple of guests. Thank you, guys. Thank you. We up in here with the 10K at the 11K now. Hello.
Peace, peace, peace.
Peace.
I would just like to give you your flowers. I've been searching for somebody like you that speaks the same language forever.
Oh,
When I tell
welcome to
you
the
I've been looking
family.
for, listen, you welcome to, look, we got each other's family, okay? Because I got a
Yes.
family and you got a family, so we about to put our family together.
Yes.
Girl, I appreciate you.
Oh, I appreciate you too. Thank you.
No, thank you. I
We
just
out
want
here. We out here. I ain't the only one. I know I'm not the only one. We out here, as they say.
girl. I've been waiting to hear everything. I was just like, she own it. Thank you. I'm a mute now. I'm gonna let somebody else talk. I just want to tell you that.
Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you for joining.
All right.
Oh, I don't know. Karika is kind of timing out. May have to come back up because buffering is buffering. So you can come back up, Karika, if you want to come back up. Put another request in. You're buffering, so it's timing out. He say, so what type of ownership or accountability do we have to have? All of it. All accountability. You got to take accountability for all of it.
Facts.
Hello, X. Welcome.
Facts. We have to become whole, family. We have to become whole. We have to basically remember everything that they have taken from us. And it's a lot. But it's all inside of us. Just like she said, man. She ain't lying. She ain't lying, y'all.
And you only know this. You have to test it for yourself. Don't take anything I say. I could be talking on my ass.
But
I
you're
know
talking
this.
from your experience. You're
Right,
talking from
exactly.
your experience.
From
Come
my
on.
experience. Because you're only
Mm-hmm.
going to know this through experience.
Ashe.
And Laura, here's the thing. You don't even need the script. I use the script because I know that it's an esoteric rendering. And you have to decode it. Isn't you can't look at it as a historical text, not from a physical point of view. It's historical from a spiritual point of view. But it's not about people that exist in time and space. It's about your mind, what your mind goes through in this third dimensional space. And so when you can get that understanding, and there are some great teachers out there that help you understand this Bible from the esoteric knowledge. So I don't really do the Bible study thing. I just listen to others that have done the heavy lifting. So you have like Reverend Ike, you have Bill Donahue. You can find these folks on YouTube. You have Dr. Joseph Murphy, you have Emmett Fox, you have Neville Goddard, you have this young guy, I think he's like mid-30s. His name is Minister Jew. His platform is The Imagination Guru. I like listening to him as well. So it's a lot of, and then you could just go within and ask that this script be made known to you. You can meditate and pray and say that you really are in search of truth. Because that's what it happens when you start seeking truth. That's when you find yourself. Yes, Alan Watt. Yes. You love Minister Juice? Yeah, I do too, Stephanie. Yep. So many out there, but also you want it to be made, because regardless of who you're listening to, you still want it to resonate with you and make sense to you. So that's where your desire for truth would have the scales drop off of your eyes, and you'll be like Paul in Acts, where you go through that Damascus Road experience where the light gives you understanding, because that's all there was. When Paul came in contact with the Christ mind, he fell down. His body couldn't handle what he was receiving. That's that beast. The body is the beast, and he was knocked off his beast, his body, and he fell down. And he's communing with the higher mind within himself. See, these things become made known to you. And then you'll recognize every story in the script is the same story told over and over and over again, because what the mind knows, what the creator knows, what source knows is that repetition is key.
And it's still happening.
Yes.
It's still happening. And it's time, y'all, to wake up. Source said it's time. Especially the same story over and over again. It's time.
It's time. Yeah, and everybody's path is different, right? So like Stephanie said, 16 from fasting a lot and reading the Bible, 44 now. Yep. Everybody has their own journey. I don't know what is going to be that's make you to connect to the truth, because some people come to know it when their life is in turmoil. But that's not everybody's path, because my life wasn't in turmoil when I came to this. Like, I didn't have some, like I lost everything and I'm like in this woe is me type thing, and I'm trying to figure out, oh my goodness, why does it seem like the sky is falling all upon me? That wasn't my story.
Yeah.
Because I experienced most of my tribulation when I was a Christian.
Why is that everybody's story?
My tribulation came from Christianity.
Girl, why is that everybody's story?
Yes. It was at Zalaya. Yes. Hey, Master Yi, what's going on? So you was on your way to church when you became aware? Okay. Hey, Elizabeth. Welcome. Yes. So, and the thing is, so now that you have this knowing, this truth, now what are you going to do with it? Are you going to still complain and still talk about what, instead of are you going to change the devil for the vampire? Because now you still operate in the same mindset. Because there is no duality in consciousness. And I find that a lot of people just exchange their Satan for low vibrational entities. You still operate from the same mind. You still operate from the same mind. Because there's only consciousness. There's only God. There's only awareness. There's only source.
Yes.
You're all of it. If you're saying someone is low vibrational, guess who you're saying is low vibrational? You're talking about yourself. Exactly. Because everyone is your mirror. You can only see your own consciousness. If you're thinking someone's taking your energy, how can someone take from God? That's what you have to just ask yourself. If I've awakened to the knowing of being God, how can something outside oppose God?
I'm gonna wait till you get home.
There's no opposition to good, to God. That
Because when
is
you are that, there's nothing above you.
that part. There's no opposition. Nothing
Yeah.
opposes the I am.
Nothing should affect you.
Exactly. It only does because you give it power. You created an
Mm-hmm.
idol. That's
Yep.
idolatry. That's
You know
adultery.
what it. Mm-mm.
Hello, Stephanie.
Hey, how are
Hey,
you?
Stephanie.
Great. How are you?
I'm good. I just been popping in, I guess for the past 8 months, just listening. I love your message, love your insight, love your viewpoints.
Facts.
Like I said, I was 16 years old. My dad was actually a pastor of a ministry, since I was born that I could remember. And when I got around, I think around 14 years old, I started reading. No, actually, it was 11. I started reading the Bible a whole lot at 11. And during that time, I was just going through a lot in school. So I was just like stressed, and I just started reading a lot. And from reading at 11, I kind of slacked off. And then when I picked it back up around 16, and I started hearing something different, and I didn't know what I was hearing. And so I would just kind of take notes and just kind of keep going, right? Then I would be in church, and my dad would be preaching. And then when he would get done preaching, I would say, Daddy, I heard something different. Like when you were teaching, I would hear something totally like at this time, it was a metaphysical. I didn't know what it was, but it was a metaphysical understanding of scripture. And so I would share it with him, and he would say, that's interesting. Yeah, why don't you want to share this with the congregation? And I would, but they would be looking at me like, what on earth is she talking about? That is not what the Bible is saying. And it kind of hurt my feelings because I thought everybody would be excited to know that these secret hidden messages are in the Bible, but they weren't. And it was just a lifelong journey of seeking, and then just really seeking more to find out, okay, what is this? Because how is it that I pray for something to happen and it doesn't happen? I'm begging for things to happen. And then I can literally just think of something, or I could be angry and transmute energy. At the time, I didn't know it was transmuting energy. And then this thing that I had been wanting for so long would come instantly, almost like instant manifestation. So I think it's a gift, and I think it's a blessing to be able to have eyes to see, ears to hear. And I think it is something to be shared with the world. It despite, um, like I said, as a Christian, it was the hardest thing in the world to convince people that the Bible is not just what it appears to be, that it's more to it, that, like you said, it's esoteric knowledge. And then what's so funny is that even my dad, even in his ministry, it was a lot of supernatural and what do you call it, like alchemist, a lot of that stuff going on, even in the ministry. And people would, but when you tell them what it is, oh, that's alchemy. Oh, and they're like, are you crazy? That would be, they would be considered witchcraft. A lot of the stuff that people view as normal things going on in the church, but they want to view it from an angle of, as long as it's in the Bible, then okay, this is what it is. But even in the Bible, they sought after seers, and it was a lot of the astrology. Everything is there. And people, I don't want to talk too much, but anyway, it's just
you're
pretty
good.
amazing.
You're good. So your
Amazing.
father was on board with it?
He was on board with my revelations. Whatever revelation that I received or downloads that I was receiving, he was inspired by them, and he allowed me to share it. He allowed me to share it with, and he thought it was amazing, because he had a gift as well. His gift was, even though he was, when I think back now, my dad passed away about 7 years ago, but when I think back now, I consider him as more than, he wasn't just an ordinary pastor. I think something was in him, and I think whatever was in him is coming out in me in a different way, and in my mom as well. She was a first lady, but even now, my mom is so open to so much of the esoteric, and she's a mystic herself. It's just amazing how I think we play these roles, but we play them for a reason. She
Later.
was a pastor's wife for a reason, but it wasn't because it wasn't just a traditional. It was a traditional Christian church, yes, but as I began to awaken more and more, I began to see that my dad was just more than a pastor. It was something else operating in him, esoteric wise, as well as my mom, as well as myself. And so now we're on this journey together. Me, my mom, my sister, my brother, we're open to the knowledge. And like I said, Reverend Ike, my favorite. Pastor Jew, was just looking at him yesterday, absolutely love him. I feel like that is really where I am, where he is. It's like the same message, the same understanding, and it's just so exciting to see now that it's accepted, maybe not by the. And for the longest, I wanted to kind of convert them. And then I had to realize that, you know what, Stephanie, if they're not ready, they're not ready. They haven't been born again yet. So they have to wait for them to get to that place, or if they ever get there, maybe not. But my message is for whoever is willing, let them come. And then everybody else I had to leave you where you are, because that was once me too, right? So I have to understand everybody's be pushed out. So even when I get frustrated, like, you're not hearing me, it's like, no, Stephanie, just they're not there. They're not there.
Let them that
And
have
just,
ears to hear. Right?
yeah, that's it. Well, thank you
There's
so
some
much
people.
for letting me speak.
We enjoyed you. Like someone said, no rush, take your time, Hey, whatever you want to
Mhm.
share, the space is open. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you so
Right.
much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ashay, good morning. How is everybody?
Shay, welcome, welcome. Good morning. Beautiful, beautiful.
I
How are
just
you?
wanted to tap in and give everybody a small peace of mind, because I came in on I'm reading the mental science, how the mind takes in information and pushes it out. So I learned a lot about consciousness through neuroscience. I learned a lot about connection through biology and anatomy. I learned about our source connection through mold. Um, there, what I'm trying to say is there are different ways for us to come into alignment. It's not everybody's not in church.
Right.
Everybody's not in school. When I say school, I mean European studies.
Right.
A lot of individuals that I have found to be the most brilliant are self-studiers, and we come across information in the wildest ways, but they're like sound bites. And they're even in biblical texts, these sound bites. And if you can pick up on them, if you're sensitive enough to pick up on them, you can kind of, as your journey unfolds, because it takes time to put all this information together to kind of make it make sense. But once you all come together and make it make sense, it gets down to the bottom of the truth that you are source. You are source. And the things that the mind is now trying to siphon through are the layers. The layers that tell you you're not worthy. The layers that tell you the untruths. We're not going to go down all of them.
Right.
God is fighting with the untruths that you were born into. When you got here, this stage was already set. But some are born in more sensitive than others. They say we cry too much, we feel too much, we ask too many questions. We're supposed to. We're
Yeah.
supposed to. We're supposed to be so sensitive that we cause other people to ask questions.
Yes.
The thing is, we get so caught in with wanting to be accepted. They got this social science down to we want to be accepted socially, so we don't want to be outcast so bad. We'll deny our own intellect and knowledge and wisdom so that we can be accepted, whether it be friends, family, job. We'll wear a mask not to look crazy. But it's come a time right now, no one can wear a mask.
Yeah.
No one can wear a mask. And count it
Right.
an amazing thing to be happening because no longer will you be able to stand face to face with another individual and have a conversation with them and not know if they're flame or mimic.
Facts.
Those days are over, right? And even with yourself, there are a lot of people on this panel that are healed and still healing. But when other individuals are coming into this panel and they're hearing this conversation and they're hearing this vulnerability and they're hearing authenticity, you don't just hear that, you feel that.
Ashe.
What happens is a mirror effect. You begin to see yourself.
Ashe.
And it hurts, it burns. But it's not something that you're supposed to run away from. How I found out that we were supposed to be seeking ourselves, and that's how we were supposed to find source. I was trying to figure out that where's Waldo thing. Like, why is that such a big thing? Where's Waldo? And the pictures are so intricate, you know, and you look at the picture and through all that chaos, you got to find Waldo.
Yeah.
Why is Waldo so important? Like, what he got? He got the key, he got the numbers, you know, why is Waldo so important? So I say this to say, loves, there are no mistakes here.
Ashe.
Nothing is left to, there is no chance. If it's happening, it's supposed to be happening. You are right where you are supposed to be. You are acknowledging and realizing exactly what you're supposed to be acknowledging and realizing. And it's beautiful.
It's beautiful.
It's beautiful.
Absolutely.
There's no waste here. So there are no mistakes. There are learning curves. But people will convince you that you're wrong. You got to start over. You got to you don't have to do anything but the next best step for you.
The next best.
Next best step out of all the chaos that's going on. All you have to worry about is the next best step.
Oh, I love that. That's it. From moment to moment, as the song goes, from glory to glory.
Yeah, because if you're thinking about the past, that's over with. You've already sealed
Yep.
that. That's already done. And if you're thinking about the future, you fantasize and you're not working in the glory of what is now. And in the glory of what is now,
Sister, come on, sister.
it's you. You guys are breaking down all these sciences. You're culling through all these layers. In game, you're going to get to you. And when you get to you, you're going to start breaking down who you are.
Come on.
You start feeling and understanding all your similarities to source. And then you're going to feel this ick. And those are going to be all the similarities that you feel to the lies that you were born into.
Facts.
You're gonna alchemize that gook up out of you.
Yes.
But it hurts. So it kind of make you think like, what's wrong with me? Nothing. You're purging.
All right.
Nothing's wrong with you.
Right.
Yeah. And I
They
said,
taught us-
stop saying that it's something. Here's the thing: we say it hurts because we think it's something that shouldn't be happening. But if it's something that's supposed to be happening, why are we quantifying it as a hurt or pain? Just say that it is.
Right.
It's
Just
programming.
experience the feeling without judging the feeling.
Without judgment, it's programming. We've been
And not-
programmed to think these weird things that are suppressors. The way they think. We can't think the way that they think.
Yeah.
The thing is that we have all been taught not to feel. That is one of our powers. Our powers, the reason why we go through the things that we go through, because those are the gates that we are walking through.
You have to learn not to
We
deny
have
yourself.
we got 13 gates that we have to walk through to be able to be complete with source. The things that we go through happen because those are the gates that we go through. The feelings that we have to go through them, but we have to not stay in them. If we stay in them, then you'll stay in that vibration. We have to leave from that place to get connected with source. Every time we go through something, we have to walk in it and look
Already
at
connected.
ourselves in it.
But
Yes.
stop thinking that you're not already source.
Yes.
You're not trying to
You are a
become
spark.
something.
You are
It's
source's
about
spark.
remembering who you
Right.
are. Not
Yes. Come
becoming
on,
something.
sister.
You're
It's a little
remembering.
distorted.
Come on, sister.
It's the distortion. They want you to think we've been born into them telling us that we're separated. So our elders, they conversate and they carry on like we're separated because
Yep.
they had been taught that they were separated. But as the veil thins and this time is coming forth, because this planet is not playing with nobody,
Yep.
not playing with nobody. It's not a favorites type thing. You know,
Nope.
it's an alignment type thing.
Come on with it. Come on
And
with
if
it.
you know who you are, which is why they don't want you to find Waldo, you break
You are
every
Waldo.
chain.
You are Waldo.
You are Waldo.
But here's the thing: you hid yourself from yourself just to rediscover yourself.
But you didn't do it.
Right.
You were born into this. There is no fault.
And here's I guess that's
no
what we're
fault.
going to disagree there. Because I'm gonna say I chose this, that this didn't happen to me.
Yeah.
This
No,
this happening as me. It's not
No, it
something
didn't.
that someone else is doing to me. It's
Right.
something that I chose to experience. I chose to forget who I am just to have the experience of remembering who I
That's
am.
that contract. That's that
Not-
contract that you
not-
got, Zalia.
I have no, I have nothing to say. That's absolutely true. But what I'm saying is, I'm not saying that you didn't choose. What I'm saying is, even though you made the choice, this is what we were born. This system that is going to challenge you to find you. That's going to send you through everything that leads you. We were
The
born
mimic
into
system.
this. We were born into this. So
Yeah.
this is
I
our
see what she's
maze.
saying.
And through the maze, they have distorted the connection, but the connection will never ever
Well, see, that's what I want. So I want to deal with that. So that's what I want to deal with that they concept, right? Because if all is source, the they are source too, right? Because all is I am. So again, is there a they doing this to us? Is it a they keeping it from us, or is it part of the experience?
It's part of the experience because everything here has a natural element. And if you set this up, then you set this up with a conscious natural enemy that will give you the journey and the fortitude to actually overcome something and become
Right.
who you are.
That's the Bible, the good and the bad.
That's the Old Testament.
The feminine.
Hold on, that's the Old Testament. That's not the New Revelation. The New Testament is the Old Testament revealed. So the newness is there is no duality. There is only oneness.
There is
That's
only
the
one.
point of the Christ mind. The Christ mind only operates from one faith, one Lord, one baptism, and one source of us
you're
all. There's only
You're right. It was
unity
like that in the
of mind. It's the duality. That's the old man, old mind. That's the Old Testament. That's eating off the tree of life of good. That eating off the tree of knowledge of good and evil. When you awaken to the Christ mind, you're supposed to only eat from the tree of life. You're only supposed to see God. When you see evil, that's the deception. That's the father of lies. That's the illusion. That's not reality.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to disagree with you on that because if that's true, if that was true, we wouldn't be going through what we going through right now. This is
Who
physical.
is we? What we going through? Because I speak for yourself. Who is we?
I'm talking about the people, the collective. I'll say the collective that are still in that turmoil.
Yeah, and that
Understand what I hear what you saying. In the beginning, there was only one. We are going back to that.
right.
I hear what you are saying, but in the midst
Here's
of
the
all
thing
of
where we
that,
disagree. This walk is not collective. This walk is individual. See, I don't live in the world of the collective. I live in my world. I'm the creator of my reality, not of someone else's. I'm not here to save the world. I'm here to create my own. And so if I continue to look
that's different.
outside,
Yeah, we got different paths. See, I have a purpose. I know my purpose, and my purpose here is to help people get back to source through themselves.
Yeah.
Everybody can't do that. It's if you got everybody out here in the world yelling Jesus, 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 and you over here telling people me. What about telling them about them?
I say.
How is they gonna get to see an example of how you living if you ain't living it in front of them, if you ain't giving them that? You see what I'm saying? I hear what you saying, but I don't say that out my mouth because I literally vowed to come down here and help people remember until the last person remembers.
Well,
That is
how is that different than the church then? Because the church has a mentality of the savior complex. I'm not here to save anyone.
But I don't have a
Here's the
savior
thing:
complex.
you being the light
Help
should be.
people
Hold
get
on,
to
don't talk.
themselves.
Hold on. When I talk, you don't have to not talk with me because when I let you speak, I be quiet. So when I speak, you have to let me speak. That's the whole concept of religion to me. And to me, it spills over to spirituality, where we think we can wake someone up. You can't wake someone up. People awaken when they're ready to hear it. You can do all the convincing, all of the preaching, all of the look, see your God, your God, your God. This comes from revelation. No one woke me up. I was seeking after self and I woke up. Just like you woke up because you were seeking for truth. Not because someone told you were God. You remembered you were God. No one can tell another person they're God if they're not ready to receive it. It's just like Stephanie was saying, when she went before the church to give them the revelation of the truth of script, they weren't ready to hear it. They were still asleep in the belief of, I'm just human in need of a savior. They couldn't receive the message that actually the script is telling you you're God. They're like, hold up. That goes against my belief system. That's cognitive dissonance. I can't accept that. I'm just a sinner in need of a savior. See, we think that we're supposed to make people know this.
Yeah, I ain't never been a
That's
sinner.
going to be a struggle. You can't make someone know this. See, my platform is sharing the truth, but it's only for
Yeah,
those that are ready to receive it. I can't make you know this. Either
but
it
see, that's
resonates
your
with you or it
assumption.
doesn't.
That's your assumption.
Can I
Did
chime
nobody
in?
say all the things that you're saying? That's your assuming that's what I do. You don't know what I do. This is the first time that you have ever seen me. I didn't come on here
I'm not saying
accusing nobody.
specifically to you.
And
This isn't
and you,
personal to you. I'm talking
the
in
way you
general.
yelling, it seems like it
No,
is.
I'm not yelling. I'm
Shay?
passionate. Don't be offended.
I
Don't
mean,
be
I hear that you're.
don't be offended. Exactly. So you don't know me because this is the first time. Obviously, you're on my panel. So when I'm passionate about something, I raise my voice. But I'm not yelling at you. And this is not specifically directed to you. I'm just telling you my perspective. But here's the thing: we don't have to agree, and that's okay. It's okay
Facts.
that we don't agree. That's okay, because again, there are many paths. It's infinite ways.
To get to the one.
Facts.
I just want to.
Yeah, so I'm not. Hold on. Speaking of royalty. I'm not coming at you. I'm not trying to make you see it my way. When I'm talking about what I know, I do get passionate. My voice does raise. But do not
Same.
take it as offense that I'm coming at you or trying to make you see it from my perspective.
Okay.
I just wanted to say, break this monotony up. I understand what you're saying, host. I got much respect, but at the end of the day, you are an example. And everything that you learn and everything that you are, it pushes out a frequency. That frequency is going to attract people to you. When you attract people to you, they're going to ask you questions and you're going to answer those questions to the best of your ability, whether it's business, friends, family. That's just what we do. We feel like we know, we may not share like abundantly, but if somebody that we care about comes to us and they say, how you living like this? How do you have the understanding that you have? How in all this chaos do you walk so strong? When you begin to answer those questions, you're a frequency and you're going to push that out. And if your frequency is right, you're pushing out that God energy. You do it by accident. You may not be here to save nobody, but you're doing it every day without even knowing it by causing people to ask questions. That's going to make them ask more questions. That's going to make them ask more. We're here to do that. So I understand why you feel like you may not be here to do that. May not be your number one goal, but you're doing it by proxy. And I think it's amazing. But I want y'all to understand that what's in y'all was put in y'all before y'all got here. It's in you. Some people say it's in your blood. It's in your bones. It's in you. So as it starts to come out, you begin to elevate. It's not no longer just mental intellect. You begin to feel things. You begin to experience things. You get to help other people experience. Like you can manifest for other people because you on fire about who you know you are and what you know you can create. And when you push that out, you allow other people to know that they can do the same thing because we all put on pants one leg at a time. We all are brilliant in our own right. We all go to the bathroom same way. When we catch a fever, we all feel the same way. So if you showing possibility, infinite possibility, then baby, you're showing everybody else the way. And thank you for that. And I'm out.
Yeah, I think we're saying the same thing. We're just using different terminology because how else can you be this and not be an example of it? Right? What do you want to say, royalty? And then I'm gonna go to Stephen.
Oh no, I was just listening. I
Oh,
just want to say thank you for having me. I'm gonna slide out. I gotta go start my day. I appreciate you, and I followed you.
thank you.
And have a great day, family. All right, y'all stay high vibrational. Remember,
Yes,
whoever controls the narrative controls the world.
yes. Love you. Thank you for joining. Hello, Stephen. All right, Stephen, are you there? No. Lover of the East, are you there?
Yes. How are you?
Great. How are you?
Doing pretty good. Um, in listening to the conversations, I just want to give you a little bit on my experience. I was a Christian. I've been in the Christian faith up to 8 years ago.
Mhm.
Um, I really began to question the Bible and what it was actually saying, and I began to question who I was, where I come from, why I'm here. I found the Bible to be extremely boring, and I knew that there had to be much more to this whole scheme of things. And I've also had the question of we as a people, the copper colored race, why are we so persecuted, so zeroed in on, so hated by practically every other race on the planet, including our own. I'm sorry to say. But it seems like we're the primary targets. And I began to do my own studies. I began to decipher. It's like the Bible is some kind of code book. And I began to study other texts, the Gnostic texts, and I began to see that these books have been tampered with by the Roman Catholic Church. Uh, uh, it's just so much has been tampered with. I see the trails throughout all these interpretations and so forth and so on. But I began to connect the dots based on what I'm experiencing in the real world and what has been written, and I've come to certain conclusions. Pardon me.
Mhm.
I began to, like, Genesis chapter 1 verse 26 and 27. It talks about the Elohim and how they created man in their image. Now, normally, from what I've been taught, that was just supposed to be God Almighty. But I looked it up in the Hebrew, come to find out Elohim is plural for gods. And it said, let us make man in our image. And I began to just look deeper into the words in our image. And it's from what I come to understand, that doesn't mean that they created us in their likeness. It means that they took mankind, and there appears to have been a hijacking of some kind, and they were able to transfer our spirit and consciousness into bodies of the bodies that we have now. So as soon as a spirit comes into this body, they immediately forget. They can no longer, their spectrum of sight, they can no longer see certain beings, certain spirits, you name it, call it whatever you want. They can no longer see as they should see. They're like in a zombie-like state, a state of, they're walking, eating, but they're asleep as to what's really going on. And in my studies, I come to understand that this realm that we live in is actually the realm of chaos, unalivement, darkness, shadow, and the abyss. And I began to ask myself, okay, this from what I was originally told, this was supposed to be a benevolent God that created this wondrous realm, and I'm looking out the window every day and experiencing life every day, and this is absolute chaos. So in looking at that, I come to understand that the God was actually hiding behind a veil of deception, and there are gods, and they are not benevolent to mankind or creation. And then I began to say, well, then who are we? Who are we really? And then in my studies, I come to understand who you call source. Excuse me. Who you call source is known as the ineffable one. In other words, he's far superior to any god. You can't even attribute a name to him. He's so far beyond that. He is not necessarily the creator, but all creators come from him. So creators come from him, in turn, they create. This particular realm, I come to understand, is the realm of absolute chaos. It comes from the realm of darkness and shadow, which surrounds the realm of light. From what I understand, everything began to the realm of darkness and shadow and the realm of chaos. The gods began to go absolutely rogue. And that source, the ineffable forefather, sent certain celestial beings that are a part of himself, who are the very thought and mind of the ineffable, to set the realm of chaos, unalignment, darkness, and shadow in order. Those beings were certain individuals, and a person has to discover who it is exactly they are, because I discovered there are two different types of spirits, and they come from two different places. One comes from source, but the other one comes from the gods of this realm. And
who are these guys? Who are? Because I feel like you're trying to teach me something, but I need you to get to the because is this like? This sounds almost like, I haven't really studied it. It almost sounds like that Anunnaki type teaching. Is it? Is it?
I wouldn't say.
Is it along those lines?
Excuse me. No, I wouldn't say it's along those lines at all.
Because to me, this
Um,
this mindset deals in separation, and that's what this platform isn't about. Separation. It isn't about. It's like when you don't know that your source, you come up with these different realities that make you feel like you're something other than who you are. And so, what you're telling me, based on your studies, is that you still see yourself as something separate, and that the world that you're
no,
uh,
no, not
that
at
you're
all.
seeing is chaotic. However, that's not the world I'm seeing. So if I say, well, I
No,
don't see
not
a
at,
chaotic world, then what would you say to that? If I said, when I look out into my world, I don't see chaos, what would you say to that?
okay. All right. When I, when I look out, excuse me, got to clear my voice.
That's okay.
My my world was initially chaotic until I discovered who I really am, where I come from, and why I'm here.
Okay.
And using my authority, because I am the very thought and mind of the He who is ineffable, who you know as Source.
Well, why is he a
I
he?
come.
Why are you saying he?
He
Why is it a
doesn't
he?
have to. He doesn't. I call him a he. He doesn't have to be a he
Okay.
necessarily.
Okay.
I have no idea. All I know is that power exists.
Okay.
That limitless power exists. I come from that power. I always existed within that power. I come from a realm where that has no king, from a people that have no name. That is where I believe that I come from. I came to this realm with a purpose to set this realm in order.
And how do you see yourself doing that? And why is the world out of order, in need of order?
Well, the world, this realm initially, its origin was not from a benevolent beings. It was from beings that had the nature of chaos, and
Okay,
they
so hold
created.
on, because you gave us that description before.
Mhm.
So are you saying you're the only one from the source and everyone else, some people are, some people aren't? Like, I'm trying to
No,
understand what you're
no,
saying. When you say
no.
that the world has to be set straight, you're the one to do it because from your point of view, it's chaotic. And if the chaos came from these beings that brought about the chaos, but you are from source, the ineffable being that's going to right the wrongs of humanity. Is that what you're saying?
Okay, I am number one. I am not the only one. There's a multitude of us. Like I said, it is up to you, the individual, to seek out the truth as to who you really are, where you come from, and why you are here. I cannot tell a person who they are. They
I mean,
once
that
it
wasn't
is.
the question. I'm saying because you're not answering my question. My question was, how are you going to right this wrong that you said that's your mission to do, and why is the world, as you said, in disorder, need of order?
Okay. Um, this is all I can tell you. I have strategies within myself. I came here with strategies. These strategies are beginning to manifest.
Okay.
Okay. So that is this is the beginning of things. This
Okay.
world, okay, so who we really are. So say for instance, okay, who we are as a I'm just using this as an example. Who we are as a people, the copper colored race. Okay. I've already begun the battle. Um, um,
Okay, so is it the copper colored race is the one supposed to be in a different space than everyone else? Are you saying that they're about to be the ones that rise?
yes,
Okay, okay, okay,
yes,
okay. I
yes.
got you. I
We
got
are.
you. Okay, it took a while to
Yes.
get there. It took. I appreciate you, but it took a while. You went kind of around the rosemary bush, but okay, I got
Well,
you.
that's a part that's a part of it. See, we are the first of mankind. We you the copper colored woman is the mother of all mankind.
I understand where you're coming from.
Okay, so
I mean, I
yeah,
get what
we
you're
were the
saying. I
we were
mean,
the
it's not the
first.
first time I've heard this.
Mhm. We were the
You're
first. We are the
entitled
first.
to your perspective. I'm not going. I don't
Mhm.
live my life from that perspective. So, and I'm not here to convince
Mhm.
anyone to see things from my perspective. I just know that the world you live in is the world you believe that you're in. And as long as if you hold true to that perspective, then that's the reality you're going to experience. And that's all I really have to say about that. I'm gonna go to the next guest. I don't know if
Sure.
Steve, if and I appreciate you sharing your perspective, and I know that there are
Mhm.
infinite ways to experience this life. So, there to me, there's no wrong or right. It's just perception. That's all it is. Consciousness is the only
Well,
reality, and you
may I say this one last thing?
know.
Okay. When you, in all truth, your life might be in a particular good order, but the realm that you live in, what order do you see that this realm is in right now? Would you say it is out of order, or would you say it is in order? I'm not talking about you as an individual. I'm talking about
Here's the
the
thing. I can only
realm that
live
you're in.
my life from my individual perspective. I'm not here to live my life according to the collective perspective and start judging the world without when I'm only to judge the world within. There is no out there. There's only in here, in my reality. It's only what I'm perceiving is what I'm going to see. So I'm not going to go back to that mindset because I had to come from that mindset. I came from that mindset thinking, oh, the world is happening to me, as opposed to the world is happening because of me. So that's the way to perceive it. You can look at it as it's happening to you, as opposed, or you're either being affected by the world or you're affecting the world. So you get to decide which one it is.
Yeah, it's about affecting the world and changing the world.
Yeah, but I'm not here
That's
to be a savior of the world. I'm here to create my own. And see, again, like I had the discussion with the other
okay.
ladies. I'm not here to
Mhm.
be a savior because saviors become martyrs because that's when you start feeling like you're on the cross and people are attacking you for not agreeing with you because they don't see life the way you see it and they don't see it the way you understand it. And so now it becomes a battle of who's right, who's wrong, whose truth is true. When that's not my path. Now that could be your path, but I just know that ain't my path. My path didn't come here to be Captain
Mhm.
Save nobody. I'm not Captain America. I'm not no superhero. I'm not Batman. I'm not none of the Marvel characters. I'm none of that. I'm here to realize who the fuck I am. That's all.
And that's
I'm
what
not
I
here to make
said. But
nobody
that's
else know that because I
but
know I can't. I share the good news, the gospel, the gospel. That's all I'm required to do is to live out loud, to be the example, and then let my light so shine that people see the good work and glorify the I am within me. But if you're not ready to receive the light, as the script says, the light came into the world, but the world received it not. If the world ain't ready to get it, then they're not gonna get it. They're gonna walk on by, and they're going to continue to live in the shadows. But guess what? They get to do that. I'm not here to condemn the world. I'm here to what? Create my own, my own. Because when I go out into the world, when I go travel, when I go to the store, when I go to the gas station, when I interact with others, I see beauty where I go. I see beauty. I see happy people. That's what I see. That's my reality.
and
How y'all doing?
But hold on, Halo, because I gotta go to Beck. Beck been waiting for a minute. I'm gonna go to Beck, lover of the East. Hello,
sure.
Beck.
Hey, how you
How are
doing?
you?
Just listening, just taking it all in.
He said, just listening. You don't have anything to say?
Earlier we were talking about you had a previous guest and I had a thought about a conversation I had with a friend who brought this concept of like you're a motherboard, you're a source of energy, and you create like circuit connections and then you begin pouring energy into those things. Sometimes circuit connections are created in our youth, but at one point we grow up and become aware of it, we can sever that connection. We have the choice to sever that connection. So we no longer pour our energy into it. We have to become aware of what we are networking our energy into, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does. It makes sense because what you give your attention to expands. That's your energy, right? We say energy when to me that's a scientific term. We know what attention and focus is, right? Whatever you're talking about, that's your energetic vibration because that's what you're going to bring about. Is what your attention to a thing is the sap of life. It is what resurrects in your reality. So that's why it tells you, you gotta mind your mind. You gotta be the watchman at the gate. You gotta guard your heart, which is your mind. Like you have to really know what you're giving your attention or your energy or whatever you're vibrating, because that is what is going to appear in your reality. See, there are as many worlds as there are people in the world, because again, like I said, and we all know this to be true, no two people think exactly the same. We may have similar things that we agree to, but no two people are going to see the same identical thing. We're going to see different things based on our personal experiences and then the enlightenment that comes from within us. But like someone said, there are different levels to this. Everybody's not at the same level. Not everyone is at the same understanding. And were we all supposed to be? I don't think so. There's infinite ways to experience this. But I just know I'm not here to save no doggone body. And I know I can't.
I like the concept that Paul writes in the New Testament, saying that they are their living epistles. And in my perspective, not every letter is going to have the same story or the same perspective. It's going to be told from their truth, what resonates within them.
Yep. 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 Because as long as you try to convince someone, to me, that's when you create issues, when you create problems, because you're always going to say they just don't understand. They just don't get it. Why can't they see what's going on? Why can't they see it from my point of view? Why can't they see that the road that they're traveling on is the wrong road? But there's no wrong road in this reality, because this reality isn't real. It's an imaginative experience. The only reality is your consciousness. Everything else is just the illusion. The world is a dream, and we're dreaming realities, some nightmares and some fantasies. But is it a nightmare? Only if you deem it so. Again, you are the judge. Yep. Hey, Lo. I mean, people think they're saving people, so hey, they get to have that perspective. Again, I'm not trying to convince anyone. I just know that, that is because my thing is you're telling people there's something wrong with them when you come from that perspective that they need saving. Saving from what? Saving from whom? If they're sourcing your source and we're all God playing the part, then what do they need saving from? They just need to remember who they are. That's all. They just need to remember who they are. Hey, Lo, how are you? Are you there? You have to unmute.
I'm here.
Okay.
I was making a baby, changing a baby.
Oh.
So I was just coming to say this. I'm gonna just take a breath because I'm gonna say a lot. Okay, so basically, I hear what you're saying, lover of the East. I hear what you're saying, but it was so long for you to get there that I probably lost what you were saying. I don't need you to re-say it, but I get what you're saying about the copper people and things of that nature, right? The thing is this. Where we go wrong is trying to include other people into our interpretations of things, right? I come to the understanding that Every person in the Bible that is mentioned is just a spirit that you will operate in your lifetime. It's a spirit that you will operate in your lifetime. There will be a time where you will be in the beginning, right? When there's just a man, a lonely man, or a woman don't exist until you meet someone and then y'all run into the wilderness. And boom, now this is when you start experiencing life with a partner. Okay? So now they say, now this is why they say, oh, she bit the apple and it woke our minds up, right? That phrase there. It's because, just like she said, no people think the same. When you are now in the presence and in the company of someone else, you got to look at the world through their lens also, right? So now you are able to see things from a different perspective. And they're saying, oh, now you know things that God know, and that wasn't that. It was the fact that a woman came along, you got in a relationship, and now you got to look at the world through somebody else's lenses and not just your own. Come on now. So when that was, that's what the New Testament says. Now we're now everybody is looking at the world through other people's lenses. Now that's what's going on. That's why we're able to see what people's lives are like and place judgment and judge them for the things that they're doing, because now you're not looking at just yourself anymore. You're looking at the world through the lenses of other people now. That's why that's the New Testament. At first, it was just you by yourself, like as a kid, as a child, when you was alone and you had no understanding of what was what until you became an adult and got in a relationship. Now you're looking at the world from other people's perspectives. Like if you talk to have a conversation with this person and you never looked at things that way, now you're going to move forward in life and be like, dang, now I see what this person was saying, because you done stepped into their world, into their lens, right? That's what's going on. So we're going to go through a phase of being everybody in the Bible. It's going to be a time when you are a Job. You're going to lose everything in you, but you're not going to lose yourself. You're not going to lose your mind. You're going to be able to still get up and go get it. And yes, you might lose your job, lose your children, lose your wife, but you're not going to lose your mind. You're going to still make a way after that. It's a time in life where you're going to be Peter. And you're going to look back at trauma and you're not going to feel like you can move forward. You're going to fall because trauma got so bad that you looked at it and it just got you off your pivot. It got you off your way of life and you couldn't focus. Yes, that's what it is. We are going to go through each phase of each spirit, but that's why, like when they say, in order to enter the kingdom of heaven, you got to go through Jesus, right? Let's get on that, right? What Jesus is the highest form of the frequency. That's just what they was using. Is interpreted. Every person mentioned in the Bible is the element and the frequency that you're in, the realm that you are in. Jesus just happened to be the highest form of what they was expressing. So that would be the 600 hertz. You feel what I'm saying? Like 1,000 hertz, the 1,044 hertz or something. You feel what I'm saying? That's the frequency you will have to be in, because the realm that you operate in while you are living, if you transition in that realm, you will be stuck there. By meaning stuck there, meaning your spirit will stay in that frequency. So even if it was to come back and reincarnate, it will only reincarnate in that frequency, right? That's why in the new world, they say it's going to be without this and without that and without sin, because the ones that are going to be reincarnated are going to be incarnated in the frequency that they pass off in. Right? So the goal is to elevate and be in a high frequency, manifesting, meditating to get there. Get your mind there. Clear your mind. Not look at the world as, oh, this person did that to me. This person did that to me. Why they trying to figure out the whys and whos? Just understand the you. When you understand you will elevate your mind and understand that heaven and hell is a mindset. If you are operating in negativity and doing negative things, not sinful things, negative things that are just like disruptive to your spirit, you leave and you transition in that realm, that's the realm you will be stuck in. So even if somebody channel you or bother you and want to bring you and bring your name up, they only going to bring your name up in a time in a place that they are operating in that spirit. When you think about people, you are thinking about like your late ones, you are thinking about them in the realm that you were in when you feel me, when you remember. You ain't gonna like when you elevate, you ain't gonna be like, dang, I wonder what they think about me, my life right now. They never experienced you be that way. They weren't there to witness it. They witnessed you in the element that you were in. So they're not gonna be able to witness when you elevate because they're not there.
Love it. Love it. Yes. Love it.
So when they say to inherit the kingdom of heaven, you got to go through Christ. Christ is the high frequency. It's about the frequency you're operating in. So how do you get there? How do you get there? What happened? So that's why it was like as an example to understand to save humanity, right? So you're looking at it as a body to save you, as a person to save you, but it's yourself. That's why he said God first, then your wife, then your children or anybody after that, right? That's because I cannot save anybody. If God first, I can't save anybody until I save me. And that's why Matthew 7:3 says, until you remove the speck out of your eye, you can't, or is it the plank? The plank out of your eye, y'all know what scripture I'm talking about. No, you can't go and move nothing out of nobody else's eye until you get it out of your own. So how can you help fix somebody else if you're not fixing you? That's the problem. People try to figure out they try to use the word to judge, pick, fix, operate on other people when they're not doing the self-work. That's why it says, go into your secret place and pray and meditate. That's why it says that. It says, don't do it for the lover of man. Don't do it for the, like, people using the Bible to get likes and oh, you're a good person. She's a Bible God-fearing woman. Yes, I fear myself because I don't know what I'm capable of.
Say that. But and that's what the script is not about other people. The book is about you. But when you make it about other people, that's when you become a martyr. Because you think I gotta do this, I gotta do that. You don't have to do anything, first of all, but change your perspective about yourself. Recognize who you are. And when here's the thing, people see God when they see you. That's how they're supposed to see God. No man can see God and live. You cannot be in my presence as God and remain the same being. That's all it means. How you enter the presence of a God and don't see God?
Let me, and just like that, that's still looking at the world through the lenses of other people. Because what happens is, just like you stated that, how can you look at me and not see God? I am a goddess. But how can you look at me and not see God? That's
unless you have eyes that cannot see.
Unless you have eyes that cannot see, unless you are the blind that are being led by the blind. So basically, when you look at people, that's what people are doing right now. They're looking at people. They look at people. They don't see it as God. They will look at people like, ooh, I can do that. Ooh, I want that. Ooh, I like that. You know, like the art of the sale to the Negro basically is recognition. People want to be recognized by the word of the way it was written I'm like, they don't know. I start realizing how crazy people sound. And then once you realize what it is, you're going to realize that people are trying to use the word in interpretation of how they saying it's supposed to be cultivated as church and all that religion stuff. People be trying to control you by scripting the Bible for their own beneficial reasons. They would try to make you feel like, oh, because no, the wife is supposed to do this and man's supposed to do this and you're supposed to raise your children in this way and da-da-da, woo-de-woo-woo-woo. But when you realize that, like, you are basically just trying to use the word as a tool of manipulation. And even in the word, it tells you don't do that. It tells you don't try to
Oh, you went silent there.
argue what the word is. Oh, they try to weaponize it. It says don't weaponize it, right? But they still will take the word and try to go and argue with people about what it says and what their understanding is. The thing is this: you are going to interpret the Bible differently for each realm that you are in. That's why people read it over and over and over again. You're going to interpret it for each realm that you're in, because it's going to speak to you differently for each phase of life. If you look at it as it is, as a manifestation book and as a meditating book, if you look at it as that, it's Bible is a book of instructions on how to operate in each realm. That's it. If you look at it like that, you will get to the heaven, what they call heaven mindset, faster, because you will elevate your mind and realize, like, dang, like I'm operating in the lowest frequency right now because I'm out here just loosely doing this and doing that, and don't understand that you're entertaining like spirits. You entertain the spirits that are just like you. But the moment you elevate, you're gonna attract all that you speak. Because not social media, the universal algorithm hears you. Really? It hears you. The universal algorithm hears you. The word was God and the word was with God. So you have to go and speak the things. And it's best to speak by water, because I'm gonna tell you, water go through a lot and it carries messages. So go speak by the water and speak your words, because you don't know how it's going to flow. If your body is 90% water, right? Come on now. If your body is 90% water, and the world is 90% water, go talk by the water, because y'all have relations anyway. And it's going to carry your message out. Hear me out. Charge yourself up. Go get in the ground. Go walk in the grass, right? Go feel it. Go charge up, and then go talk to the water. It's going to be electrifying. Yeah. I'm telling you what I know. You spoke something, and then you was like, oh my God, I was just saying that the other day. I literally just said this. Yes. Because the word is God. You spoke it into existence. It ain't happened by default. It happened because you said it. So go speak it.
And that's the thing that most people, we say this, right? We say the word is powerful, the word is God. But then we also go ahead and we keep perpetuating the thing we don't want to see. So then we start talking about the racism. We start talking about the government. We start talking about these civil wars and all. It's like, but didn't you just tell me how powerful the word was? But then you want to put out in the ethers the things you don't want to see, the thing you don't want to happen, just so you could say, I can call down a legion of boom to reconcile this. You wouldn't have to call down a legion of boom if you didn't create the problem.
Part, and that's that
because you created the problem the moment you spoke it.
That's that part. Listen.
And now you got to bring down the legion of boom to rectify the problem you created.
Always want to bring up other problems they created. Like that time in 9/11 when this, that, and the third happened. You got to think, if you pay attention, I'm going to be honest. I read the Bible, but now that I understand it for what it is, I enjoy reading it. Mm-hmm. Because it's like, ooh, like, yes, this right here is what this means. If you're going to look at Lot's wife, she looked behind and got stuck.
She looked behind and got stuck.
She got stuck. The reason she got stuck is because you cannot move forward in life if you are always focused on things that had already happened. And that's why the news try to keep reminding you of what's going on, so you can keep talking about it and thinking about it. You're not elevating if you're talking about other people's problems.
You're not elevating. You keep talking about the 1800s, the 1600s, the 1950s, and you wonder why. And then you, like, we as a collective, we as the copper people, because you don't understand the power of your word. You keep recreating the same narrative. We're not enough. We're not, they don't see us. We need them to reparate us. Keep speaking it.
Let me tell you something. We are, but I don't care about the we are, because they don't care about me. The moment I start speaking like this, they don't want to hear it. So you don't care about me. You hear me? You don't care about me. You care about what fits your narrative, what fits your passion, what fits your perspective. Because the moment I start speaking, you show me you do not care about me because you only care about what you've been indoctrinated to believe, what you've been what's been ensnared into your mind, what you've been programmed to believe. You have to understand that if we taught them this, what do you think we were teaching them? We were teaching them numbers, elements of science. We taught all these things and they took it to retwist it so we can be distracted from the real and understanding who we really are so we will not step in our true power, which is understanding that we can stand right here in the eye of the mother and charge up and receive all that we want. The moment your feet hit the ground, you become an energetic source.
Here's the thing. You're already it. We have to stop saying we're becoming something.
That part.
We're remembering that we already are that which we desire to be. You already are source. You're not trying to become source. You already are it. You're not trying to become energy. You're not trying to make a thing so. It's already so. It's just speaking that which already is. But if you keep telling people it's something to do, it's something to do. It's not about doing, it's about being. Who do you say that I am? Well, I ain't enough until I do this, that, and the other. Well, I'm not good enough until I do this, that, and the other. And well, you're already claiming a thing that you're not, and that's why you get to experience what you're not. But if you start to claim that what you are, then you will experience the I am. You will experience the very thing that you say that you are. But if you're always thinking that you're trying to attain something, I'm trying to get it, I'm trying to get it, I'm trying to get it, and I'm telling you, no, just be it. Be still and know that I am God. Be still.
You have to but the download from the source though. To download from the source. And when I say download from the source, I mean like the earth is so energetic that you might feel low, right? And you plant your feet in the ground, you're gonna download from the source. You're gonna wake up with something new
You
on your
are
mind.
the source. You are the source. The download can come in your bed because you are the energy. That the earth is you. You are the earth. You are the stars. You are the moon and the mountains. I'll give you the world. Hey, and all that you reach for and even more. Because you got to know that I am love. Because girl, I love you more than you could know. Hey, and that's for sure. You got to know you're already it. You are it. Tag, you're it. You're it. You are everything that you're saying you already are.
The kingdom is within you. Okay, so by downloading the source, let me explain what I mean by that so we can have an understanding, right? What I mean by downloading is like, you know how like sometimes you just get this urge to like, for instance, make a video to make a message, right? Like, how am I going to facilitate this to people? Just do it. But I want to, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like it comes different for me personally. Like, it comes different. Like,
and that's what I just want folks to understand. That's your journey. That's what you connect
right
with.
That's why I said me.
Everyone has to do that, right? Because somebody else is going to say, well,
I don't ground and I still
right.
get it.
Yeah, like everyone has their own quote unquote technique or way of connecting to the I am within them, the source that is them. Everyone has their own way of recognizing what works for them. And I say you do it because you feel led to do it, not because because here's my thing. If you don't believe it, I don't care how much you put your feet in the grass. If you don't believe it's going to charge you, then it ain't going to charge you.
It ain't. You right. You're absolutely right.
Well, Halo said this works. I'm going to see.
No, you got to believe it for yourself. You are absolutely correct. You correct. Because if you don't, I tell my husband, I swear I tell him, I say, listen, do not love me that much. Please. I need you to love you that much. Like, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be mean, but I need you to love you as much as you showcasing the love that you got for me. Because that, like, I don't want to be taken up out of here. Don't put me before your own plans and dreams and feelings and beliefs. Don't do that. You gotta understand what you believe. And if you believe that your wife is it, that's one thing. But listen, you gotta understand. Don't just listen to everything I say. Go, you gotta seek the understanding for yourself. Like, and it's so
Right,
crazy.
like you said, it's important that you go into your prayer closet. You go within your own mind and let your intuition, let the source that is leading and guiding you to do the thing. And the thing that you're being told to do is going to be completely different than another person, because the I am within you has ways that are past finding out. Because we may think that's weird. I never heard that. That's what you do? Yes, that's what I do. Now you go figure out what you need to do. Now
And
you
that's
go
the
figure out who you are. You get to know yourself. We too busy looking for others to tell us what to do. And I'm saying go within, because the I am already knows what to do.
and I love
I'm
that.
not here to tell you what to do. I'm here for you to figure out what it is that you are to be. It's not about what you need to do. It's about who you are to be. I am. That's it. I am. We get too much on. We get too focused on the doing, and we be doing too damn much. Just chill and just settle down. That's all you gotta do. Just chill, relax. Stop trying to. What can I do? What can I? Nothing. You can't do a goddamn thing, because all the work has been done. The works are finished.
It's already done. It's already done.
Like Elizabeth said, though, the works were finished at the cross. You are the cross.
It's
All the
already
work that's
done.
ever going to be needs to be done, it has been. It's already done. And so I just don't want to keep intellectualizing this life, because we can keep intellectualizing it and intellectualizing it when it's about experiencing. So you're going to know this truth when you decide that you want to know this truth. And like I have on the screen, what the fuck do you want? And then live your life according to that knowing. Who am I saying that I am? What does that look like for me? That's the meditation. That's the prayer. Not what's the best next great technique I can do to get the thing that I want. No, there's nothing to do. There's only to be. There are no techniques. There's nothing to do to get the thing.
Nothing is
Everything
happening.
you desire is already prepared for you. I go and prepare a place for you. I go and prepare. The I am goes to prepare the place. Source has already done it. And when I go to prepare the place, I will come again and receive you unto myself, that where I am, you shall also be. The mind goes forward and then the body follows. Just work on the mind. Let the I am, let your intuition, let the source within lead and guide you. Trust in the Lord, the I am, with all thy heart, and lean not unto thy own understanding, but in all thy ways acknowledge the I am, and the I am shall direct your path. Your I am is I'm not me telling you you need to do this. You gotta first do that. You gotta do, go do a mirror technique. Go script. No. Do what? Go within your own I am. Commune with thy own self upon thy bed and be still, and let the intuition within you guide you. Let the source within you guide you. Get to know yourself. And then naturally it comes to you. There's nothing you have to do. You only have to be. We got to get out of the mindset of doing. We're spiritual beings, not human doings. Because the doing is the effect. You don't have to worry about it. You're going to automatically do what's ever required to bring about the desired outcome. And you'll find out that you don't do as much as you thought was required. So you don't have to stress out. You don't have to take no thought. Well, what I got to do today? What I got to do today? Whatever your mind, whatever the consciousness tells you. I don't think we ask ourselves enough. What shall I be doing in this moment? What do I want to do? What do I want to, I just want to drink water. I just want to do this. We do things because we have to, and not because we desire to do it. We were told, you want to pay bills? You got to have a job. If you want to live a good life, you got to work for it. You got to get an education. You got to go to a 4-year school. You got to get a bachelor's degree, a master's degree. Sometimes you even got to get a doctorate. Like, again, nothing wrong with those if that's what you're feeling led to do. because some people do like just forever learning and forever, getting all of these certificates and degrees. If that's what you feel led to do, there's no harm or foul. We just got to get out of the mindset of thinking there's a right or wrong way. There's no right or wrong way. You just have to discover what works for you and stop letting other people tell you what works for you. No, you discover what works for you. Yes. We are spiritual beings having a human experience, and there's no right or wrong in this reality. It's whatever you say it is, because whatever you say it is, that's what it shall be. Whatever Adam calls it is what it shall be called. What do you call it? Because that's the nature it will take on. It takes on the nature of the one creating it. The name means nature.
Tap the screen, get us to 30K.
Yes, yes. Hello, Stephen, you're back. Stephen. I know maybe Stephen comes up on accident. Stephen, are you there? Is that Bed-Stuy Swagger? Hello?
Yeah, how you doing?
Great. How are
I,
you
I,
doing?
I have a question. Are you saying we are God ourselves?
That we as the collective make up the one.
Explain, how's that?
How are we God in
Yeah.
human form? That God desired form, and so he became you, became me. God desired to experience physicality.
All right. I know.
God being consciousness awareness, not God in some sky that created human beings and needed worshipers. I'm not talking about that God. I don't know that God. I used to know that God. I used to work with that God. And then I understand that God was a creation of man.
You said God was a creation of man, or did God create man?
I said the Sky Daddy was a creation of man.
Okay. Yeah. I don't. Me personally, I don't think I'm God. He made me, not myself. Um, I worship him alone, and he direct my path in my life. So the day I start saying I'm God, I'm doing what Satan did in heaven. That's prideful. He did that in heaven. He was trying to become God. And the day I say I'm God, then I'm playing the role of the enemy. You hear what I'm saying to you? So that's a dangerous thing.
What's
When
going to
we
happen?
tell,
What's so dangerous about it? What's going to happen?
when we tell, listen, when we
Mhm.
tell people they God and they really start to believe that the real God don't exist and they made themselves, they become prideful, and that what got Satan kicked out of heaven.
That's only danger is that I become prideful.
Yes, that's right. That's very.
Okay, so what's wrong with pride?
God don't like prideful.
Really?
You
So
don't
you're
like prideful.
not
No.
black and you proud? I'm black and I'm proud.
Yeah,
You're
you can
proud.
be no. You be proud of yourself. That's pride. Yeah, but there's another pride where you think it's all about you when it's not.
Why can I think it's all about who is it about?
It's about
Who is my life about? Or who is your life about? If your life is not about you, then who is it about?
when you become prideful, you don't help people. You look down on people, like you better than them. Things like that. You know what I'm saying? It's not good.
No, I disagree.
So
I
you can
disagree.
take pride in your work. You can take pride in, you feel me, your life. You can take pride in
Yeah,
something, like, and be like, I
yeah. So
take
you talk
pride. The
about
things that you work for, you'll take pride in. Like
you
when
got
you
you
go
got
and say,
two.
I got my own business and I got my own this, you take pride in the fact that you work for it. So what is that?
You got the natural and you got the spiritual. When it comes to the natural, yes, be prideful for everything you do. When it comes to the spiritual, be very careful with that. That's all I'm saying.
Interesting. So you're saying that me saying that I am one with God, that I am the source, came down to experience physicality, that I'm thinking I'm better than others?
No, when you say that I'm God myself, that's
Mhm.
kind of dangerous.
I'm saying, I just said it. I said, when I say I'm God, that came down to experience physicality, what you're saying is I think I'm better than others.
No, when you tell God is I'm running this. This is me. I'm running this. You're not running this. So when you do that, you're not talking to me or the other person. You talking to God Himself. You telling Him I'm running this. You know what I'm saying? I made myself. You didn't do nothing for me. That's what you telling God in heaven that when you do that.
No, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I am. So what's the name of God in the script? What did he say his name was?
I
Not
am
that,
that.
not what the writers gave God as a name, but what does the script says that God gave himself or
His
herself?
name is I am that I am. The way He told Moses.
Exactly. So who says I am all day long, every day?
He got different names. We call him Jehovah.
No,
We
I
call
said
him,
who says
but
it? Who says I am all the time?
we call him God. Yes,
No,
but
no,
with
no,
Moses,
no, no. You're
what?
kind of trying to bypass the question. So I guess let me be a little bit more direct. Do you ever say I am when you refer to yourself?
When I refer to myself,
Yes.
if I'm doing something, yeah, I'm busy. I'm doing something.
I'm
Yeah,
rich, I'm poor, I'm
yeah,
sick,
yeah, yeah,
right? So
yeah.
that's that. So you're calling on the name of God.
But there's more components to it though. He said, "I
Why?
am that I am. I'm the beginning and the ending. There's no start with me. There's no end with me. I am
Oh,
that I
love
am."
that. That's it. That's it. There's no starter in with you. You're because I'm not talking about the human you. I'm not talking to your personality. I'm not saying Toya is God. I'm saying I am God. See the
So we,
difference there? See the difference? I'm
so
talking about the
let me ask you a
spiritual part. I'm
question,
talking about
right?
the spiritual part, not the human part.
I'm about to go somewhere.
Okay.
If you leave this world right now, do you have a? Can you put yourself in heaven or hell?
Heaven and hell is a right now here thing. It's not a
Oh, you think so? You think
place.
so?
Oh, I know so. I know so.
You
Because
believe in
here's the
rap?
thing, your script tells you that. Your script tells you, where does your script tell you that heaven is? That the kingdom of God is? Where does the script say that it is?
I go on. Is it heaven? Heaven is a spiritual thing.
Right, but where does the scripture tells you where it's found? Where does it say that it is?
Is it paradise?
The Christ tells you where it is. It says it tells you it's where?
Is it paradise?
I can understand. It's where?
In paradise.
In paradise. But
So
where is paradise? Where is this found?
it's found up the rapture. If you look up the word rapture, rapture means caught up. So that means it's in the air. It's a spiritual place
So
that's
the
in the air.
rapture and heaven are the same thing?
No, it's
I
not.
thought the rapture was an event.
No,
Heaven
the
is
rapture. The
oh.
rapture is what take place for you to get to heaven.
Okay.
Yeah,
So again, where is heaven found?
that's a spiritual place.
But where does the scripture say that heaven is found?
Can I answer that question, please?
I got to look
One
that up.
second, no, I'm having this discussion with so
I have to look that up.
do you study script? Okay, because a lot of times I'm sure you're so are you familiar with this scripture? When the Pharisees asked the Christ, when should the kingdom of God come? And the Christ says to them, the kingdom of God does not come with observation. There will be many that say, look here and look there.
Yeah, yeah.
He says, believe them not.
Uh huh.
For the kingdom of God is where?
It's here already. But
Within you. Within you. Now that's the King James version. I know some of these other versions get a little tricky with the translation. They want to say it's amongst you, it's around you, because those translators tried to get tricky and didn't want you to know that the kingdom of God is not somewhere you go to, but it's something that's within you. But the KJV makes it very clear that the kingdom of God that you're in search of, the kingdom of God you're desiring to get to, will only be found within you.
yeah, if you're a child of God, that's the only way. It's not in everybody.
But you didn't say that though. You said that it was somewhere in paradise, that it's somewhere other
No,
than
no.
within you, that you
Understand.
had to be caught up in the
Understand.
rapture of love in order to get there. Caught up in the rapture of love.
No, what I'm saying to you is this:
No one else.
God is in us, but not His kingdom. His kingdom is not in us, because Jesus said, "I go prepare a place." I think you mentioned that earlier and where I go, you may be also. And then he said,
So
those
Luke
that's in
17 and
Christ.
21 is not telling the truth. Luke 17,
And
I
then,
just quoted
and
you
then
20
he
and
said,
21.
those that die in Christ. So we'll be caught up. Those that die in Christ will be caught up first. So in order for me to get caught up, that means I have to come out of the grave.
Do you know that the Bible is not talking about a physical death? It's talking about a spiritual
Literally
death?
death. Yeah, I know
Exactly.
that. You go from
Exactly.
immortal into
So
mortality.
to
Your
be
soul lives on. I know that.
okay. So if you know this, then you know I'm not talking about the body is God. I'm talking about the I am, the spirit is God. And so if you know that this Bible is not talking about anything physical, why are you now trying to make it physical? Why are you trying to say that heaven is now a physical place if you know that the Bible is talking about a spiritual thing?
I didn't say having a spiritual. I say natural. It's spiritual. I know I'm having spiritual. I know that. Yeah.
Okay.
But the soul that the Bible said, the soul that sin will surely die.
Yeah,
Now,
what does sin mean? So let's break down this scripture.
go ahead.
All that sin shall surely die. So we say death is spiritual, correct?
Yes, indeed.
Okay. And sin, what is sin is? What is sin? So we have to understand what sin is in this scripture. In this scripture. What is sin?
Sin is the falling from God, doing the things that's not pleasing to God.
Like what?
It could be anything: cursing, stealing, fighting, shooting. Well, I would say that pew pew and anything that's not in His will, that's out of His will, not of Him. That's a sin.
But you say anything? So
That's
all these things cannot be in his will?
what I'm saying to you is He gives us the 10 Commandments, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we know thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not curse, thou shalt not
It's curse? Is thou shalt not curse?
say words.
That's part of the 10 Commandments.
Is it? It might not be there, but I put that in the
Okay,
down.
yeah, I think we're trying to add on to
No, no.
script,
But
but
we know what sin is. Sin is anything that don't connect with God.
no, we don't know what sin is because I know what sin is. You're giving me sin based on tradition and religion. However, the translation of sin just means to miss the mark. It's the word, I think it's hamartia from the Greek, meaning to miss the mark. It's a archery term. So whenever you miss your aim and goal in life, that's when you're sinning.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm breaking it down more, but it's the same thing.
However, those 10 commandments are not things that you can ever break. You can't break those commandments. Because it says thou shall not, which means thou will not, which means thou cannot. You cannot unalive another person. You cannot put another God before yourself. You cannot do those things.
You don't think so?
No, you can't do those things because when you take from another, you're actually taking from yourself. When you unalive another, you're actually unaliving self.
People do it every day.
When you put another God before self, that's you creating an illusion, but it's not real.
You'd be surprised how many people put their cars, their house, their money in front of God. At one time, they went to church. They stopped going to church. Now my job became my God, my money, my car, this and that, my wife, kids.
Yeah, you think that you gave something else power. That's part of the illusion. You think that something else outside of you has power. Thing is, you created that though. You created that illusion, thinking that the money was the power. So again, you can't put anything before you because you're the creator. You're creating it all.
Yeah, I agree.
Right. So if you agree with that, what's the problem with you saying you're God? If you understand that because that's all being God means, to create. See how we got here? That's all being God means. To be like God means to be a creator. And you just agreed with me that
No, I'm not agreeing to say I'm God.
You did just agree that we create things, because that's all
I'm
being
not agreeing
God
with you
is.
say I'm God. I'm agreeing with everything else you said, but me, I'm not God. Let me tell you why I'm not God. Let me tell you why. I had personal encounters with Him to know that I'm not Him. And I know it's dangerous for me. Anybody can say what they want to say, but me, best I swagger, I would never do it. I know too much about Him. That's just my argument there,
Yeah, I feel you. I'm just telling you, you're not separate from God. You're one. You're like the Christ that says, I and my Father are one, but my Father is greater. That's all I'm saying.
And let me
You're
show you.
aware to
You
see
know
that.
what?
Hmm?
That was a I ain't calling you him, but that was a tactic that the enemy used on Eve. If you think about it,
What's the tactic?
the tactic was when God told Adam in the garden about everything,
Mm-hmm.
and he fell asleep, and God made Eve.
Mm-hmm.
Satan goes to him and goes, "Hey, look, God said if you eat of this tree, you're gonna die, but you're not gonna surely die.
Mm-hmm.
You will be like him, know right from wrong."
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying to you? So you tricked her.
No, but the thing is, she didn't die, but surely die.
Yeah, spiritually.
So
Yeah,
you will die, but you won't surely die. So where's the lie?
yeah.
How did he trick her?
You tricked her.
He
Yeah.
didn't trick her. He told her the truth.
Well, you're right. You're right. You did tell her.
There was no trick
Yeah,
there.
you're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. Yeah, you did. You're
See,
right.
I'm glad that you honest when we can point out that
Yeah. Yeah.
you're
Yeah.
right, because the serpent in ancient texts, which the script is, it only means wisdom. Wisdom was speaking to Eve represents the subconscious mind. Wisdom was talking to itself. See, I know you take the Bible literal. You think that the Bible is about some two people that started and populated the world, and they were given these lists of this one law not to do this, and they disobeyed, and so now that curses the rest of anyone that comes after them. That's not how I see it, because when I was in religion, when I was a Christian, that is how I saw it. I saw it exactly that way. That these two people were the first people. They were told to populate the earth and be fruitful and multiply. And, they were given this one command. Well, actually, they weren't given a command. One person was given the command. Somehow Eve gets the fall. She's the one blamed, but she wasn't even given the command. It was
Yeah.
actually Adam who was given the command. So it
Yeah.
wasn't until Adam ate that the problem happened, but somehow we like to blame Eve. Because what if Adam had just said, "No, babe, we ain't gonna do that. I know I told you what God said, and I know you're trying to convince me," but he could have just stood his ground and be like, "No, we ain't gonna do that. Because God said not
Yeah.
to, because the commandment was to me." But hey, it was when he ate off the tree is
Yeah.
when, right? So it's telling you that once your mind decides something, the body has to follow. So Eve
Right. Agree.
represented the body, right? She represented the subconscious mind. Because she comes from the body, right? She comes from the rib. This is the DNA that is split, the atom that is split, not Adam, Adam, but atom, Atom. This Bible is about psychology, anatomy, neurology, astronomy, cosmology, astrology. It's all that. It's not about two people that existed in time and space, and because of their one transgression, the rest of humanity has to experience this curse.
Yeah.
No, it's about the fall of mind into duality to experience the world of polarity. And then the New Testament is telling you what happens when you awaken out of the law of polarity into the law of oneness. That's all this Bible is about. But religion took it and condemned man, condemned the mind, and said you're unworthy, you're undeserving unless you have a savior. That's where religion hijacked the Bible and created Christianity. But that's not the point of script. The point of script is to remind you of who you are, not to remind you of who God is and how to worship God and that you're in need of a savior.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hear you. But yeah, look, I go. It was good talking to you.
Oh yeah, it was good talking to you as well.
Yeah, right
Have a
now.
great day. Hello, Spark.
What's the deal? What's the deal? How everybody doing?
Great, great, great.
So look, you know what I'm saying? I feel what you're saying, but I do disagree. Now, where I do agree with you at is taking the Bible at literal value. You know what I'm saying? I feel like that's where people got it wrong. Me personally, I'm not a religious person, but I do subscribe to Christ. You feel me? And I do read the Bible, and I feel like the Bible is a good way to live your life. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So when they say when you're sinning and you shouldn't do these things, you're doing things of the flesh. You feel me? And you're feeding your flesh when you should be feeding your spirit. And that's why, like, one thing I don't agree with a lot of churches, especially like Protestant churches, a lot of black people go to, they don't teach that we have to fast. You feel me? They say,
No,
oh,
we have to who?
fast.
Fast?
Yeah,
Oh
they
no,
say
I went to a Pentecostal church. They definitely taught fasting. I
no.
was taught.
Some of
They
them.
definitely taught fasting.
Some of them. I want to say
We fasted a lot when I was in church. We always went on a 3-day fast. It was always, let's go on a fast before we do a shut in. Let's do it. They always talk about fasting.
but the whole construct of religion, feel me, is just a form of control. And I feel like people are more loyal to going to church than they are to following or to trying to be like Christ.
Mm-hmm.
That's the ultimate goal, is to be like Christ, whether he walk this earth or not. You feel me? He's the epitome of perfect. He was the man that didn't sin. And nobody's perfect. You can just strive to be like him. You know what I'm saying?
I guess no, because now that sounds like double speak. So we're to be like Christ, but we really can't be like Christ. Is that what you're telling me?
I mean, what name one person on this earth that can live life without sinning at all?
When you come into the awakening, you can live life without sinning. The sinning, just here's the thing. You know why you sin? Here's the thing with sin. When you get away from the church mindset, when you get away from the religious mindset,
I'm not.
let me tell you, I'm finna show you how you do not sin.
Before,
When you stop creating goals. When you stop creating goals, you cannot sin. Because sin only means to miss your mark or miss your aim in life. So when you stop creating goals, you cannot sin. Because then you won't miss your aim or goal in life.
Okay, now may I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
So what if my goal is to lead everyone astray and to get people to do fleshly desires and have orgies and have sex with the same sex and do evil things? What if that's my goal?
Why is that? So you consider that to be evil? People having orgies, people sleeping with same sex, that's evil to you?
Very much so.
Interesting.
Doing are you familiar with the occultic practices and esoteric knowledge?
Well, that's what we're talking about here. We're talking about occult practices and esoteric knowledge. Because occult just means that which is hidden. Esoteric is the same thing. So that's what we're talking about. The Bible is hidden knowledge. To the literal minded, they don't see the deeper meanings of the script. They really think it's about a man who lived 2,000 years ago who showed them the way and had to die for the sins of humanity. When that's not what that script is about.
And that's fine, whether they believe it's literal or it's symbolic.
Mm-hmm.
If you strive to live the way that Christ lived, that's the ultimate goal.
Okay, but you're telling me that the ultimate goal is an impossible feat, though. You're telling me that no one will be able to do it. So you're telling me that God gave you a goal that you will never obtain.
No. The goal isn't to be Christ. The goal is to be like Christ.
Okay, so explain the differences in that. To be like Christ.
To be Christ is to be perfect, to be of no sin, to live a life of no sin.
What does it mean? Okay, so you're saying to be like Christ is to live a life of no. That's why I say here. This is why here's the thing. This is why I don't agree that this person ever. Hold on. This is why I don't agree that this person ever existed in time and space. Because you're telling me that God basically just set you up. No, because here's the thing. You're telling me that God made Christ this perfect example that no one will ever be able to obtain.
No, you mixed up my words though, but it's not about being Christ. It's to be like Christ. Because
and how do you be like Christ? Because you keep telling me how you can't be Christ. So tell me what it means to be like Christ.
Okay. You may have, I'll put it like this. You may have your favorite rapper or whatever, you know what I'm saying? You can't literally be your favorite rapper, but you can do things to be like your favorite rapper.
I don't need an analogy. I need you to tell me what it means to be like Christ. Just tell me what it means to be like Christ.
Okay, calm down. I'm just giving you an example.
No, but you're not answering the question because you said it, and I said, okay, tell me what it means to be like him.
I didn't come on here to argue with you, okay?
I know we're not arguing, but if you're going to bring forth a statement and I ask you to, quantify it, then just give me an example of being like Christ. Don't give me an example of I can't be like a rapper. Like, that's not what?
That was an example. Someone trying to be like a rapper but can't be that rapper. Someone trying to be like Christ but you can't be that.
Well, we're not saying that's not the question. You just told me I can't be Christ, but I'm supposed to be like Christ, correct?
Yes.
So how does one be like Christ is the
You're
question.
supposed to follow the commandments. You're supposed to be obedient. You're supposed to live. You try to live a life of sin. We're not perfect, so we're going to sin. It's inevitable. We're going to sin. It's gonna happen.
What does perfection mean for you?
Perfection means a person of no sin. Literally, no sin at all.
But that's not what perfection means.
So do you
It
think
means to be complete and whole and lacking no good thing. And your script tells you to be holy as I am holy. That you were given all things pertaining to life and godliness. So actually your script tells you you are perfect. It actually tells you that. But you're telling me, no, it don't say that. Actually, it does. Actually, you could go look up those scripts. For God has given you all things pertaining to life and godliness. You already have it. And it also says to be perfect as I am perfect, which means to operate in your completeness, in your wholeness, and know that you don't lack anything, that you already have all things.
Yes.
But you can fight for limitation if you want to. It's your choice.
You didn't have all things. What I'm saying is that there's a duality, right? It's positive and negative. That's just how the world works. Everything that has to do with energy goes off positive and negative. When you put batteries in your remote, there's a positive and a negative side, or it wouldn't work.
Well, I guess my thing is, if that's the case, then the Christ should have sinned then, because he should experience positive and negative, but he didn't.
Right.
How according to the mythology of Christianity, how is he an example for us when he wasn't like us? How could he be my example? He don't know what good and evil is. He only knew good. He didn't experience duality. But you said that's how the world works. The world operates in duality. So how is Christ that came to be a human didn't experience being human?
I'm trying to tell you, he did experience evil when he went on that 40-day fast and he was walking up that mountain and the devil tempted him and said, if you come with me and I'll give you everything that you want on this earth. And he denied it. That's him being tempted. You get what I'm saying?
No, but that's not him. That's not him being like you, because the thing is, you tell me when you're tempted, you're going to fall. But when he's tempted, he's never going to fall. So he's not like you. Exactly. He's not an example for you, because he's not showing you what it's like to fall and get up again. He's showing you what it's like to never, ever have to fall.
Look, what I'm saying is we can't be him. We can only strive to be like him. And when we strive to be like him, that means we're doing our best. We can. Now, that being said, when you know when you're doing something wrong. You know when you're doing something you're not supposed to be doing. Sometimes you may be doing something you're not supposed to be doing, and you don't know that you.
What does that mean? Who's saying what I should and shouldn't be doing? What is I'm supposed to? What am I supposed to be doing? What is that? What is it I shouldn't be doing?
Now, see, now we're getting somewhere, because now it comes down to what side are you on? Because it could be looked at either way. You may be looking at one side of the coin, like, I'm doing the right thing. This is what I'm supposed to be doing. I'm supposed to be sacrificing babies. I'm supposed to be, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You know what I'm saying? On the other side of the coin, they'll be looking at, I'm supposed to be abstaining from sex. I'm supposed to be. So it's all perspective. You get what I'm saying? It's all on where you're at and where you fit at. Do you fit on this side of the coin or this side of the coin? It's your decision to choose.
Okay. And then what happens with my decision?
You'll find out.
I'll find out. Okay. I guess I just, I don't have to wait to find out. I know, but okay. I receive, I receive that.
As far as like, okay, so what do you believe in? What do you feel like is righteous to you?
What is righteous? Right thinking, love. Love is right thinking. So all those hypotheticals you gave about doing something with quote unquote evil to another, the whole sacrificing of baby, that would never enter my mind because I operate in love. So love doesn't allow me to see you as less than. I'm not going to be envious of you. I'm not going to ever want to take anything from you, unalive you, do anything to you because I'm going to do as the two commandments in the New Testament tells you that sums up the law and the prophets. Love thy God with all thy heart and that's all that is within me, and to love my neighbor as myself because you are me. I am God. And together there's only one.
I'm not buying it. I don't know. You might be putting on a little front.
Okay, well, hey, I'm not here to convince you of anything. So I'm not here to convince you of anything. So
I don't know you personally.
I mean, you don't have to.
I'm just going off discernment. I don't know you personally.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? That's all.
Okay,
You might be very.
I'm not trying to convince you of anything. So hey,
No, I get that. I get that. But you have to go through that. Like that's just how life is. People don't think that I'm a follower of Christ because I'm not perfect. You know what I'm saying? Like I cuss sometimes. I be doing. I know I be fucking up sometimes.
what you cuss? Why is cuss a sin? Why is cussing a sin?
It's expression.
So
And
which cuss words are you can't be talking about bitch because that just means female dog. You cannot say that's a cuss word.
it's not the word. It's the intention behind the word. It's the emotion behind the word. It's not the.
Bitch. So I'm saying it right now. Bitch.
Should I be saying that shit too? Hey.
Huh?
Should I be saying that shit too?
I know I'm saying, but am I sinning when I do that?
Technically, yes, you are.
Oh, okay. Well, damn, I ain't never going to heaven then.
See, don't say that.
You see, I know heaven is not a place you go to. Heaven is something you experience within.
Not even you can judge yourself. So what do you think happens when
Nothing.
there's nothing at all?
Nothing happens. I just depart the body and I just keep on moving on. I'm moving on.
Have you ever experienced
Oh,
the natural realm, the supernatural realm?
I'm moving on. I'm just moving on past this personality known as Toya, and
No,
I
and I
want
love
to.
it, and I love that you yourself, and I fuck with that. I'm not no, I keep it real. Like I love when people are themselves unapologetically. You know what I'm saying? I can't tell you what to believe. I'm not one of those people that try to force people into what I believe in.
Right, right.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I love people who live in their truth. You know what I'm saying? But I also like to learn from people. You know what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I feel you. We all learn from one another. We all. I don't know necessarily if it's learning or we're just enjoying one another's perspectives and just hoping to come away with a non-judgmental way of thinking. Unfortunately, many of us, when we talk to people that don't agree with us, is more of a, you shouldn't think that. You need to think like me. You need to see life the way I see it, as opposed to, oh, that's a different way of seeing things. I never thought about that.
I don't know why people do that. I'm sorry for cutting you up.
Go
I
ahead.
don't know why people do that when God gives us free will. He gives us the choice to do what we want to do. If I want to go walk outside and slap a baby in his face right now, I have the free will to do that. You feel what I'm saying? Not saying I would do that because I feel like morally, I feel like that's bad. But people have the free will to do what they want to do and believe in what they want to believe in. Who am I to tell somebody that they wrong? You know, like
Yeah.
I just like to hear different.
The thing is, religion does tell people that they're wrong because they say if you don't think the way we think, your end is, not a good place. But Spark, I'm gonna go to Dorier. Hello, Dorier. Are you there? You just have to unmute. I don't know, Dorier. Dorier, are you there? Star
Oh,
Six.
good day. Good day.
Good
Let me put
day.
it on. Uh,
I don't know. Maybe she got a. Hello, hey, Keisha. Hello, Jay. Hello, everyone. Hey. I know 45,000 interpretations. Oh my goodness. The truth is very convoluted, right? It's very, it's like, man. Starseed, are you there? I don't know if Starseed meant to come up. Hey, Deep Connections. I am the truth. What you mean I didn't want to hear the truth? I am the truth, the way, and the life. I am the resurrection. I am. Oh, thank you. Is that Noye? Noye? A Noe? I don't know. I think Dorier might have received a phone call. Starseed might have came up by accident. I know usually Starseed. I'm gonna drop Starseed. Starseed might have came up on accident. Was there pause too? Lover of the East. Did you have anything else you wanted to say? Noye.
Yes. Matter of fact, I do. You had brought up the point of, you said in the garden that the serpent was wisdom,
Mm-hmm.
and you had mentioned Eve, and you said she was. What did you say Eve was?
She's representative of different layers. She can represent the body. She can represent the subconscious mind, the womb of creation, just depending on how you're going to unravel that story. But it's not about a person that existed in time and space. It's about the mind. The Bible is layered, many layers.
Okay, you got a point there. Now this this quote unquote God that became so angry because wisdom came up to your description of Eve, your interpretation of Eve, and obtained this wisdom and partook of this particular tree, which I believe is a metaphor of some kind, but it represented knowledge, wisdom, and knowledge. And apparently, this God became so infuriated that he put put man out, and humanity went into this.
Right, where it's not God being infuriated, it's what happened to consciousness. Consciousness left its Edenic state when it took on the belief of two powers. That's all that tree represents. The belief that there's a such thing as a good and evil, when the mind, which is what Adam and Eve represents, the conscious mind and the subconscious mind, the divine masculine and divine feminine, when they, through wisdom, decided to experience duality, consumed or ate of the tree or took on the belief in two powers, they fell from the Edenic state. And now they're going to experience this dream world called the third dimension, which only operates from duality.
Okay, you said they fell from the Adamic state.
Edenic, Eden. Eden was the place of there was only oneness. There's only, there's no good and evil. There's only God. There's only good. But God desiring, consciousness desiring to experience itself, came into the world of form and left Eden, the world of oneness, the world of unity, and decided to experience the world of duality. This story is about the soul's journey to descension, from ascension to descension, back to ascension.
So would you say that, okay, so God wanted to experience the physical world? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Which I wouldn't, that's why we don't like saying God. We like saying consciousness, source.
So
I know the Bible
consciousness, or
says God, but when you think of God, you start thinking of, oh, it's this being outside of you that's looking down on humanity and created humanity. But when you see it as source, energy, consciousness, awareness, wanted to experience physicality. And that story, the Genesis story, is just telling you how that came into being. That's why it's the Genesis. It's the beginning of
right.
duality. It's the beginning of the soul's journey of forgetfulness back to oneness, back to remembrance.
So, so would you say that would you say the source is all knowing? When you say the source is all knowing, why would source need to experience the physicality of creation if that being is all knowing? Why would they need to experience this?
Why not? It's just like going to a football game, like eating ice cream, like just for the experience. The whole you kind of answered the question in the question. Just to have the experience, just for expansion. That's all. It's just for the experience. Like the reason why we do anything that we do is just to have experience. Why we go to a movie and we know that a scary movie and a slasher film, or we watch comedy or whatever, just for the thrill, just for the excitement of it, just for the way it makes us feel, just to have the experience. Yes, we are God with skin on. I like that. We are God. We are source, individualized, undivided. We are
But
consciousness.
okay, so if we wanted to experience the physicality of things, we just wanted to just have this experience, but in this duality, I mean, not look at all the pain and the suffering and the sorrow,
But you
even
were
right
told
now.
that would happen, but you still decided to do it. You still decided to experience it, even though you were told that if you take on this belief system that you would die spiritually. You're told that. I'm gonna put every tree in this garden in your mind. The garden represents your mind. And I have the tree of life and I have the tree of death. The tree of good and evil. Once you take on that belief, just know now you're going to suffer a spiritual death. You're going to forget who you are. And when you forget who you are, you act as such. And so in the
So you
world
think,
of good and evil, the spectrum is vast. It's infinite on both sides, right? The good gets really good and the evil gets really evil. Correct? That spectrum is infinite on both sides. And just when man think it has outdid itself in the evil, oh, it trumps it. It said, oh, hold my bill. You want to see it. You thought that was evil. Let me show you what evil really looks like. So we
so we
create atom
chose
bombs, we create drones, we create, this is like, here's the thing though. I know you may not, so from my perspective, this is what I accept about this third dimensional world which we find ourselves in. I see it as just a dream state. It's like a video game. It's like a movie that you're watching on the screen, on the silver screen. And your world is your silver screen. Your world is your screen of space. And based on your own individualized conception of your world, what you believe is true, what you accept as a reality is what you're going to experience personally. So how I perceive reality and how you perceive reality is vastly different. So then we're going to experience this world from two perspectives. So the world I live in will never be the world you live in because you don't think like me. In the world you live in, I'll never live in because I don't think like you. Could our worlds collide and entangle and we meet up and we have a shared experience of our perspectives? Yes. We could end up in the same room. We could have a conversation. We could be at a football game, a basketball game. We could be enjoying the movie together. But guess what? you and that person is still experiencing a different world, because even though you're watching the same movie, you're going to come with a different perspective about it. And so I look at this world as just a movie. None of the people in the world are real. They're playing out roles based on my assumptions. So I don't see people, I see assumptions about people. So if I think my world is cruel, if I think my world is hard, if I think that people manipulate, lie, unalive, steal, then that's what I'm going to see. I'm writing that script. And so someone has to come and play the part, because I believe that's a reality for me personally.
Okay. Okay.
And then once I changed my mind, which I did, and I started saying, you know what? Actually, my world is a beautiful place. Actually, when I go out into my world, I see amazing people. I see friendly people. I see exciting people. I see people bending over backwards to, engage with me, have wonderful conversations with me, wanting to do things for me. I'm going to get free upgrades and stuff. I'm going to get the red carpet rolled out for me. Every experience is going to be an amazing experience because I decide that it will be.
Okay.
And so I don't watch the news, because the news is a propaganda machine. They want you to think a certain way, and they feed you information to get you to think a certain way.
It is.
And if I did watch the news, it's entertainment purposes only. Let me see what Trump talking about, because I know he know. He know. Most people in government do know. They all know they're playing a role, they're playing a part. And they all have an agenda, and they have what they want their world to look like. And they know that once the masses' eyes get on them, they know that everybody's going to fall in line, because they're just playing a part that they're giving them. They're giving them the script, and people eat it up. They eat the script up. They want to give fear. They want to give terror. The folks get to looking at it, and they get to talking about it, and they're just energizing it. But I say that's not the reality I want to live in. So if I do take a peek at it, I'm going to remind myself, oh, this is just a play. It's just a game. This shit ain't real. Change the channel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just the fact that we would choose to come here and, just for the experience, and like it's a game, and not to really take things seriously, per se.
Right.
I find it. I just find it difficult.
So what do you think the
not
purpose is?
to put order to chaos. That's what I believe. I believe there is a mission, a purpose, not to just do things just based on an experience. If I come from source, which I believe I come from source, I would have to give source enough credibility to understand that this is the being from whom all creators come from, and I come from source. So I would have to give him enough credit to say wherever I go, whatever I'm supposed to do, it would have to be with a doggone good purpose and reason for me to do it, and not just an experience.
And so is everyone a creator, or is only some people a creator? Is everyone creator? Is everyone coming from source, or not everyone is coming from source?
This is what I believe. And not everyone comes from source. Okay. Now, this might sound a bit crazy, but it's kind of a long story. But I believe that when we came from source to set order to this realm right here, there were eons of endless wars to set things in motion, to set things in order. And I believe that there were casualties. I believe that they were able to obtain parts of our consciousness and learned how to place them within a being they created in their image. That's what I was talking about in the book of Genesis, when it said that God created man in his own image. They created a part of our former form and placed it. They were able to place it in a body that was subject to their desires and their whims.
Yeah,
And
I get that. I remember you saying that. I just don't want to rehash that story. So how do you see you bringing order to a chaotic world? What is your role to bring order to chaos?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I just got here. I just got here to this realm. I don't know if it's my first time, but I believe it's my first time. This is my personal belief. And I believe that as I mature, at first I had to awaken to the fact that, hey, something's not right here. And now that I've awakened, I'm on a journey to becoming who it is that I really am. I'm discovering things about who I really am, where I come from, and the reason why I truly am here. And as I awaken, I find myself becoming enlightened, more powerful, knowledgeable. Everything is increasing exponentially. And I'm aware of things that I otherwise would not have paid attention to, that would slip under the radar. Everything from this creation itself, the planet we live on, the so-called stars of heaven, different, just what they really are. All these, everything from the Grand Canyon to supposedly Antarctica, and I found out a lot of things, and I questioned a lot of things. Just to give you an example, I have an Encyclopedia Britannica that has the map of this hemisphere, and in that encyclopedia, it's surrounded by an ice wall. Then I have another map. I have another map from Encyclopedia Britannica 1972, and the ice wall was removed, and they changed it to. It's been changed to North Pole, South Pole, Antarctica, and it's changed again. And and then I look at the Antarctic Treaty, and it has nothing but European nations, and they won't allow a man beyond the 90th or the 44th parallels. And they use their military to guard the seas around this hemisphere. And these are the things that I used to ignore or I wasn't aware of, and now I'm questioning, why is it that you're blocking mankind from going beyond these certain parallels? And the Grand Canyon, I'm like, they have all these forbidden zones in the Grand Canyon. I'm like, and from what I understand, they've discovered a lot of ancient Egyptian, not just Egyptian, but ancient structures, artifacts, you name it. It's been a whole lot discovered, but they will not allow us to go into the northern part. 90% of that, most of us have never seen.
Yeah, I'm going to interject here because I think you're getting away from the question. Does it sound like, so you don't have a plan yet? You don't know what you're going to do because you're just coming into all this new information? Is that what you're telling me? Feel like you have a mission, but you just don't know what that mission
Yeah,
looks like.
yes.
Okay,
I'm
because it could
discovering.
have just been like, I don't know. I just feel like you just want to
Hmm.
share what you've
Yeah,
learned, what you come to know, and I've heard all of that. I'm sure a lot of people have too, and some people are just choosing not to go down that rabbit hole. They decide to go
well,
down a different rabbit hole because that rabbit hole will just keep you looking on the outside and looking at what they're doing, what they're doing, what they're doing. And my mind just want to go, what am
well,
I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? How do I want my life
well,
to live? Not how the government is keeping things from us and how they saying this is a no-fly zone and this and you can't go here and you can't go there. If I have a desire to go and I feel like it's something that can be possible and things have to be changed for me to want to be in that part of the world, then it will happen. And I'm not going to, have sleepless nights worried about what the government doing, what the government not doing. That's just me though. That's just me. And I know everybody
yeah,
not seeing it from that perspective. But hold on now, hold
yeah,
hold on there. I'm going to bring Jay into the conversation.
sure.
Hello, Jay.
Hi, how are you?
Great. How are you?
Oh, good.
Good.
I just have a question. I believe in most of the stuff that you're talking about. It resonates. It's kind of on the same wavelength that I'm on. But I have always struggled with God wants to experience physicality. If He's already everything that is that could ever exist, how can He have a desire to want to experience something?
How could who want to have a desire to experience something?
Consciousness, God.
Source wanting to, because source is not any different than you. So you have a desire to want to do things, correct? Source is not separate from you. Do you not have desires to do things?
Yes, but I did not create myself. Source created all. So why would it have a desire for anything if it already created everything that is?
Well, you're right. Source created the dream state because this is a dream world. So this is just the mind of consciousness. None of this is real. Matter isn't real. Matter is the illusion.
I get that.
Right. So it's just dreaming. It's dreaming. That's all
Okay.
consciousness is doing, is dreaming.
I
And we
still
are the
don't.
imagination of consciousness.
I get all of that, but I still don't understand if I created all. How can I need to
Why
experience
are you saying need?
something?
Why are you putting need? I don't think it
Need,
needs to.
maybe
Decided to.
desire, whatever word. Why would it have to, need to, want to, whatever the word you want to put there, experience something that it created?
Because it's consciousness. It could do whatever it wants to, and it decided it wanted to do this. Why isn't that sufficient? I'm source, I'm energy. I decided to do this, so I'm going to do it. Why does it need a reason?
It just doesn't go along with everything else that is being said, that if it created all, then that's it. The explanation that we're using of why we human beings are here is so that it can experience physicality doesn't really go along with that of it created all, so it does not need to try to experience or want to experience or decide to experience reality because it already is reality. It already is the experiences that we're experiencing. So that's the part that I'm still a little bit like, as far as the explanation of human beings and what we're going through.
Right, because I think you're trying to make it logical, because that's what our human side wants to bring logicalness to it. And so I'm going to refer to the script now. Consciousness takes the foolish things of the world to confound the wise. This is illogical. It does not make sense that which knows itself wants to experience itself in infinite ways. How does that logically make sense? It's illogical.
But we're using logic for everything else that we're explaining, so why can't we use it for this too?
How are we using logic for everything that we explain?
Everything else that you've been talking about, it seems very logical.
It's logical to you, but to many people, especially a lot of religious-minded people, don't see this as logical. They say this is the most illogical thing that I'm saying, to say that matter isn't solid, that this world is an illusion, it's a matrix, it's make-believe, it's a dream world. To a lot of people, that's very illogical. You only resonate with this.
Correct. So
Most
that's
of the world does not resonate with this.
yeah. So
Most of
that's
the world
why.
would call us delusional and crazy and out of our goddamn mind. Cause
Yeah,
what?
but I'm talking about us, our conversation. Everything that you're saying seems to come from a logical place. It makes sense. But this part, I'm still a little like, oh, what happened to the logic for this part?
Yeah, and I don't think that anything I say that's something that's going to come from a revelation from within your own consciousness to make that make sense. Because regardless of what I say, you're going to make it illogical. Again, so it's no different than if I'm talking to a religious minded or an atheist and I'm saying these things. Anything what I'm saying, they were like, that doesn't resonate with me. That makes absolutely no sense. This is like someone was saying, this is a chaotic experience. It makes no sense what's going on. Like, do you not see what's going on in the world? How would you not want to make it right? Why don't you want to save people from themselves? Why do you want to allow people to experience their own path? A lot of people will question that. Why don't you want to intervene? And don't you see the starving children? Don't you see the wars that's happening? Don't you see the inhumanity to humanity? Why don't, and my thing is, these things was happening way before I came into physical form, before I put on this personality. And it will continue to go on once I depart this personality. So I'm not here to save the world. I'm here to experience my own perspective, my own individualized mirror.
I agree. Then so I guess that's just as it is. It is what it is. Then my other question was, you were saying that we're here for I believe when you were talking to the guy Sparky, I don't remember his name. Something about that missing the mark. If we have goals, we can't miss the mark. Can you elaborate on that?
Right, because that's all sin means. So if you just live life with no judgment, you'll never sin. You'll never say, oh, I didn't attain this, or I can't believe I missed this, or I never got that. If you just saw life just as an experience without the need to create goals, I must reach this, I must make this amount of money, I must do this thing right here, because then people live a life of disappointment because they always feel like they can never attain the thing that they want. But if you just see life as an experience and remove the judgment from it.
No, I think you didn't understand my question. What you said was, if you have goals, you cannot miss the mark. So I asked, how is that possible?
How's it what possible? Not to have goals?
No, you said, because when you were saying what is sin, I was in the comments saying it's missing the mark. That that's the definition of it. So
Right.
you were telling the gentleman, if you have goals, you cannot miss the mark.
Well, I said if you don't have goals.
Oh, okay.
If you
Maybe
don't have goals, then you can't sin. That's what I said.
maybe I misheard. Okay.
Yeah.
And then my last question was, if we're experiencing, because I do believe that we're co-creators, I do believe that we are some of what's happening in our world, we are making up, and some of it was already there. And when you were mentioning to the guy that our worlds collide, and that you don't watch the news, so that does not affect your world, how do we, or what is your perspective on where we have to collide with other people? So when we collide with them, that's where reality comes in. Even if we're living, okay, I'm positive, I only experience good things. When we collide with someone else and they're not experiencing whatever, how do we still not like acknowledge reality? Because I've noticed in some lives that it's almost like we don't want to acknowledge that there's bad in the world because we are trying to only experience good or what we create, but there's other things going on.
Yeah, great question. So the thing is though, good and bad is relative because it's about your assumptions about it. Because something that you're experiencing, you could say it's the worst thing in the world. Another person can experience the same thing, and it's the best thing that could ever happen to them. It really is perspective. And so when I told the gentleman that our lives can be entangled, which means we can end up in the same space physically, but we're not in the same space mentally. That's so that We don't accidentally end up with another person. Everyone comes into your experience because you drew them in. You're the magnet drawing everyone into your experience based on your assumptions. So the person that comes into your experience, I don't care who it is, they're there because of your assumptions about life. And so you're going to experience them based on your own thoughts. You're the only thinker in your world. So if they come and tell you their quote unquote issue or problem, you have the ability to perceive what they're saying from a different perspective. You don't have to agree with what they're telling you as a bad thing. You can transmute it, alchemize it, and say, well, actually, it doesn't matter what's happening in your reality. It's all working for your good. Don't judge it right away. Let it play out and see that it benefits you. I don't know how, just know that it is.
So, how do we explain when we're born and we're given to these parents that they can only do what they can because of the knowledge that they have, and their mindset affects the way you're raised and the things that happen to you and the way you think? And it is not necessarily, sometimes it goes good, sometimes it doesn't. Understand that bad and good are, again, perspective, but in the general sense, consensus of, well, we have kids who sometimes they're given to abusive parents, or parents who just neglect them of love. Because I think a lot of what's going on right now in the world is a lack of love from generations and generations before, and that's why we're in the state that we're in. Yes, some people triumph out of it and some people don't. They experience a lot of bad things, again with quotations. Um, what's your perspective on that, as to us drawing that to ourselves? Because for me personally, I'm going through some storms in life and I'm looking back at my childhood and I'm like, well, the reason why I attracted that type of person is because I was raised by this type of person. If I wasn't raised by that type of person and given that mindset, maybe I wouldn't have attracted that. It might have been different. What's your perspective on that?
Yeah, so then it's reconciliation, right? So it's like when you come to this awareness, you look back at life and you're like, well, my parents, as you just said, just didn't know. They didn't know how to be loving, so they operated from fear. And so me knowing now that the world is fear-based, is not based in love, it's fear-based. So everything is coming from a place of they're passing down trauma to trauma, which some people will call generational curses, right? Until you, as the being that breaks the curse, how do you break the curse? Because you awaken. And you
No,
awaken.
but before we get to that point of where I'm at now, trying to break generational curses, I attracted certain things because of them. That was not necessarily me. It was them putting stuff in
Right,
me.
right. They programmed you, right? They programmed
Correct.
you through
So
fear, through a
how,
fear-based mentality, right?
correct.
So
So
that's how
how,
you attracted the other things, because of the programming, because of the conditioning, because they don't know that thoughts create reality. They don't know that their vibration, that they are feeding and putting these things into you based on their limited understanding of what love looks like and what love is. They have no knowledge. They're only doing what they were told to do by their parents, and their parents are doing what they do until someone decides, I'm going to choose differently.
yeah, but my question is, I didn't attract that because that came from them. So that's what I was asking about. I
I get what
didn't
you're
attract.
saying. So you think that your parents, that you didn't choose your parents? Is that what you're saying? You
I,
you don't think that you chose your parents? Because
I don't.
we're not talking about the physical form. We're talking about the spiritual you, the soul of you
Correct.
chose those parents.
I'm
You
not.
just forgot that you chose those parents. So
I'm
when
not
you go
sure.
ahead.
I'm not sure if I did. I'm just going based on what we were talking about, that we attract things into our life. And I know a lot of stuff that attracted into my life was based on my parents' decisions, not my decisions. Like, I'm looking at things playing out and I'm like, oh my God, I'm like reliving my parents' life and I wasn't even there when it happened. But somehow they put it in me and now I'm living it. Like, I'm seeing like factual stuff that I can mirror each other. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm living my parents' life. And I had already vowed to do the opposite when I realized at a certain age, like, I don't want to live like them. I want to do different. But it seemed like it was already in the process. It was already destined to happen, because as much as I was going against it, somehow I still ended up doing almost identical to what my parents did. And I didn't even realize it when it was happening. I'm not realizing it in retrospect. So I'm like, how did I attract that? Because as a child, and even for me, I'm a very loving, caring person and want to see the best in everyone, but yet somehow I still attracted that from them. That wasn't from me.
Yeah, and most people would not see the correlation that you are a reflection of them. They are a reflection of you. There's no separation there. I think you still want to operate from now they're them and I'm me, and neither the twain shall meet. And I'm telling you, no, they're actually you, you're actually them. And the reason why you're experiencing what you're experiencing is because of your belief system, yes, that were given to you by them. Yes, they gave you your belief system. They conditioned you. They programmed you. They told you this is the way life is. And as much as you wanted to say, I'm not going to be like them, I'm not going to be like them. But guess what you were doing? You were giving your attention to not being like them. And this is how consciousness works. Consciousness does not care what you say. It cares what you give your attention to. So you are giving your attention to the very thing you didn't want to happen. And that's why the thing happened. Because consciousness doesn't speak negative. It doesn't know negative. It doesn't know no. It only knows what you give your attention to. So as much as you were saying, I'm not going to do this, I'm not going to do this, what are you focused on? The thing that you don't want to do. Had you focused on being the thing that you really wanted to be, whatever that was, and not focusing on not being that, but on what it is you wanted to be, you would have had a different experience.
I don't know if I agree with that, but because I don't feel that I was just focusing on negative, because I did a lot of
I
opposite.
didn't call it negative. I didn't call it negative. You said that your aim was not to be like your parents.
Correct, but I don't know
But
that.
that's what the focus was, to not be them. You weren't saying who you wanted to be. You were saying who you didn't want to be.
I
Do
don't
you
know
understand what I'm
that.
saying?
I understand what you're saying, but I don't know that that is true. I don't feel like
Right.
I was
But you can prove it
focused.
to yourself, because you can decide right now to think on what you want and see if it'll play out. Because you don't have to take what I'm saying. I know it's true because I've done it. So when it comes to things that we experience as children through our parents who didn't know, how I reconcile it is I operate in forgiveness. I say, they didn't know, I didn't know, so why am I going to hold them blameless? They didn't know what they were doing no more than I knew what I was doing. So why am I going to penalize myself and carry around this hurt, carry around this trauma, carry around this unforgiveness, and beat myself up for choices I made when I didn't even know what was going on?
I'm not sure if you're speaking about you, but that's not where I'm at.
I just said me.
Oh, I didn't hear. That's why I said I don't know if you're speaking about you, because that's not
Right,
where I am at.
right. I'm saying that's what I said. That's how I reconciled it. I
Oh,
said
I didn't.
I reconciled it
Yeah,
from
I
that.
didn't hear that part.
Right. I reconciled it from that perspective, that when I look at how I was raised and the things that I wish would have been differently, and that I would have gotten more love or got, whatever the case is, I decided that I wasn't going to live in the past, because the past only exists in my mind. And I, being the operant power, being God, can transmute any past experience, and I can rewrite the story. I can say, actually, my childhood was this way. Actually, I had loving parents. Actually, I can, because this world is so imaginary, it's so make believe, I can rewrite the script. And then to the point that I accept the new version, my world has to reflect that.
I get it. I
Yep.
get it.
Yeah.
May I say something?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Would you agree that this is a realm of matter itself, right? Tangible things you can feel, you can touch, smell, all of the senses are activated. Sight, smell, touch, you name it. You feel joy, but you also feel pain. You feel happiness, but you also feel grief. You experience a multitude of emotions and all these things. These, to me, these things are tangible and real. These are real experiences. You had, because when you say that it's not real, I definitely would have to disagree with you. It is real. Those people over in Pakistan, I mean not Pakistan, where Israel is genociding the Palestinians, the children over there. I mean, is that's real? Their suffering is real. I'm doing better in my existence, but their suffering is real. So as a part of what I was telling you about our mission, it's our responsibility to do something about their suffering so that they will know, so that they can be delivered from their suffering, so that they can have a clear mind, a good environment, good clean water, good food, so that they will have a chance, as I have a chance, to be able to fight against this chaos. That is what I've been saying all along.
And how are you going to deliver them? How are you going to save them from their woes? What are you going to do?
Well, I'm looking for various ways to do my part. They've already launched different nations have already launched ships to bring
That's not what you're
aid.
doing. I said what you are doing. You're telling me what other people are doing. And here's the thing: I don't want the long dissertation for the conversation. I'm asking what
Right,
you are doing, not what nations of the world are doing, not what
right.
how food is getting over
Finan-
there, and those are they're not
financial
helping. I'm talking
support.
about you specifically. Let's just keep it
Right.
with you.
Financial support.
Okay. That's okay. Okay. Because here's the thing from my perspective to yours is that there is no death. We only depart the body. The body is not who we are. The body is not the real us. The body is the avatar experiencing this simulation, this matrix, this game, this video game.
But
But we're
but if
wearing
we're
an
gods,
avatar.
if we're gods, then why do we have to die?
We don't.
If
We
if
don't.
something did, no,
We
I'm saying
don't.
our bodies. Why do our bodies?
Because the
These
body is the
bodies.
illusion. The body is not even real. It's not even solid. Science tells you that. You can research this. You said you did your research.
It,
Science confirms that the body is not solid. It appears
yes,
to be solid because the rate of motion in which we're experiencing, nothing is solid on this third dimensional plane. From a quantum physics, look up quantum physics. None of
if
this.
I jump from a 20-story building and hit that ground, my body's
That's a
gonna
third
go into.
dimensional. That's a third dimensional principle.
Yeah, but you said it wasn't solid. I'm telling you that it if your body
I
wasn't
mean,
solid, it go through the
to
it go through the
experience
ground.
this third dimensional plane, we take on the belief that it's solid. But here's the thing: I'm not here to convince you of anything. I know we're all having
Right.
experiences, and here's the thing: a lot of religion, a lot of people want to see this per second, and we got to save the world. We got to save the world. You know how many people have come through this world thinking they could save it, and ain't nothing changed. So you're not the first, and won't be the last to come through this third dimensional plane thinking they're going to right the wrong of humanity, and all of a sudden, because they want it to be different, that they're all of a sudden going to change it. The only way you change the reality of your world is you think differently about it. But if you think you have to physically go do something, you think you have to fit, then hey, more power to you. I know reality doesn't change until your mind does. Then you'll experience a different reality.
Um. Okay. Would you accept that mankind has enemies? Would you say that he has enemies? Would you say that we, as a race of beings, would you say that we have enemies or not?
No, the only enemy is your mind.
And see, that's where I have to disagree with you,
And that's
because
okay.
you have to be aware of your surroundings. You have to be aware of
Why does
what is
being
going on.
aware always come with doom and gloom and fear mongering? Why I can't be aware of my
It's not,
beautiful
no,
surroundings?
it's being aware so that you can, so you cannot fight that which you are not
I'm
aware
not
of.
exactly. I'm not here to fight anything.
Well, I am.
Okay.
I'm just telling you, I am. It's not just. It's not just
Clearly,
about.
I
It's
know.
just
I
not
know
just.
from this
It's
conversation,
not about me.
you're aware of that you're
Yes.
here to fight. You're a warrior in this thing, in this game called life.
Yes.
I'm not. I'm not a warrior. I'm not here to fight.
So
I'm here to create.
how,
I'm a creator. I came here to create. I didn't come here to destroy anything.
you
I
have
came
to
to create.
fight, but you don't agree that you would have to fight first in order to have peace, to create. You have things that want to see the world burn. They don't care anything about life itself. Wouldn't you agree that they must be stopped?
Who is they? Who is this they we talking about? What?
Those that are evil, that oppose life itself. Say,
We're just on two different
I'm just saying,
journeys,
okay,
but that's okay. Here's the thing. I'm cool with us being on two different journeys. Like you're on the journey of seeing yourself as someone who has to bring order to chaos. And I just know the chaos that I see is only the chaos within me. And when I bring order to my mind, my world will reflect that.
that's a part of the whole. It's not the complete, but it is a part of the whole. What you're saying is true. Getting yourself together is true, but there's a vast world out here that is real, and it is real for billions of people, and they need
I guess
help.
how do you know this? How do you know it's billions of people living and like you let your life good, but everybody else's life is in hell? Like that's the part I just don't understand. Like, why is it that your life you good, but the way you see the world is just they living horrifically. Like, how come you can say that billions of people actually are living an amazing life, and it's a very small number of people that are suffering from within their own mind? Why is it that the greater can't be the good and the lesser is the evil? Why is it the greater that's the evil and the lesser is the good? But again, this your script, this your world, and you get to have it the way you want it. You writing this movie. It's your movie.
Well,
You get to say it. So whatever you
I'm
say, it
saying
shall
this.
be. However you say it, that's what it shall be. So that's just not my
Yeah,
reality. That's your reality.
I can
And I
I
refuse, and here's the
understand where
thing,
you
this
come
is when I end the conversation, when the conversation always has to go to, but look how bad the world is. Just look how bad the world is. Just look at how bad, sorry, no, you get to
No, it's a
have
matter of.
that bad world. I'm going to live in my world
I'm
where
just
there's
saying. I'm
nothing
just
amazing
saying.
things.
Yeah, you can do that too, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I'm just saying, you have to. It's not just for me. It's not just about me. That's all that I'm saying. I see a vast need. So I'm going to utilize my gifts, my abilities, my powers. You said that we are gods. Why would a god want to keep his invincible power to himself?
Who's saying
If
that
you're a
God is
god,
keeping his invincible powers to himself? You assume because I don't see a decrepit world that I'm not spreading gifts to others. See, I'm not coming from a place that the world needs anything or the world lacks anything. I'm going to come from an abundant place because that's what a God only sees abundance, doesn't see lack. But according to you, God should only see the lack. When the Christ says, "Oh, The reason you're here is to live the abundant life, that your joy may be full, that you may have peace, passing understanding. But no, you want to talk about the problems of the world, and I'm giving you the solution, but you rather focus on the problem. And I'm telling you that the solution is love, and if you act in love, then you'll see love. But you first have to be it in order to see it. You have to be the peace if you want to see the peace. You have to be abundant in order to see the abundance. See, I give out of abundance, not out of a lack. I'm not going to give you something because you need it. I give it because you are it. That's the difference.
That's a part, like I said before, that's a part of a whole. It's not complete,
Yeah,
but
but
it
here's
is
the
a
thing. You
part.
don't get to tell me that my perspective is wrong. I'm not telling yours is wrong. But you don't get to say that every time I say something, but that's the part. That's the part. I never said your perspective was wrong. I said you get to have it. Allow me to have mine. So we're going to end the conversation because every time I say something, you want to tell me how I keep missing the mark. That's you can tell me, oh, but you're not seeing the whole. You're not seeing the whole. You're only seeing it from your perspective. You're damn right, because my
But you
perspective is the
told
only one
me.
that matters in my reality. That's the part you're missing. My perspective is all that matters. I don't need to agree with you, and you don't need to agree with me. So
Right.
let's
But
stop
you did
having
tell
this
me.
conversation as though we're trying to convince one another of something, because we're
No,
not. That's not the purpose of
well,
the
well,
discussion.
yeah, that's not it. But you did tell me that you said that I see. Why can't I see the majority of the world as good as opposed to the majority of the world as bad? You know, you told me you
That was a
gave your
question. I didn't tell you anything. Like you said, I questioned. I didn't say that you should. I asked, why don't you? I'm not telling you you must. See the difference? Exactly. That was a question. That wasn't telling you that's how you should think. I'm just questioning, why don't you think that way? You could have said what I just said. That's not how I see it. It really was a rhetorical question because I already know the answer. You've given to me these last 30 minutes. You told me that you see the world as chaos, in need of a savior. So it was
not
really
a
a
savior.
rhetorical
No,
question because I already
not
know the answer.
no, not a savior like Jesus Christ. Not nothing like that.
I never said that.
But
I said you
I'm
think the
talking.
world is in need of a savior. You told me over and over that it's chaotic and you need to bring order. I never said that you were being Jesus Christ, that you were being,
Well,
strung up on a cross and
I'm
unalive before
saying.
the world. I never said that. I said, but
Well,
you do see the world as
we
needing
as
something from you that you feel they can't get on
yes,
their own, that you need to
and
be the source. You need to be the answer to a chaotic world. You've been saying that
yeah,
over and over and over again.
not right, not just me, but but others, including you. That's what I'm saying. It's not just me. You know.
Yeah. I mean, and I disagree. That's what it is. That's why we had this long discussion, because we don't agree on that.
Okay, that was a good comeback. That was a good comeback. You caught me off guard on that one. That was a good one. Okay, you all right? Good. You did one of my sister's numbers on. Came back on. Okay.
But it's groovy. It's groovy. See how perspective is like someone saying I'm angry. And I was like, angry about what is there to be angry about? And I get it. When people feel like a woman is raising her voice and being passionate, it has to be perceived as anger. But what is there to be angry about? Because someone doesn't see it from my perspective, that's never a reason to be angry. Correct?
Right.
Like, that's never, I'm just passionate, not angry. But, if you perceive it as anger, that's cool. I'm not going to be different because you think I'm being angry. I'm still going to present it. I'm still going to be me. I'm not going to change.
Hey, that's cool. I have no objections to that at all.
Yeah, it's just how I talk, but if I try to be something else, then it's going to be inauthentic, right?
Right.
And I'm not about being, because I'm not trying to convince anyone of anything. I'm not trying to dissuade or persuade someone to see it from my point of view. Either I explain it where you see it from my point of view, or I explain it and you still don't understand what I'm saying. That's okay.
Right. Hey, I'm cool with it. I'm
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah. I'm gonna bring poetry into the mix.
Okay. All right.
Yo,
Hello.
hello. What's good?
Everything
Uh,
is everything.
that's great. Yeah, I agree with you. The Bible's just a book of interpretations. I think the only cultivator of reality is you, right? Like reality takes place in your head.
Yes.
Like it's all you. You perceive everything. Everyone's reality is different too. So that confliction is what leads to, man, I don't know what I'm yapping about. I just agree with you.
You good? You're good.
That's all. I'm just
I
being real.
appreciate you too. You could talk about whatever you want to talk about.
Nah, that's it. All right, peace out.
Well, I guess my thing is, if you feel I'm being rude and being angry, why would you want to continue to be on my panel and listen to me? That part boggles my mind. I don't stay in a chat on a panel in someone's room that I feel is being rude to me or angry. I would leave the situation. Just me though. Hello, Noye.
Hello, hello.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you? Well, obviously you're good.
Amazing.
I just do want to piggyback. Like I said earlier, I said I had to get up so bad to just co-sign what you're saying and how it works and how you can actually, all that evil that you want to believe is there, how you can do your part is by focusing on yourself.
That part.
Doing your part, put your positive energy into the world and create that positive life for you. When you touch others, you touch and agree, another thing in the Bible, you can create positivity for someone else. So don't worry about it. Do what you're supposed to do. Because as creators, we can only create from our point of view. If your point of view is negative, then negativity is where you'll be. I know from a person that's been in that state. I was just in another live talking about weight loss and how everybody wanted me to lose weight, but it was only until I seen the problem for what it was that I could make the decision. I had to create the ability to get up, to eat different, to do this, to do that.
Yes.
And that was all in me. It didn't matter how many people had been saying it to me for years, that, oh, you're getting big, you're getting big, you're getting big. I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. I look fine. And my reality at that time was nothing wrong with me. And really, it wasn't until it became a health problem. And then things was, the negativity that I was holding on to started to manifest into my life through sickness. Not being honest with where I was at and all those type of things mentally and with my gifts. So I learned through all of that I have to create the positive spaces for other people to enter into so that we can all deliver ourselves from our own negative mental space. People also think I'm crazy and that it's illogical that I say, you don't have to worry about nothing. It's like, they talk about me with money. You gotta have money. You gotta have money. I said, oh, money's always there. It's always coming. I'm not concerned. And they're like, well, you have to do this. You have to hustle. I said, no, not really. I just keep living my life. And if I want money, money will be here. And money's always been here.
Yeah.
And that's just how it works.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's only my experience, so I know that doesn't mean much to most, but I will say I have changed from who I was to who I am, and it is a difference. I lived a different life years ago, and I was making myself a victim. And honestly, within the last few months of a spell, I have also been going back to that because it's comfortable. You feel comfortable making other people your scapegoat, being like, oh, you're not helping me, so my life isn't going right because of you. But it's your life. I have reverted to that recently, and this live actually, I was journaling, and your energy has helped me see the error in my way. So I want to really say thank you.
Oh,
it really did help me realize that I was going back to that old way of thinking, because things are changing for me, and they're not, I don't know why I'm identifying it as scary
Yeah.
when it's really all good. Like, it's really all good. So being on the live, like, your energy helped me realize, girl, it's all good. You've been tripping. So
Like I said, I'm just
you
a
really,
mirror. I'm just a mirror, right?
yeah, no, for real. I have been in that space where you were fully at one point, and with everything that's going on in my life, I think I just started reverting back to my old self in a small way, and it happens.
Yep.
Like I said, it was comfortable, but like listening and hearing what you're saying, I'm like, oh yeah, I don't have to live in this mindset. I different changes can make you revert in some cases, but I see that I need to just keep creating that positivity and live in that and not be so concerned um, with what people think or how they're going to feel about how I come off, just like someone, was saying about the angry and all that. I get that as well sometimes when I get passionate. What the fuck ever. Whatever.
It is what it is.
I'm a businesswoman. I got to get shit done. And you're not going to like the way I want to get stuff done. So that,
Because
and it's what
everybody's
it is.
different and everyone's delivery is different.
Yeah.
Why do I need to change my delivery so you feel comfortable? I'm doing what's
Yeah.
comfortable for me.
Yeah. And the cussing thing, I just want to make a comment about the cussing thing. What?
They don't understand what cursing is versus cussing.
Right, baby. This is just words, and you manifest how they come out of your mouth and what they mean. If you mean negativity, then you're doing something that you shouldn't do.
Now
Sinning
you're cursing
equals
yourself,
wrong.
right? Now you're
Right.
cursing yourself.
Why are you cursing yourself? And if you don't want to curse somebody else, then don't curse nobody else. But you can't give these words that much power. Now, some things, I've changed my language about certain things. Like you said, it seems illogical to say don't give these words this power, yet you speak a certain way to bring life into your, positivity into your life. Well, that's for you to understand. You have to make your own life. What works for me ain't gonna work for Miss Toya. It's gonna be different. It's fine. I'm not judging how she do it. I'm not gonna. But what works for me? What works for me? If I gotta say Grand Rising instead of Good Morning, that's just what I gotta say. For me, that's my thing. I don't expect everybody to come to me with Grand Rising, and I don't care. It's personal. It's personal.
Right.
I chose that. Everybody might say it's still, hey, and it's silly to you. That's fine. If you're judging me off of it, then you don't need to speak to me. But I'm not judging you off of, going to the club every weekend. I'm not judging you off that. If it's going to take a toll on you negatively, it will. Some people, it gives them life and joy.
Yeah.
And going to the club every weekend, really, it's their thing. And that makes them feel good and helps them get ready for the next work week or whatever they got to do.
Yeah.
But for some people, it is, bringing them down. And they'll have to see it on their own. It's not for me to be like, oh, they going to the club every weekend. They running away from their reality. Hey, if that's what if you are running away, I'm an energy worker as well. So if you are running away from your reality, I'll be able to feel it, but it's not for me to judge. It's not for me to say anything about. Because I can't fix you, like I was saying earlier. We got to fix ourselves. It's up to you to see it. I can say something, but I don't want you to feel like I'm trying to make you do what I do. A lot of people get that misconstrued. They think that you're trying to make them do what you do. And that's not really.
And some people want that, right? People still want leaders, right? And they want you to tell them, what should I be doing? What am I doing wrong? And I'm saying, get to know self.
Yep.
Figure out what self wants to do. And then do it. Because like you just said, what works for me is not going to work for you. Not saying you can be inspired by me and you try what I'm doing and you realize that it works for you too. But I'm not here to tell you what to do. I'm just sharing my perspective.
Just because you see something in me that you like doesn't mean you should do it also.
That part.
I see a lot of, I will say this, I used to think, I know I hear people say this a lot about, I'm not a people person, I'm a loner. I had to accept that in my late 20s. I had to accept I'm a loner. I do love people. I love a lot. So I used to, I want a big friend group. I love. But I can't, as an energy, I can't do that. I got to regroup, I can feel everything and hear everything that people are going through, you know, I'm still working on trying to figure out why sometimes negativity pulls so hard as an energy person. Why it pulls so hard? Because positivity, it pulls hard too. But I think a lot of people are going through things they're not being honest about, and that's what I can feel. So it's
But here's the thing. This is what I want to help you with this. That's food
yeah,
for thought. You're the thinker. You think
right.
the reason, then that's the reason because you're creating. So you're saying negativity is greater than positivity. I don't know. They're not being honest. So there's a judgment there. You're entering a room and you're judging energy as opposed, it just is. Because energy really isn't positive or negative. It just is. We decide that
Right.
it's positive or negative.
Right, and I've been toying with that in my mind as well. Like, if I'm saying it, then I said it can't always be negative energy that I'm feeling. Maybe it's just energy itself, and I'm trying to put this or that on
Quantify
it.
it, right? Trying to quantify. You
Yeah,
want to
because
understand.
it makes it easier.
Yup, the reasoning mind want to be like, what is this? I'm not familiar with
Yeah,
this. It must be
log
negative. No.
trying to go back to that logical,
Yup.
where the spiritual world really is not that. Because
It's not.
even the cement that I'm standing on right now, we could all like, okay, this wasn't a parking lot. This wasn't that. I don't know what it was before, but it wasn't always here. You'll just assume if you come here, oh, it's always been that, but it hasn't. So there's a whole lot of things going on that we are not privy to, that we're unaware of. You may be able to feel the energy of the land, but you don't know what it was before, and it's a lot that goes into life. And sometimes I tell myself this too. I think too deep for my own good a lot of times.
We like to analyze, don't we? Overthinkers.
Yeah,
Because we got to define things. We got to name things. We got to put labels on things. We got to categorize it. This is the good being. This is the negative being. This is the right being. This is the wrong being.
Yeah,
When consciousness is saying, it's only me.
yeah,
It's only
yeah,
I am. There's only Sue.
yeah,
That's all it is. But for the
yeah.
game, to make it interesting, we label shit, right? We just label shit because it makes the game more fun. It makes it more interesting.
It does. It does. It
Yep.
really does. But I'm gonna get on off. I'm on my little break. But I just wanted to at
Okay.
least tell you that it really did help me bring myself back to the creator that I am and the guy that I am. And I've been seeing you up on, I come through every now and then. I'm like, I don't know who this is because I'm in a few deconstruction lives, but sometimes
Okay.
they always spit a lot of what I would consider. It's a lot of what's the word I want to use? Just trying to catch people in their mess.
Mm.
Not really trying to give them, what they really need to understand to remove themselves from this, to actually deconstruct and remove themselves from
Yeah,
religion.
it's so easy to fall in that judgment zone, right?
Yeah. I'm like, we
Yep.
don't need to worry about what that does or what that says. It really is a spiritual journey that we all have to go on our own. But I don't really like to be a part of making fun of people for where they're at, because
Right.
I'm at where I'm at now. Like you just told me, I'm reading them as negative. That's something I need to think about when I walk into that room and feel that rush of energy. I need to think about that. And I may do it again tomorrow, but I'm going to think about it.
Hey. Yep. Yep.
I'm going to make sure I think about it a little bit. But y'all have a good one. I'm going to stay in the little comments for a while.
All right.
And,
Thank you
but
for
thank you.
joining. Thank you so
No
much.
problem.
Appreciate you. Hello, Bear Grylls. Is that how you say it, Bear Grylls? Am I saying that right?
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I was good. Do you remember me?
Yeah, I remember you. I don't remember the conversation, but I do remember you coming up.
Okay. I had a question for you yesterday. I probably came at a bad time. I had a question for you yesterday I really wanted to ask you a day ago. And I saw you I didn't think you went live yesterday. I saw you
Mhm.
were live. I wasn't going to ask you. I wasn't trying to derail the conversation because I just hopped up. But I don't know. I just kind of feel like I shouldn't even ask it now. I feel like
Why do you
I,
feel?
I look from the
I mean, I
time that
don't
I
have
wanted
to
to ask you
answer
this
it.
question. Well, it's not that I. Okay, look. Okay, well, look. From the time that I came up with this question and was going to ask it to you, some other shit. I got more questions about some whole other shit that's like my mind's all over the place. Uh, but in the same like category. Um, okay, look. This is my question. If Jesus didn't walk, then why do I love him like a person?
You're asking me that?
Yeah,
I can't answer that for you. That's a
that's
question you have to ask yourself.
look when people say that Jesus walked, I stand on both sides. I say it's irrelevant. It doesn't matter. That's not the point of the story. I always tell people like it's like if I tell you the story of courage and I use the cowardly dog, and you're focused on the dog, you're focused on what color the dog was. That's not the point of the story. You've missed the whole point. The whole point is courage. So whether he walked or not, it's what you can do today in 2025. That's the whole point of the story. So
Right.
I don't care, but I love him like a man.
And why?
I don't know.
So you love this being that you've never met as though you have met them, and you have this great
I have
affinity,
met
this
him.
great
I have
love.
met him. That's the thing. I have a deep relationship with whatever this is. Whatever it is, I have a deep relationship with. But as far as it being a person, and also another thing, I feel like I know facts about it. Like, look, let me ask you something. Do you think Jesus was a virgin?
I don't think Jesus ever existed. At
I
least
think
I
Jesus.
know. I
I
know
think
him.
I think women were throwing themselves at Jesus for
Mm,
sure. I think
mm,
he was a celebrity. And I
mm,
think people hated him. People were jealous of him.
mm. Okay. See, here's the thing. So you love your assumptions about Jesus. Because you just gave me a whole bunch of assumptions. None of this stuff you know is true. You just
No,
assume. You
no,
just
no.
no. You just gave me
Did I
these
tell you
things that you
about?
just
You don't remember
said.
the conversation
You
last
have
time. You don't remember the conversation
absolutely
last time.
you have
You don't
absolutely
remember
no,
the
I don't. I
conversation we
told you
had
I don't
last time.
remember the conversation. I told you I didn't remember the
Oh, I'll
conversation.
fill you in. I'll fill you in. Um, so what the book, what the Bible is trying to tell us about Jesus Christ, is not the reason I say it's not important if he walked or not. Is it's trying to tell you how to use your imagination. It's trying to tell you how to like it's like how do you walk on water? How do you turn water into wine? How do you feed a thousand people with a crumb? You use your imagination. Imagination. If God is consciousness, imagination is the son of consciousness. You have to be conscious to use your imagination. Before God said, "Let there be light," you have to imagine light. It's trying to teach you to use your imagination to go to when you imagine the better molecule. If you're a memory, when you imagine the better reflection, you go to the better reflection after unalivement. That's what it's trying to teach you.
Right.
But I'm saying that's the important part, not it what color his hair was and all that stuff. But I feel like he was a person. I feel like he was. I feel like I just feel that way now.
Yeah,
And this is a new
a
feeling.
lot of people do
This is a
feel
new
like
feeling though. I haven't felt like this before.
mm-hmm.
Like this is a new feeling like in the past like week
Mm.
or maybe I don't know a couple weeks. But
Okay.
I haven't even been having these conversations until like a few months ago. Like a
Okay.
lot of this shit is new, so I don't understand it.
Okay.
Like a lot of this shit, I don't understand anything. All the shit I'm saying,
But
I,
why does Jesus? The question is, why does Jesus needs to be real for you if you know that it's not
he
about the mess?
doesn't.
Hold on, you and you know
He
it's not
doesn't.
about the messenger. It's about the message.
He doesn't need to be real, but I believe that he is real. That's the whole point. I have no reason to believe that he's real, but I do. That's why I'm
Okay.
like, what then? Is it true then? Because all I'm doing is asking questions, and the more questions I ask, the more answers I get. That's how I can talk. Now, all this talking I'm doing, I just ask questions and I get answers.
Okay.
I just
Okay.
listen. I repeat words back to people and I get answers.
Okay.
And this is an answer that's kind of like it's really no way to get an answer for it, but I feel like it's real.
Okay. Hey, you get to have that. So no one's trying to take that away from you. So if it gives your heart a big old smile to know that Jesus Christ existed in time and space. You love him as a person, a real being, flesh and blood being.
I
You
get I
know,
get angry about Jesus. Like when people say certain things, I get angry about it. I wouldn't do that for just a physical law or whatever. You know, like a fit, like
why do you get
imagination,
what
huh?
does someone
Because
say
I
about
feel like he's a person. I get offended.
interesting? I'm trying to understand why though.
I don't know. I feel like they're talking about like if someone's talking about your family, like why'd you get offended? Fuck. Shut up.
Okay. A lot of times people get offended because there's truth there. And it's like
Oh no, it's
I'm the
not
only one
that.
that get to talk about my family. You don't get to talk about my family.
No, it's when they say things like it's just I'm all for questioning. I'm all for not knowing the answer. It's not. It's just when people say things like was Jesus the devil? I'm just like that's just it's just like what are you talking about? The whole reason life is beautiful is because of Jesus. It's what makes music good music. It makes jokes funny. It colors everything.
Well, that's why you love Jesus the way you do, and that's why you're offended by him, because when people speak against this person, it's what you hang your hat on as far as reality goes. So it's offensive to you. Are you a Christian?
No, not at all.
Because this
Hell no.
this is the same anger that Christians feel when I say Jesus never existed. You don't need to save. They get very angry at that because it's coming against their belief system. So when someone tells you, "Oh, was Jesus the devil?" Of course you're going to be angry by that because it comes against your concept of him.
No,
You
if
know
someone was
Jesus to be light and love, the
if
reason for
someone
this
asked
world.
me, listen, if someone came to me and said, "Hey, sir, I was reading here. I think Jesus might be the devil." I'll go, "Oh, really? Let me hear what you got to say." But these are not. Hey, let me come to an understanding panel. This is let me just tell everybody that Jesus is the devil and shut up. That's what this is. It's a bunch of demons out here. Demons and angels are just people. The book is made by us for us, and it's about us. Nobody, nothing else writes books but humans. Nothing else reads books but humans. Nothing else uses a book but a human. It's not all this stuff in the sky. It's us.
Right. Okay. So what's the anger for about Jesus then? If you understand that the book is about you,
Because
I'm kind
it
of confused.
because I feel like because I have a relationship with like when I say relationship, I literally use my imagination. I literally imagine the things that I want for my life and use my five senses when I imagine them. I imagine the smell. I imagine my girl sitting there congratulating me on what I just accomplished. I really use my imagination and I live a great life. I live a great life right now because of Jesus Christ. Because I believe in myself.
Okay,
That's
so
what the whole
you know Jesus Christ to be the mind, to be the imagination. Is that what you're saying?
yeah.
Okay, and so you're offended when people try to lessen their concept of Jesus.
No, when people are just offensive towards him, like if you're just saying like Jesus is the devil and you're not trying to understand, you're not really trying to teach someone that hey, this does say this technically. No, you're just trying to fight with people and confuse people. That's all demons do. That's the whole point of a demon. It's just to confuse us.
I get it. Okay, so they're playing devil's advocate, and that makes you upset.
Not devil's advocate. An advocate would listen. That's what an angel does. Angels listen to understand. Demons are belligerent and dismissive. The people that come on here just will not
But I
listen to
mean, but you
anything
know
said.
what that term means to be the antagonist, right? That they're being
Yes,
antagonistic,
that's not a
right?
So you know what an advocate is, right? That's not a devil's advocate, but yeah,
And
I
I'm
get what
saying,
you
but you
mean.
but
But
you get what that term when we say that.
yeah,
That's
go ahead.
I know what you know what the word advocate means. So it's kind of like an oxymoron that you would put those words together. But you know what I mean when I say it. Yeah. Okay. I get you now. I understand you. I get the
Yeah,
yeah,
I
you
just
have
had
like a
I just had
righteous
that weird question.
you have this righteous indignation for in your mind what you would
I'm
call
not a
to
Christian. I would
I,
never.
right, no, but I'm saying
Jesus
you
was
have
not a Christian.
this righteous indignation when it comes to what I would term stupidity. You're like, you're being stupid now because why are you calling Jesus a devil? Because you're not saying it to bring
Yeah.
understanding. You're saying it just to stir the pot. Like
Yes, and so you're stirring the
I get
pot.
you now. I get you. Okay. I just want to have an understanding.
I just want to know that, but maybe that's just a question I gotta find an answer for myself. So that was the first question I wanted to ask you. Since then, in the last day, I've been having some thoughts about TikTok and all this posting stuff that's going on. And you understand consciousness, so you might understand what I'm saying here. Um, okay. Basically, I can give you a quick rundown because I made a bunch of videos on this. I can make quick rundown. Okay, TikTok is the algorithm king, right? One second. Okay, so TikTok knows what I want to watch, right?
Hmm.
Okay, so that means when I post a video, TikTok knows who wants to watch that video, right?
Okay.
So why are they sending it to 200 people that don't like the video? Why are they just sending it to the same 200 people? They know exactly who wants to watch my videos. They know based on what videos they like and what kind of stuff they like, what kind of music people put on their videos. They know that they might like mine, but they don't send us to them. They're testing us for a reason. They're trying to make us worthy to meet the good person, is what's going on. Now, this good person, that's the whole subject. The good person. Is the good person a bunch of fans, or is the good person something bigger than that? One second.
Hmm. Interesting. That's interesting. I'm gonna bring so I remember you're doing videos, right? And you're asking about, okay, so I remember this is kind of the end of our conversation when you were talking about making videos, and we were talking about how to the following and the views and everything, right?
Yeah, I've been going crazy on the
Right. So
videos. I really use
now
my voice.
right. So now when you just said that, do you know you're thinking it is creating it? So you're thinking TikTok is because remember, you are TikTok. You are the consciousness that created TikTok. And so you get to
But
write the rules. You got to stop saying that TikTok is doing something. TikTok isn't doing
I'm,
anything other than what you're saying it's doing. So you have to change
it's
the narrative.
there's about two key points where TikTok is basically telling on itself. One, it's trying to get everybody to produce 5 videos a day. It's trying to get us to produce so many videos. It's trying to get us to produce more videos than people can watch.
I'm going to see.
People
I'm going
can't.
to see if your. I'm going to see if your theory is right. Because remember I told you about my daughter that has like the 60K followers. She
Yes,
rarely
it's
goes on.
pushing heavy.
She rarely comes on TikTok now because I told you about her full job.
I like
I'm
one of
like,
your stories, by the way, where you was walking in the red suit in New York City on your AI photo.
oh yeah, the
I like
AI.
that.
You like that?
Yeah.
I've been having a ball with AI. I'm gonna ask her before she starts her because she won't be able to do TikTok in about a month regularly, but she hasn't been doing it regularly for a minute. I'm gonna ask her for like the next week if she
Quick
can
breakdown.
to do
Wait,
like 3
can I
videos
just
or
say it to you
put
real
some
quick?
videos
I'm
out
sorry.
there and see what happens with them to see if she gets the quote unquote low views because she
No,
did like this
well,
7 second. She did like
no,
this.
it's the jail. It's a jail. She's out of jail now. It's a jail. You start off in the jail. I posted videos about this. Like it's a jail. It's
Oh, so you
basically
wouldn't put her on the same level as you. You would say, well,
no, 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 no,
she
no,
already has
hell
the 60K, so she good. But
no.
but
Yeah,
here's the
she could.
thing. I have been seeing bigger creators complain about the views as well. Like I watched this video yesterday where this guy was like, when he first started, he would get like
Yeah.
$3,700 checks through TikTok. He said now if he make 500, it's like, so he was
Tell you why.
questioning.
It's because TikTok it's really pushing us, like literally. It's TikTok is saying, can you please post 5 videos a day? If you go one day without posting 5 videos, your view, or not 5, but like 3, If you go a day without posting any videos, you're going back to jail basically. It wants you to stay out of jail. You need to post like 2 to 3, 5 videos a
I'm
day
just saying
to
that you're the
prove something.
law and you have
It's
to
trying to
create.
test us.
I get you was saying, but I'm going to tell you,
No,
you
I
are the
get that.
law. You are the law. And so TikTok is only going off your perception of it. So you have to rewrite the law. Stop saying what TikTok is doing
But
and say
it's
what you want
trying.
to create. No, not it. You are battling with yourself in TikTok.
Okay.
You are TikTok. You have to say that whatever you decide, however often you decide to post, that is sufficient. And the views that are going to be there.
And
Here's the thing, the
what
views
social
are
media?
already there, like you
It's a
said.
question. I got a question to ask you. It's a question. What social media app? When on social media have you ever had to prove yourself worthy to get fans? When has it ever made it hard for you? When has social media ever said, "Hey, can you just please post anything?" It's like gluttonous for us. Anything with a living human being, it wants it. It doesn't care if it's good or bad. Just do it 5 times, please. It's gluttonous for just
Well, they
what
say that about
what is
YouTube.
you.
They say it about YouTube as well.
No, YouTube doesn't. No, YouTube has terms and conditions where they don't want you putting up BS anymore. They want you putting up quality content. Here, they say just give us the BS, please. Just do it 5 times every day. It's like a prayer. It's weird.
Yeah, but you're above the law, so you have to create a different reality. But hold on. I'm gonna go to Sandy. Sandy's been patiently waiting. Hello, Sandy.
Hello, my dear.
How are you?
You know, I was on here earlier and I dropped because of a phone call.
Oh, no problem.
So I was listening to the guy who was speaking about Jesus and nobody is doing anything, you know, nobody's like Jesus because nobody is doing anything that Jesus did and stuff like that. So I was wondering, do we necessarily have to do what Jesus did? Do we have to walk on water? Do we have to spot in the ground and put it on one's eye? Do we have to say, Lazarus, come forth? Or the mere things that we are doing is like helping someone, having that love in our heart for each
Hold on.
other.
Are you asking me a question? You just asked me one. You said once right there. You asked me a question.
No,
Talking
not
to the
you,
host.
sweetheart.
She's talking to the
Yes.
She
host.
said, "Oh, she was asking me." She said she was listening to the guy, and she said,
No,
"Well, let
not
me
you,
ask."
sweetheart. I was on
Oh,
here
you.
earlier and I dropped because of a phone call. Okay?
Okay, my bad.
Yes. So I'm saying, do we have to do the things that Jesus do, or the things that some of us, because not all of us, are doing is enough to be, you know, to be classed or to be in that bracket? Because some of us, you know, we share the love, we help people, we do a lot of good things, but we doesn't walk on water. We doesn't say Lazarus come forth. So because we're not saying Lazarus come forth, then we're not in Jesus' league. But I believe there are still good people out here who does good things, you know, and we can like, what must I say? We can put the two together and say, okay, because my mother made 7 boys and all of them wouldn't do the same thing. So it's like you don't necessarily has to do what Jesus did in order to be classified as, you know, as a good person, or you know, I'm good in my own way, I must say, you know, rather than I gotta walk on the water and do stuff like that. Just so if I don't do those things, then I'm not. No, nobody does what Jesus does. But you know, and the next thing I wanted to know, you know, Jesus disappeared. Who knows? They tell us all manner of things from 12 to 26. Oh, he went to this place, he went to that place. How does we know that Jesus didn't say, hello, I ain't able to do the sacrifice myself for all of them, so and all the world go free? You know, how do we know that? You know, they ain't gonna tell us that they said, no, me ain't able to do that. There's too much for me to do, you know. But they just give us this good picture, you know. Oh, and he does all these good things. But they have good people. They have good souls. They have good people that are doing good things. You want to see us walk on water? You want to see us do some things and we're doing even better. But it's just our mindset and how we think, and you know, I don't know. But this is just my little saying on this, you know. Who can step in and say something on that?
Yeah, like someone said in the chat that you walk on water in your mind. Walking on water is just getting, you know, your emotions in check. That's all. It's just getting control, because water just represents your emotions. It also represents truth. So when Jesus turns water to wine, is you taking the truth and applying it to your life. The wine is the acclimatization of the truth. You know this, you only know this truth from experience. That's the only way you know the truth. And so, we could tell people, well, change your mind, change your mind, change your mind. Like, yeah, I guess. You're not going to know that your mind is the Christ that you've been looking for until you test it. That's why you're told in scripture to prove me now with hear and see, if I will not open up the windows of heaven and pour you out a blessing that you do not have room enough to receive. Test the spirit by the spirit to see if it be any good. I know it say to be of God. Just replace God with good. So you test the spirit, and no man knows the spirit of a man except what? The spirit of that man. Nobody can tell you about you. Only you can tell you about you. That's it. It all ends and begins with you. But you're only going to know it through application. Like someone telling you it, yeah, it may sound good, it may resonate, but until you actually put it to the test and prove to yourself that all I have to do is make a decision, and that's all that's required. Just make a decision that this is so, to prove to yourself that it is so. But make a decision. Because the scripture, I wish that you were hot or cold, but you lukewarm, and consciences don't do nothing with a double-minded man, with a double-mindedness. Can't do anything. So a double-minded man is unstable in all of her ways.
So then so we don't have to compare how nobody is doing what Jesus did. So maybe we're doing it spiritually.
That part. Because the Bible's a spiritual book.
Exactly. And they're not looking at it spiritually. They're looking at it physically. Oh, this man walk on water. Oh, this man. So nobody is doing that.
Yeah. And we're always doing it.
Yeah. So
We walk in
sometimes
water
I
every
can't
day.
understand them, Oh,
Yep.
Jesus did this, Jesus did that, Jesus.
Yeah, we command Lazarus to come forth every day.
Exactly, spiritually.
Yep.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Hey, Latoxi. How are you?
Hello, how are you been?
Oh, great.
Sorry for not being on earlier.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
I work a job that's kind of on call, so sometimes I'm free and sometimes I am absolutely busy. So my bad.
Yes.
But what did I miss? I felt like I missed some good conversations.
You did. It's been an awesome live. It has. It has.
Good.
Yeah. It has some great conversations going on.
Good, nice.
Yeah, I get into those conversations where it's like we agree, and then when it gets into we got to save the world, then I'm like,
Yep.
that's why I disagree. And so then it becomes then I get a little passionate. Then it's like, oh, you're coming at me. I'm just like, oh, I'm not coming at you. That's just how I talk when I'm passionate about something. My voice gets raised, especially if I find that we're talking together. Definitely the voice is going to raise, whatever. But yeah, so it was like we were in agreement. Then it was like, but we got to save. I'm like,
That's religion. That's religion.
And so when I make that point, it's like, but I get it. Not everybody's going to see that, because we all start off that way, right? When we awaken to this truth, we all start off with, but I got to tell people how wrong they are. Do you not know you don't understand the Bible? You took it literal this whole time. It's a spiritual book. I went through the same phase. So I know that that's part of, not everybody does it, but I know I experienced it. When I came to this truth, I wanted to tell people, I wanted to save people from themselves. Like, no, arguing, trying to convince, back and forth, right? Like trying to let people see it from my perspective. And no, you just don't understand. And then when I let go of that mindset of trying to convince others, a different reality you experience when you stop seeing the need to save a person.
Freedom.
Freedom.
Yes, period.
Because I like that, because when I listened to Reverend Ike, he was like, what happened with saviors? They become martyrs.
They have to. in order to deliver
Like
the
like Martin
message.
Luther King Jr. He's trying to save his people, right?
Mm-hmm.
Malcolm X, he's trying to save his people, right? I mean, all you got to do is look out through history when people try to be someone's savior, when they want the world to look at them as the next Jesus.
Mm-hmm. And all of us, yeah, that whole complex, it's all religion, regardless of in whose name you come, or who you come from. It's all religion. It's all
Yep, I'm my
religion.
own savior. I don't need that no man teach me. And that's what we
Yeah,
have to realize. We just don't. I know when we hear about the horrors of the world, the atrocities of the world, and the things that's happening in the world, and we're like, oh my goodness, do you not see those things happening? Do you not see? Actually, no, I do not see those things happening. I'm being told that they're happening, but in actuality, no, I don't see nothing what you're talking about. I'm being told that it's happening, but I don't personally see that it's happening because in my world, it's not happening.
exactly.
I'm just being told this is what's going on. I'm being told these things. And I'm not saying that this is not happening, but is it happening to the degree of our understanding or to the degree that it's being portrayed to us? We don't know unless we physically go over there.
Right. And even then, there's a lot of cultural things that you have to understand. There's all a history that you have to understand. Like it's the understanding of what you see is complex.
It is because you're seeing your consciousness, you're seeing your belief system,
Right.
right? So you're going to see your assumptions play out. And so if your assumption is the world is crazy, the government is wrong, this colonization, this imperialism going on, it ain't right, it's wrong, you're going to continue to get confirmation bias, right? We always talk about that. You're always going to be confirmed what you believe to be true. You're always going to keep getting that fed to you. Yep, you're right. Yep, you say, I knew it. You're right. You did knew it because the first one knew it, blew it.
Yep. Yeah. Confirmation bias is a law. Like that is what you perceive. What you perceive is what will be because that's what you perceive.
Yep. Hey, Joy. How are you? How have you been? Yep. And so that's what we don't understand. We see our only assumptions. And it's not until you change your beliefs that you'll start to see something different. You have to change what you assume to be true.
Yep. 100%.
And it's just as simple as deciding. We think it's some big thing that has to happen, right? Deciding is just it. But that reason in mind is like, that's too easy. You just mean all I have to do is think differently. Yup. You don't need the shadow work. You don't need the healing journey. You don't need the crystals. You don't need the astrology. You don't need you don't need any of those things. They're fun. I mean,
they're fun.
they bring up the challenge that you think is required. There's no wrongness in those things. But then once you discover the Christ within and understand that's the only power that's necessary is the imagination, the mind, the awareness, you're going to let all that other stuff go. You're going to see all of that stuff just cause you to create stumbling blocks for yourself.
Yep. It's all self-reflection anyway. That's the thing. It's like I notice I get tarot readings and I mod for a couple of tarot readers who are friends of mine, and it's all a self-reflection of what you already either think or know or believe.
Yeah.
So it's not going to tell you hardly anything that you don't already know. It's just going to confirm for you what you already think. So if you want to check in and see what you know, then it's a good for that. But it's not going to most often, it's not going to reveal, things that you don't already know to be true.
Yep, just like the guy that was talking about TikTok's algorithms and how they're deciding who gets to view what videos or whatever. Here's the thing. If you just decide that your videos is going viral and that people are seeing and you're getting the numbers, if you just decide that and not try to decide which video it will be, but just that it is happening, it will.
Yep.
But if you're trying to, I got to do 3 to 5, or I got to do 10, or I got to do 20, because I even, was on it. I was like, no, that sounds too much work. At first I was like, 10. Yeah, I'm like, once I started, because here's the thing, you don't know until you apply it, right? And I started, I was like, oh, no, this ain't fun. But you know what's fun for me? The AI. I love the AI.
Yes, what a fun.
My daughter's like, Mama, I'm gonna take that app off your phone. Mama, why you posting hundreds of it? I'm like, nah, you exaggerating. It's not hundreds, but
She's like, Mom,
get off my
Mom.
back because I love it. She told my other daughter, Who's those people mama putting on her face?
It's so funny.
Oh,
AI is fun. I mean,
She's
the
like,
AI.
she's like, is this a manifestation technique? It's not it's just, I'm just putting the life I see myself with, and I'm creating memories of it. That's
Yes,
how I look at it.
100%. And when you see it in your mind's eye, or if you see it, I'm a visual person. I know you say you're not like a visual person, but it definitely works for me. I use Pinterest to visualize what I want to see in the 3D.
I even got my husband doing it. At first, he was like, "I wouldn't do. Oh no, I don't think." And then now he doing it. First, he was like, I don't know. I don't do vision boards." I said, "Well, that's a vision board." I was like, "Because vision board is really not it. I don't do vision boards either." I said, "Storybook, or just like I'm taking images, which will be a picture. When we take a picture, we're taking a picture of what? The current moment, right? To create a memory. That's what I'm doing." And I think that kind of resonated with him. So then he started doing it.
Oh, that's sweet.
But he does it just for himself. I don't think he's posting it anywhere. He's just making it for his own personal use.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You be cracking up, Key. You say every time you see my video, you be cracking up. Especially, don't let me get, now I see that TikTok can actually bring stuff to life too. So that's how you see my AIs be moving and walking. And then, also Gemini has their pro version. You can get the image to talk. So they give you like an 8-second clip, and I think you get to make like 2 or 3 videos a day. But I'm like, that ain't enough videos for $20 a month. I'm gonna need y'all to extend that. I'm gonna need to at least make like 10 videos.
Wait, what is
Why
$20
you
a
capping
month?
my videos when you want $20 a month? I don't know about that.
What's the tool called that's $20 a month?
Gemini.
Gemini, they pay. Oh, you pay for it separately. Okay.
Oh, you have that's the pro version. Everybody has the free. Like ChatGPT
Okay.
has the free. Everybody has the free. All the AI, CapCut, all of them had the free version where you can have certain limits to it. But if you want to like create videos and all of that, then that. But I'm trying it for free for 30 days. And I was trying to decide if I want to do a paid subscription for it. But if you're limiting me with the amount of videos I can make, why would I pay for pro? And I
Right.
can use it as many times as I want. Like what?
No, that's weird. I feel like if you're paying for anything, there shouldn't be any limits.
Oh yeah, Keisha, come up, Keisha. I wanted to ask you, or you could put it in the chat, because
You have
she's
to
the one
come.
that
You have to
really
invite
got
her up.
her and
Yeah.
Glaze Innovations. I've been seeing your videos talk. What app are you using? Because your videos are way longer than mine. Mine is only like 8-second clips. She had a whole seem like a 30-second, 40-second dialogue going on. She does it. Her stuff be really, really good. But I know she's like teaching people what to do, and she's like doing the prompts. So if you all want like the prompts and everything, Dreamface, reach out to Keisha. She's like doing I think Glaze Innovations do it too. Both of those ladies are showing you how to use the AI if you're looking to do it.
Oh,
You know.
fun.
Yeah,
I think you
somebody
need to invite
somebody
Key up because I think her account might be private. I can't invite her.
who Keisha.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know if she
Well, maybe I can.
you use CapCut to expand the video? Okay. Nice. That's video. It's so many tricks and things to do. Oh, dream face. Okay. Hey, Keisha.
Hey. Hey. You're so funny. I'm like over putting on makeup and stuff. Yeah, so I use CapCut. So like I'll create the video, whatever, right? It's from image to video and whatever software that, I use I have Dream Design. So I have a few of them because I'm obviously addicted. So Design I use, and then there's like this one Galaxy AI. They have tons of like what do I want to say? Features. Like you could do image to video, headshots. You could do image, just all sorts of stuff, right?
This is Galaxy 8 AI.
Yeah, so that's the one I posted. So I was just testing it out, and I was just showing people like how I literally on my phone took that image, I created the headshot in Galaxy, did the image to video, and I did the lip sync in Galaxy because it allowed me to clone my voice.
Oh
So I
wow.
did the whole thing in Galaxy AI. Now, and I was just
That's
playing
an
with
app.
it. It's actually, you can do it on the computer or you can do it on your phone. So I'll send it to you on Facebook or whatever. But it's Galaxy AI, and it's like they have like a Chat GBT kind of portion inside of it. Like it has like all these different tools, and so like I know for me, I pay like $20 for CapCut. I mean, $20 for Chat GBT and $20 for Gemini, and this $5 for CapCut. You know, so you end up spending like. You have all these different subscriptions. So what they wanted to do was like to get you to have just one place that you can go and do all the things. So I'm not really like here like to promote them, but because I just promote other people's stuff, you guys. But yeah, so that's what
So how much is AI? The Galaxy AI? That's what I'm saying. You
it's
don't want to
$15
have.
a month. So that one's like
You get to do all of that.
right. And it's like you can do so much in that one. So like literally, I created some headshots this morning from my twin. So I created a twin inside of Galaxy AI. And then this morning I had some prompts that I went and I'll have to show you. I was going to post them later on, but the headshots, or not headshots, but the images I created, they were like, they look so much like me. It's crazy, right?
Wow,
And
that's what I was looking for, like a really good app that you can have
yes, it's
everything
really
forever.
good. I mean,
Yeah. And
it's
that's something that
really,
didn't cost so much money. Yeah, because I don't want $20 over here, $20 over
right.
there. You know, yeah.
Yeah, I get it. Because it's not a business for me. Like, I just do it for fun. Like, I'm like you. I'm like, I just create this stuff. I just do it but for fun. I just be creating the stuff just to see what it looks like half the time. So
Right.
and just, putting myself in different places. I don't like vision boards. Like, I'm not a vision board person. I want to cut out pictures. I don't want to do a Pinterest. I would rather just do, I saw it as a way for me to engage my imagination and put myself in Paris. And I could just see pictures on, just create them on my phone. And that's enough for me, right?
Yeah.
I don't need to do anything more than that.
Yeah.
If I created the video, I'll extend it with CapCut, you guys, and you have to like take the video, put it in CapCut, and then you duplicate it and then reverse it. Okay. And so that way it creates so now my hands go back because I reversed the video. Because if you don't reverse it, it'll keep looping and it'll look really weird.
Gotcha.
Right. So you just use CapCut when you create the image to video, put it inside of CapCut, duplicate, reverse, and just keep doing it for however long you want the video to be. Right. And then you can use Dreamface to lip sync. So so those are the two that, like, if you're going to pay for subscriptions or whatever, then those are the two that, like, CapCut and Dreamface. And the lip sync on Dreamface is really good. Okay. And you can just record right from your phone. So I don't even have to like upload a script. I can just hit record in the Dreamface app on my phone and just whatever I want to say, if I want to do some affirmations or whatever, I can totally do that.
Yeah, so the Galaxy AI, you wasn't doing all of this with it.
Right. See, Galaxy AI let you do it all in theirs.
Oh, okay. So you were using Dreamface and CapCut.
Right. Yeah. So I was using
and everything that those two were doing.
Exactly. Right.
Got you. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Glaze Innovation says she used Kling, Hedra, and CapCut.
Yeah. I've used Kling as well.
You have? Okay. Yeah, because I was just taking an image from Gemini. I was creating an image from Gemini. Then I was uploading that image. I figured that works better. Me create the image first, then do the video. Then I go to TikTok and I just do the voiceover.
Oh yeah. That works as well.
Yeah,
you got a really consistent on Gemini. You've gotten your face really consistent. Like, do you have to keep creating it though?
Yeah, I keep uploading a new, different pics. I used to, I just keep using like some of the same pics over and over again. You don't have to do that in Galaxy AI. You can just
You create your twin, and then once you create that twin, every time you create an image with that twin, it's going to be consistent.
Oh wow! Yeah, I gotta check that one out. That one sounds
it's fun. It's lots of fun.
Yeah, because somebody on YouTube was like, "I need your prompts." I was like, I need my prompt. And then
Like,
she was like,
what?
I need the fashion prompt. Like, you are the prompt. What are you talking about? Because all I did was say, you just tell it what you want. I'm wearing this. I
Right.
have the Louis Vuitton. I have this,
Uh-huh.
I have this trench coat. I'm just saying
Right.
what it is. Only thing is
Mm-hmm.
sometimes Galaxy Gemini won't always give you, like if I say the Dior purse or the Balmain, it don't always give you, but will give you the Chanel, it will give you the
Mm-hmm.
YSL, it will give you the Louis, but it doesn't
Right.
always give you some of those other designers.
Yeah, yeah, I love it. And it's I feel like the prompts too. If you, when I was just listening to you, is like we have to learn how to get into that imagination, right? We've gotten so far from like just being able to just imagine. It's like that's what prompting is. Like, oh my God, put me in Paris. I'm standing in front of the Eiffel Tower, and I have this pink shirt on and these, just. It's just engaging. That's how I look at it. Engage your imagination. What do you want to see? Where do you want to
Right.
be? Where do
And
you
you
want
know
to
what? So
go?
the red one that y'all like, somebody else told me about. Somebody else said the red one, and my husband said he liked the red one. So why I buy me a red coat from Nordstrom's Rack or a wool coat, and I got
Wow.
a red outfit. I already had some red shoes. I'm like, I'm gonna recreate that from the AI. I'm gonna recreate it.
Yeah, I love it. I absolutely love it. Yeah. So that's what I'm doing. So yeah, it is so much fun and I love it. And keep posting because I'm like, hey, let people get sick of you. Who cares? Who cares? It's your world.
Right,
It's
right.
your world. Like, you keep
Exactly,
going.
exactly. Yeah, you said that the AI was the Galaxy AI was $15, right?
Yeah, it's $15 a month, and it's like I said, it has a lot. It even gives you like if you want to do like those ASMR videos and stuff, like they give you the prompts for you to be able to create those. So if you want to set up a whole TikTok, like some people want to do that, I don't want to, but it has a lot of stuff in there that it's just like it's tons of stuff in Galaxy AI. Yeah, you'll love it.
Wow. Thank
You'll
you.
love it.
Thank you. That's
You're welcome.
yes.
All right. Well, happy Friday.
Happy Friday. Thank you for
I'll
coming up.
talk to you later.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, get your creative juices flowing, y'all. Get those creative juices flowing. I mean, here's the thing. You don't have to use AI. I just like it. I just like it's fun. I like, saying, oh, I'm in my 2-story, walk-in closet. I just like, I'm in my beachfront property with a hole and everybody like, you got all that food and people over here starving in Chicago. I'm gonna need you to save me some of that food. People playing along with me with my imagination. So that's just so amazing. And I was like, not you need my prompts though. Because you just got to play around with it, right? You tell AI what you want, it'll produce it, and it's like, oh, maybe I need to add this, or maybe I need to say this, or maybe I need to get a little bit more detail, So it's cool. It's cool. It definitely is expanding my content. I'm like, ooh, and I'm just getting more and more stuff to come out. Ooh, yeah, that. Ooh, yeah. The thing is I have to like go, in order to like style my image, I'm going to need some more fashion descriptors, right? When it comes to the different necklines, the different skirts, the different, pants, so I can get a variation of the different looks I want from my AI. So I like fashion, but I'm not like deep into fashion. So I'm like, okay, I need to go and find out what's some other necklines I can do for different shirts, for different looks, what's some different type of skirts and the different pants or whatever, just so, I can get different fashion looks. Oh, you can start with Gemini. Gemini should already be on your phone. Yep, you can ask ChatGPT. ChatGPT, I believe you have to download it. Gemini should already be on your phone though. And you just go and you just create the image, tell it what you want, create the image, and then upload a picture and it'll give you that. Yep. Because ChatGPT, the image, it didn't really look like me. That's why Keisha was like, try Gemini. When Keisha told me about Gemini, I was like, oh yes, I look way better. But now she's saying Galaxy AI. Do they have a free version of Galaxy AI? Keisha, is there a free version before you do the paid version? You want to try for your visualization? Oh, okay, no, okay. See, the Gemini, they have a 30-day free trial as well. So, but you're only allowed to make so many AI videos, just like TikTok. TikTok allows you 5 a day. Gemini allows like 2 or 3 a day. Only thing with the I think with with TikTok, they don't allow you to have to say anything. It's just movement. It gives you movement. But that's how I did the person walking in red. I did that on TikTok. I uploaded the image, and then it already has default prompts on there, and it was just like this, walking through, the street with purpose. It was something like that, and so that's how that image came to life on TikTok. So Google's. I believe Keisha said that Google also has Google Photos also has an AI bring to life. I saw that Facebook have AI, create with AI, but I don't know what you really can create with Facebook. I haven't really tried it out. Yeah, they actually have Gemini, I know, has a storybook you can create. You can tell them to create a story. I told them to create a story for me. I just forgot to give them the name, so they gave me some random name in the book. And I was like, I don't want to be reading about Denise. I want to be reading about Toya. So I was like, next time I tell them to write a little storybook, because you can do like a children's book or what have you, give them the information and they'll create the storybook for you. And it'll even give you like, a cartoonish version of you as well. You say Facebook is weird. I know definitely Chat GPT, but I believe Gemini too, because Gemini, the Pro, it has a lot of stuff that you can do like research on and everything. So, hey, AI is the future, y'all. The future is here. So it's a part of our reality. So, and my thing is, when it comes to whatever you're manifesting, just decide that's what it is, and then let the details fill in on its own, right? And just like anything else, everything that we use is just a tool. It doesn't make anything happen. It's just a way of you convincing yourself of a reality. It's like, well, since I'm this is what I will be doing. And so you can use these AI tools to create the image for you. Like, some people say, well, I can't visualize. I can't really see things in my mind, but you know what you want to see. Feed it to ChatGPT or any of these AI tools, and then they'll create the image for you. But only do it not because you're trying to make it so. You're doing it because it's already so. You're just using that tool to assist you, but know that the power is in you, not in the tool. Not you say it's from the devil. Oh, thank you, pretty SNA. Yeah, I'm using Gemini currently. I'm using Gemini, but I'm definitely going to get, because Keisha's, man, the one with you, man. So which one was that? I don't know. You remember which one it was? I don't know. I can't remember what you were saying, but I was like, dang, she talking a long time. I'm like, this definitely could not have been Gemini that she made this. So maybe it was the dream face one that you made with Cat Cup. I was like, wow. Keisha has some really good videos out there. Like, they really, really look but she said her AI twin, so she gets to keep using that same version. My videos or whatever, they will be different depending on what picture I upload and how they can simulate my likeness. So depending on what picture I upload, but I'm like, well, none of my pictures really all look the same. If I showed you the different pictures I've taken on my camera roll, you would say, oh yeah, that's a different look, depending on my hair, depending on the lighting, depending on makeup, right? Like, you're going to get a different perspective all the time. But once we decide, when we just decide, all of that other stuff is commentary. All of the techniques and all of the do this, do that. The deciding is all you really have to do. Once you is like you say if you're just you're starting a garden, right? What do? You go to the store, or you can even take the seed from from a fruit that you purchased or whatever. You can get the seed from anywhere. But once you decide what you're going to plant in your garden, right? You drop the seed in there, and then you let nature take its course. You can water, but you don't have to, because you know that it's going to rain eventually. you know that eventually that. So even if you put it in a potted plant, right? You know you're not watering it every day. All right, and you sit it by the window. Like my husband grew some I gotta take a picture of that. My husband grew some aloe vera, an aloe vera plant. Oh my goodness, this plant looks so beautiful. It has about 10 or 12 stems. Just a beautiful, because he's the green thumb. So we have the vegetable garden. Like he planted, I think, pinto beans, he planted cucumbers, he planted tomatoes and different, I think he did romaine lettuce. He did like different things. And then he would take other different seeds of different things he would want to see, and he would plant them. So man, this aloe vera plant is amazing. Yes. Say you all down her page. Yep. How does your garden grow? Just decide what seeds you want to grow. Just decide and drop the seed, right? Drop the seed. Just say, and it doesn't matter how quote unquote big you think the desire is. Take the bigness out the way. The law is applicable to every desire. It doesn't change just because you think it's too big. It's not about being big or small. The law is the law. The law just says decide what you want, know that it's yours, and then let it go. So once you make a decision, this is what I want. This is it. And then you just go your way in peace. Because when I think about like yes, I listen to Neville Goddard, I listen to Dr. Joseph Murphy, I listen to them. But then when you read the script, right? When you go through the script and you have the interaction with the Christ talking to different ones that they wanted different things from, he kind of just asked them what it was. They told him, and then it happened. He's like, it's done to you according to your belief. It wasn't say this affirmation, say this scripture, go imagine it first. Like, none of that. Hey, Lilith. Hello. Yep, you got it. Yep, that's the thing, right? We got to take the judgment out of it. We just got to say what it is we want. I decide this. I decide this. And then just let it go. We think we have to do these extra steps. We think we have to do this, do that. No, just decide what it is, not how you're going to get it, when it's going to come. Your only job is to decide what seed you're planting in the garden of your mind. Whether it's more money, whether it's a promotion, whether it's relationship, whether it's healing, whatever it is. You don't have to see it. How do I know this? Because this is what the script says. Blessed are those who have not seen and yet believe. See, people try to say, oh, you got to see it. You got to see it. I know for me personally, I've never saw anything I manifested in my mind. The only time the imagination was used was when I had already had an experience that I wanted to revise. When I already had the experience, so I know what that is, and I didn't like the experience, so I changed what I saw. That's the only thing I was seeing, what was the past experience. So in order for me to create a new or revise that experience, I had to change what I saw. But when it comes to my desires, what I want, I don't need to see what it looks like. For me, that's not necessary. I just need to say what it is. I just need to speak the word. That's all. Now, I'm not saying that visualizing, again, make it fun though. Don't make it be the end all be all. Like, man, if I can't visualize it, I can't get it. No. Sometimes you're just not going to know what it looks like. And a lot of times you keep saying it, your mind will create pictures all on its own. So you don't have to burst a brain vessel thinking, oh, I got to see it. Oh, I got to see it. Just the more you talk about it, your mind is going to find mental images that go along with that, what you're saying. It does it automatically. You're working with infinite intelligence. It knows whatever type of BMW you want. It knows what type of Mercedes. It knows whatever. It knows what you're asking for. Hello, inner dialogue. All is well. Thank you. Right. It wasn't have you tithed, have you prayed enough, hard enough? Yup. Oh, yes, pretty as Lene. You most certainly can. Yup. Come on up.
Hi, goddess. Hi, ladies.
Hello. Good.
What's
How are you?
up? Yeah, I never heard from you a long time, so I said just let me come up and tell you hello. This mine uploading so long, man.
Did you change your name?
No, this is a little tablet where they have a backup thing, so I using this, but then ban my next page and everything, then keep banning my page, so I sharing
Oh,
awareness,
yeah, 'cause
sharing
I'm
the
like, your
truth.
voice sound familiar, but I'm like, that doesn't match the name. I'm like, this is a different name. Okay.
Yeah, oh,
You, oh, wow.
yeah, I just came up to tell you hello and say, man, I agree with all the prompt where you got up and thing, and I mean it, man. A lot of the gods and goddesses are waking up, man, because they're being lying to us from birth about everything. So you gotta create your own reality because you are a fractal of that one intelligence, which is consciousness. So yeah, I agree. You don't need a savior. No God is coming to save you. No Jesus coming to save you. No government coming to save you. So you gotta create your own reality and question everything, man, because we're being programmed from birth. Everything them taught us is a program and a script. So we just gotta use self-awareness and just break that script and rewrite the script and create our own reality, because like evil the scripts tell you ye are gods. We are fractals of that one God mind, which is consciousness. So when you look at it, we come from that true source, but the source what the system taught us about and the God what them tell us about, everything what them did is to keep us dumbed down and keep you trapped inside of this system what run by a lot of psychopaths. So you just gotta question everything and have self-awareness, because that's the key thing, will and intent, and having self-awareness. And I have to learn that, because I was once indoctrinated. I been through Christianity, I been through Muslim, I been through Seven Adventist, I try spirituality, I try Freemasonry, I try esoteric knowledge, and nothing never worked for me like that, because I was looking outside myself. But when I start look within, then I start find all the true answers, because anytime you worship something outside of yourself, you're giving up your power. So in other words, you gotta worship your own self, because you are your own God. Every one of us have a piece of the sparks from the true God source. You know what I mean? But this God what them teach us about, and all these religion and all these spirituality and program and thing, all of that is just to keep you on a low vibration and a low frequency. So we gotta stop act like human and start act like our own God and write our own script and be the observer in this game, you know what I mean? So that's all I gotta say.
Oh, appreciate you. Inner dialogue. Love, love, love the name. Thank you. Hello, hello. Pretty as Lene.
Hey, Miss Toya, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. How your day going so far?
Oh, great, great. How about you?
It's been good. I'm working. But I did want to come up here and tell you some stuff that did take place because the time, I've been with you, I think it's been since like August last year when you started coming up on TikTok, just going back and forth, when Aaron was all on there and everybody was talking, we was all getting acquainted. So to see your platform and stuff like that grow so much, I'm like, yeah, anything is possible because you said from then, you was like, this is what my platform is about. And it just has grown in that little bit of time. So I really like that I was a part of that to be able to see everything. But so we ended up moving from Louisiana to Houston, Texas, me and my little boy. And I ended up, so where to start at? So he goes to like one of the best schools out here, and we really like it, but I knew coming from like his other school, he wasn't all the way there yet. So I was like, they was telling me at his school, they said, well, he's not going to be able to go to summer school because he's not failing, because out here you have to be failing to go to summer school. So I actually ended up manifesting. I said, well, I know he's not where he want to be at because they have this test that they have to take this year. And I was like, do y'all think that he's really ready for that test? And they were like, well, not all the way, but we could work on it, blah, blah, blah. Long story short, I did manifest for him to go to summer school, and it was one of the best things to where when he started school now, he's like reading well. We still have a little bit of work to do with math, but he's reading way better because when we first moved out here, he was not even really reading anything. And then I was telling myself, I listened to one of your lives back in May. We was all on live, and we was talking about manifesting. And I said, you know what? I won't, because they told me, they said, you have to drop him off. But it didn't work out with my work schedule because I work from home. And I said, okay, no, I can't drop him off. In my head, I was like, I can't drop him off because I have to work at those times. I want a bus to be able to come pick him up. Not only do I want a bus to come pick him up, I want them to be some older women that are really nice, because he had a mean bus driver last school year. And I said, I want these women to be nice. Do you not know they called me and they were like, hey, the bus is going to come pick him up. Some things changed, so you don't have to drop him off and pick him up now. And you also, I was so happy. Then the bus drivers, they asked me, they was like, hey, are you out here by yourself? I was like, yes, I'm out here by myself, just me and him. And they was like, well, we're going to call you every morning because we know that he brought it up to me. He said, my mom already be at work when y'all come, so that's why we was late coming to the bus like the first few times. And they were like, we're going to call you every day when we like 1 minute down the road. Do you not know those ladies call me every morning for summer school to let me know, like, hey, we're about to pull up. And I was like, I manifested that, and I haven't told nobody but y'all.
Oh, wow. See how you just decided? See how you just decided?
Yes. But see, when I try to decide other stuff, like,
No. See,
Okay.
I'm fighting for the limitation.
Okay.
But I get it. I know. Go ahead. I won't cut you off. Go ahead.
No.
Go ahead.
To be honest with you, growing up, like most people, I always heard like you have to work hard to do this and do that. And I'm really been working to change that mindset, because honestly, I never wanted to work for anyone. Never. I always just wanted to have my own business. But things, they went as planned, but then they shifted. But even now, I'm like, okay, I really don't want to work for anyone. I want to get paid for being myself. I want to do content creation, because when I was going to college, I actually was going to school for mass communication, and I knew like journalism and all that stuff to do that. So I'm still like, okay, that didn't happen then, but I can make it happen now. But every time I talk to family or like my parents, they were like, you have to work hard. Everything, don't nothing come easy. Like they say the opposite of what I'm thinking of or what I'm trying to work on. And it puts me back in a state of doubt, like that can't happen. So I'm just trying to figure out like, how do I deal with that when I'm constantly, like the people I talk to every day, they think different than what I think. And, they're like, everything, you have to work hard for everything. I'm like, I don't want to work hard for it though.
Right. Stop telling them what you're doing.
Okay.
Why do they need to know? They'll find out when it happens.
Okay.
How you do that? I try to soup. Because you see, every time you tell them the doubt that you're already feeling, they're just projecting it back to you.
Yeah,
They're
the
just your
doubt.
mirror. You have a little doubt regarding it because you've been told your whole life that nothing comes easy. Because here's the thing: say you have that belief, right? But you still do it. So it's not that you want to accomplish it; it just will be hard for you because you believe it's supposed to be hard. So you're going to create circumstances where you're going to have to get over or struggle through it. Not that you want to experience it, but it will be the struggle life.
Yeah, and I don't want that. I wanted to deconstruct that belief like 100%. I don't even
Right.
want
So
to
now
because
you
that's
say,
what it's
now
been.
you decide, light and easy, light and easy. Now you just
Like,
decide. Just decide.
okay.
Just
Daily, I had to
decide.
decide.
You just make a decision.
Okay.
Like, you may think about my daughter, the one that's in Tampa, and she left the boyfriend, and she was renting out an Airbnb, but then she decided, she was like, I want my own place. I want it to be easy. She like made her list of whatever she wanted, and she said, I told God, I need this to be easy. I need to go really easy. You know, the job I want has to be really easy. Like everything that she said has to be easy. It happened. Everything she asked for. It came. She told me about the, Mom, I got these type of, I got this apartment, I got that apartment. She had 2 different apartments in it. So the one that she really wanted was the one that came through. She was prepared to pay, 2 months rent, which was the deposit plus the first month's rent. She ended up only have to pay the first month's rent. Right. And she was like, her desire is to make $10K a month. She's about to be making that. She was like, she's in her place now, but she's like, I want to live in a skyscraper. What do they call it? Not skyscraper.
A high rise?
High rise. Yes, I want to live in a high rise.
Mhm.
And she met this guy. He lives in a high rise. She said he just moved into this other place, and she was like, "Mom, it's so beautiful." But she's like, "It's $3,400 a month." But damn, is it beautiful? She's like, it is so amazing. But she was like, I'm good if I could pay $2,200, $2,400. She's 21.
Mhm.
If I could pay $2,200, $2,400, I'd be good. I want to be in that high rise that he's in or whatever. And she doing it. The thing that she's been asking for, and she didn't know what job she was going to end up, what she would be making that kind of money. But she works for this insurance company that sells not sales, but signs up the Medicaid and Medicare stuff for the Medicare stuff. So what they do is they help you get your insurance license. So when she went for her insurance license, they said if you take the test before the class start and you pass the test, you get a bonus. She got the bonus. She took the test, and she got I think it was like $500,000 or whatever. She took the test and she got the bonus or whatever. And she been on fire ever since she been there. Her commission checks are thousands of dollars. They're just like, and she's making the money when this is not even the enrollment period, right? So she started after enrollment period had just ceased. So they start hiring more people for the next enrollment. The enrollment period, I think, is from October to March or something like that. And so even during this is supposed to be the slow period, she's still signing up 50 to 60 to 70 people a month.
God, that's good. And see, that's the thing. And thank you everybody who congratulated me and Miss Toya. I love hearing the stories because they help me keep going. But I hate that sometimes I go back into that old belief systems and just listening to that's helping me like, okay, because you see how you were, like, yeah, you could do it or whatever. I think that was my biggest thing. Like even growing up, I always needed confirmation from other people, even as a kid. And when you really don't, you just got to be your own confirmation. And it's just about changing your mindset with different things. So, because a lot of people tell me all the time, you don't need to be in Houston. Houston too high. And I start doubting. I'll be like, it may be. What about if I need to go home? I don't want to be back at home. I know that deep down inside.
Yeah.
I start letting other people, what they saying, like kind of family members only. But like, I'll let that get in my head about it. I'm like, no, I got to go back to what Miss Toya said. And that's when I go back and open up that 30-day transformation journal, go back and read those books and just change my mind about different things and try to keep it changed. But I know it's a process, but I had to come on here and tell you about it
because that was a success story I've been holding on to.
Yes, that's beautiful, beautiful. Thank you for sharing.
Oh, thank y'all.
Love,
Yeah,
we love when we apply the law and it actually manifests, right?
yeah. I'm gonna come back up here when my next one come, because I just want an
Yes.
easy life where I'm not having to just do what I'm doing now, and that my belief system is like I don't want it to be a struggle, because that's what I have been experiencing, and that's all. I've been hearing since I was little, like life a struggle, life a struggle. No, I don't want that anymore. I didn't want to accept it then, but that's all I heard, so that's all I knew.
Yep. Yep. And then you have to ask
Okay,
yourself, is my life really a struggle? It's like sometimes you have to sit back, like what's happening right now in this moment? You know what I'm saying? Like, is it really like sometimes we just gotta talk to ourselves and see, especially, you're in your son, you're in a great space, you're working from home, maybe you don't have everything that you want in this now moment when actually you do, but maybe you can't see that you have it in this now moment. In this now moment you're safe. Everything you could possibly need is right there with you. And so where's the struggle?
You're right. Oh, can I tell you this
It
real
doesn't
quick?
exist.
It doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist.
I think the bills, I ain't gonna lie to you, I'm gonna say this, you're gonna be like, it's in your head or whatever. I think I know what you might say. It's like when it come back time for that first of the month, it's time for rent, I'm panicking because I'm like, oh man, I gotta do this, I gotta do that. But I'm working and it still keep getting paid every month. So I'm like, but I don't want to have to keep feeling that anxiety every month of being like, oh, do I have enough for this and that? That's the part I'm trying to get out of. But I took my son to the pool like a week ago at our apartment, and he was like, I'm so happy. Our last place back in Louisiana didn't have a pool. And I just sat back and I looked around at the trees and I was like, I'm really living where I said I wanted to be at. It's not 100% there, but it's a step up, and I am happy here. I don't have to worry about anything. But my biggest thing is sometimes I get stressed out when it's time of, okay, we got to pay this, we got to pay that. And I'm like, just don't look at the 3D. Like you always say, ignore the 3D. Sometimes the 3D be getting to me.
Well, I told you to stop saying ignore and just see the 3D as your friend. I let go of that ignore the 3D, because to me, the thing that I tell you not to do is the very thing you're going to do. So start saying that the 3D is actually your friend. It's not your enemy.
Okay.
Start seeing the 3D as your friend. And so here's the thing with the bills that you have to pay every month, right? Are you reading a book with us, Busting Loose from the Money Game?
No, I haven't. I wonder if they have it at the library. I might need to go get that book and catch up on it.
Okay, but just join the lives anyway. So
Okay.
So we're at the part of tomorrow 11 a.m. Central Standard Time, which I think Houston Central Standard Time too, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So 11 a.m. I like how he says when it comes to reframing your mind around the things that you have to pay for, start calling them receipts of appreciation. Money is just a tool that we use to appreciate the things we want in life, right? So he did it this way. So take money out the picture and you had the apartment, or you had the car, or you went to the restaurant, right? And these things came to you. What would you naturally say?
I would say thank you for them.
Exactly. So this is what you do when the bills come. They're receipts of appreciation, because you are enjoying all of these things, right? You're enjoying the apartment. You're enjoying the job you have. You're enjoying whatever it is that bills represent. So these are just the money is just a way of appreciating these. Just see it from that perspective. Request of appreciation.
Request of appreciation.
And there's my husband. Happy birthday! It's my birthday.
Happy birthday. The money is thank you everybody on here, definitely, for like just listening and giving me grace coming up here, because I've been scared to come up here anyway. But I definitely will. I need to listen to that book, read it and stuff like that, and join the book club, because it sounds like that's the direction I need to be going in right there.
Yep, and it is free online.
Okay.
What's her name? Gigi said that V as in Victor, DOC, .pub. She said that's a good version of it. That's for free.
Okay, I'll end up putting that down. But yeah, everything else has been great. I swear, since I listened to this whole live a year ago, my life has changed for the better with a lot of things. Like even me getting this apartment I'm in now, because at one point in time I was staying with my uncle.
Okay, yeah, see?
And then I moved into my own apartment. I said I'm gonna move by this month, and I moved before it happened.
There you go. See how when you just decide how it just flows, right? It just flows.
Yes,
Just decide and don't waver from the decision. Just
that's what I'm gonna do.
decide, that every month is a way of appreciating this apartment. Every time I get that request for appreciation comes through, every time that rent is due, it's just my way of saying thank you that I get to live here.
Okay, request of appreciation. That's what I'm gonna do. And I love hearing about your daughter. Like, she doing good. That's awesome. I'm like, you go, girl. Like, yes.
She is. And she reminds me, like everyone is just our mirror, right? So everyone is just reminding us it is this simple and we complicate it.
Yeah.
It just really is this simple. It's just as simple as making a decision. Make the decision. Don't try to worry about how you think it's going to happen. Because here's the thing. It's easy for us to say, well, I want a new car. You got $200,000 in the bank. Well, you ain't got to try to imagine yourself with the car, right? You could just go purchase it. You could go get a loan, or you could just, or you could just buy it, right? That don't take faith for that car, right? The faith is required when you don't know how you're going to get the car. That you don't have the money in the bank to get, but you need a new car, or you desire to have the new car. Whatever, whether you need it or you just want it, right? Regardless of what it is. And you say, I desire to have this type of car. It should be the same way that you said, I'm going to move this month. Or I want my son to be around some older women that's going to take him back and forth to the school. This is how I want it. I want them to be older. I want them to come, like however you said it, you just decided. Like it was you wasn't back and forth about it, right? You didn't know where these women was going to come from. You didn't know the school was going to call you and say, oh, you actually get to have a bus service now.
Yeah, definitely. I'm gonna have to just keep that in mind, because it's like when it comes to me, myself, I be going back and forth about it, and I have to stop doing it. I have to stop having that mindset of what I was brought up on.
Yep.
Yeah. But thank you for letting me come up, though. I'm gonna let somebody else have the floor. But I'm gonna be joining the book club with everything. And also I want to ask you, did you see, like, when I look at Messenger on Facebook, it says something about our group chats will be going away? Is that true?
That I don't know. I never looked it up, but I don't think so. But I'm gonna go see, because so they're saying the private groups, the chats will be going away. Well, how would you? They might as well just get rid of the group then, because how you can't have the private chats. But I guess you could just communicate on the page. But yeah, I don't know anything about it. I didn't even look into it, but I'll have to see. I said both. Sunflower. Receipts of appreciation. My husband say requests of appreciation, because he had different terminology depending on what it was. I can't remember which chapter it was in, but I'm gonna get the cliff notes and I'll have them ready for tomorrow. But I think he used both of those. I think he said requests and receipts, but I can't I think he used both of them, but I could be wrong. It could just be requests of appreciation.
All right, Miss Toya, I don't know how to drop myself. I've been trying, but it ain't working.
Okay, no problem.
All
Thank
right,
you for
thank
coming
you.
up. Thank you for sharing. We needed that.
No problem. Thank you so much. I'm gonna go back to listening.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Yes, beautiful, beautiful. Yep, reframing our mindset around money, because it's like when you just take money out of the picture, right? And you understand that money doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't ebb and flow. It doesn't go out and in. Money is it just is. Just like you got to see money just like air, the air you breathe, right? You don't count how many breaths you took today and then decide, well, I took this many breaths today. That means I'm only going to take so many tomorrow. Kind of like how we do money, right? Well, I spent so much money today, and so tomorrow I have to limit myself. You only have now. Be in the moment of now. So if now you feel the urge to do this or do that, then do it. right? And I feel like, when we live over here in this Western world, this landmass we call the United States of America, it's the reason why we're on this plane and we're not we're not in China, we're not in Thailand, we're not in any country in Africa. It's a reason why we're in the land of opportunity, the dream world, where consumerism is the thing of the day, right? Where you can be whatever you want to be on this landmass, right? You get to say, for the most part, whatever you want to say, as long as, of course they do try to implement different rules and regulations when it comes to what can be said. But for the most part, we do have freedom of speech. We have freedom of, and it doesn't matter if you were on the continent of Africa, or if you were in Europe, or if you were in South America. It doesn't matter, but you happen to be on this one. In this place where you really do get to see like how far the different things that this country has went through and where it is now. And so we no longer have to keep remembering the past because we're not there anymore. We do see people amassing all types of wealth, and we don't need to feel sorry because the rest of the world may not be amassing it. Like, how you being poor gonna help those poor in China or in Thailand or in Indonesia? How you being poor gonna help them? It's not. You being poor don't help another person not be poor. It just means another person is poor. That's all it means. You don't help people by having that type of mentality. You help people by when you be the example of what's possible. That's how you help others, by being an example of what's possible. And people think, oh, that just seemed, it seemed like, everyone else can do it. Yes, if everyone else can do it, that means you can too. The only difference between you and the person that's doing it is that they decided that it was possible. That's the only difference. They decided it was possible. So then it became possible. Guess what? You get to decide that it's possible as well. You get to decide it. All things are possible to what? To them that believe. And believe means to accept a thing as true. Do you accept that abundance is true for you? That you can have as much money as you desire? Do you accept that health is possible for you? Do you accept that you can be in the right relationships, in loving relationships, symbiotic relationships? Do you accept that? Because once you accept it, it becomes a reality for you. And you accept it how? Just by deciding that it is. I have decided blank. And that's all that's required. I decided. And then you don't try to go into, well, I wonder how long it's going to take. I wonder what I'm going to have to do. I wonder what's going to happen. Don't get into that type of conversation. Let that mindset go. Just decide that you're it, and that's it. And then everything else will just fall into place. Everything else that's necessary, you will get the inspired action. The inspired action will be automatic. It will be things that you are doing normally. It's things that you are normally doing, and then you're going to see the manifestation come into view. Like Kevin was telling us about the car that he wanted. And he said it was a very rare car. And how one day he just driving along the expressway on his way to work, and they're stopped in traffic. And he looked over to his side and sees the exact car that he wanted being driven by a lady. And he rolls down his window and tells her, oh my goodness, that is a beautiful car. She's like, isn't it? He's like, yes, man, And I forget the exact conversation, but then somehow they ended up getting off the expressway and she's selling him the car. We're reading chapters 8 through 10. So I think we're about halfway through the book. I think the book has 15 chapters. So we're reading chapters 8 through 10. Now so was his action, quote unquote, inspired? Wasn't he doing something he would naturally be doing anyway, which is going to work? Like, What's inspired about that? He goes to work anyway. That's why I say this whole inspired action is another block that we create for ourselves, thinking, should I be doing this or I should be doing that? What action should I do? No. Here's my thing. You are spirit. Every action you take is inspired because you're a spirit. So you don't have to worry about quote unquote inspired action, because every action you take is going to be inspired action because you're spirit. We're reading Busting Loose from the Money Game by Robert Scheinfeld. Tomorrow, every Saturday at 11 a.m. Central Standard Time. I found it on Audible. I'm listening to it on Audible. There is a free version of it on the internet. You can get it through VDoc. That's Victor, D as in dog, OC.P as in Paul, U, B as in ball. You can find it there, VDoc.pub. Or I think the other one, what was the other website? I forgot the other one, but we had a free copy of it in my Facebook group under the files. Yep, every script is God breathed. But you can just Google the free PDF version of Busting Loose from the Money Game. And even if not, even if you're unable to access it, come to the book club. Anywho, we go over it, and you'll definitely get some gems out of it. He really helps you recognize, that you are the creator of your reality. You are the consciousness. You are naturally abundant. You are already wise. You are already all there is. You're not trying to do anything other than remember who you are. That's the only thing. And money is just one of the limitations we created to tell ourselves that we weren't already abundant. And so you're going to, let go of trying to play the game of money and create the game for yourself. Let go of what you think the system and the rules are associated with money and create your own game around money. You are the law of your life. You get to dictate how much money can come into your experience, knowing that it's already there, that you're already abundant, and there's nothing you need to do to be abundant other than recognize that you already are. And it just comes to making a decision. And when you make that decision, let go of the judgment. Let go of the judgment. When you decide what it is you want, you don't have to condition it. You don't have to say, oh, that's too big, or that's insignificant, or worry about the how or the when. Take judgment off the table. Stop trying to decide the outcome. You already know the outcome. You have whatever you decided you have. You just don't get to determine how it plays out. And you have to be okay with that. Yes, Laura, for me, I just get to the good part of the Bible. I definitely cherry pick. Yes, I cherry pick. Because a lot of times when you have to understand that the Bible is coded messaging. And so in order to relinquish that mindset of thinking that God is apart from you, that God is displeased with you, you have to read the Bible from a different perspective. You have to see that every story in the Bible is telling the same story. It's telling you about how the mind works. Every person in scripture is a personality. The lady before, she was calling it spirits. She would say, well, this is the spirit of Job, or this is the spirit of Abraham, or this is the spirit of Daniel, or this is the spirit of Joseph. Well, I wouldn't use the term spirit because it makes it like they're more than one spirit. There's only one spirit, but there's infinite personalities that can be attached to that one power. So I would just say they're characteristics of the one mind, the Job. But again, you can say what works for you, what makes it resonate with you. Just certain terminologies for me, I just wouldn't say spirits because then it makes it seem like it's more than one when there's only one. There's only one power, and we get to use that power to our liking. We have the free will to use that one power, just like electricity. It ain't just because I'm using the electricity to charge my phone and you're using the electricity to charge your car, or that someone else is using the electricity to light their house, that is the spirit of, the phone, and then the spirit of the car. No, it's the power of the car and the power. No, it's still electricity. Just using the electricity for these different functionalities. Same thing with the mind. It's one mind, it's one power, it's one consciousness. You're just using it in different ways. The one power, I call it source. I use the term consciousness, Christ consciousness. I use the term awareness. I use the term imagination, the mind, to me, the soul. It's all interchangeable, because we're trying to define that which is undefinable. And this is just the way these terms that we use just to get an understanding with one another, just to communicate. But there really is no name to define that which is nameless. Because I understand that we are the voice of God. We are the image of God. Without God, we are the ones saying, well, God said this, or God said that, or God is showing this, or God, like we give speech and thought. We give speech to God. You haven't come up with a definition, but it's whatever you say it is. It's however you define it. Some people, because I say when the religions say it's Allah, when they say it's Vishnu or Shiva, when they say it's Jehovah, when they say it's Yahweh, when they say it's Jesus Christ, when they say it's Buddha, when they say it's Confucius, or what they say, I'm saying we're all saying the same thing. We're just giving it a different name. Like in the Bible, they say it's 72 names for God. They said in the Quran, it's 99 names. From a esoteric perspective, 7 plus 2 is 9. 9 represents consciousness. In the Quran, 9 plus 9 is 18. 1 plus 8 is 9. Consciousness. They're just telling you that those names represents consciousness. Consciousness is all there is. But we'll call consciousness source. We'll call consciousness God. We'll call consciousness awareness. We'll say it's Allah. We'll say it's Jehovah. We'll say it's Yahweh. We'll say it's Jesus Christ. Like, we just have all these names for the one power. This power is not divided. It's undivided. It's individualized, which means undivided. So this source comes into this experience as you, comes into experience as me. But this power isn't divided because it's masquerading as you and masquerading as me. It's not divided. Yes, yep. It's all about how to use this power that you are. That's what it comes down to, understanding the laws of mind. And so I say, for me, there's only one law, and we call it different laws. I mean, some people go, well, it's 7 laws, it's 12 laws, 50 laws, 15 laws. Everybody got a different numeric value when it comes to the amount of laws. I say there's only one law, and I may use it interchangeably. I may say it's the law of being, it's the law of belief, it's the law of assumption. So I would say those terms, but to me they're interchangeable, because it's about who do you say that I am. That is the law, because whoever you say that you are, that's what you shall be. So who do you say that I am? Well, I am the power and wisdom of God. I am the Christ. I am the source of all of my reality. Well, if you're saying your source, You're saying you're the Christ that was to return. You're saying that, how does that being show up? Well, God just speaks and then it is. God says, let there be, and it was. We're to be imitators of God as dear children, says Paul. Well, to imitate God just means to speak a thing, to speak those things that be not as though they were, that my words that goes forth does not return unto me void. Well, if I'm to imitate God, the only thing I have to do is speak it. Me speaking it makes it so, because in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word what? Was God. So the words that I speak, says the Christ, they are spirit and they are life. Is not God described as life and spirit? Yes. So who's God? The Word. The Word is God. You are the Word. It's your words that goes forth that does not return unto you void. You are the Word of God. Now, how you gonna use that word? How are you going to use that power? What are you going to do with your words? How are you going to speak about your life? Because whatever you say, that's what it shall be. And so I see we don't have any more guests. And so I'm going to, normally the live goes longer because I'm not the one doing all the talking. But I think I've said about all I can say. All that I can say, do 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 do. All that I can say, do 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 do. All that I can say, do 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 do. All right, we got some guests coming up. Hey, healthy OG.
How are you this afternoon?
Amazing. How are you?
I'm 2 inches off the floor. I'm so excited. I got to sit on my hands to keep from waving at folks. Beautiful things are happening today.
Amazing.
100%. I heard you proclaiming that there were no more guests, and I guess maybe you were about to end, and I came to throw a wrench in that plan.
You're
Because
exactly
it's
right.
it's always such a pleasure, though. Seriously, it's always such an incredible pleasure to actually just listen to you, first of all, and to learn from you. Really is. It's always so enlightening.
Oh, I appreciate that. Do you have me on speaker?
You know what? I'm taking you off right now. Sorry.
That's okay. We could just hear the echo. And that's how I realized whenever we're on speaker, we could hear the echo.
Okay. Sorry about that.
That's okay. You're good.
What was the big topic of today?
You said, what was the B topic? The whole, I gotta come save the world.
Is that something that people take upon themselves, or maybe you personally, or that?
Oh, not me.
No,
Not
okay.
me. I know I'm not here to save the world. I'm not Captain America. I'm not a DC Marvel character. I'm not Batman, and I'm not here to save nobody. I'm here to spread the gospel, the good news, the gospel.
Right.
Oh, I know I plant seeds, but I don't make them grow.
Exactly.
And so some people feel like that's, and here's the thing, it's not that it's wrong. I just know that's when you think that you can be someone's savior, then you think that you're the doer of the thing, when you're not. You're like, there's on, like, the seed is already there. It just has to be awakened, and you may be used to help awaken, but you're not saved. No one needs to be saved. Saved from what?
Exactly. And as a matter of fact, when I've said to someone that I am God, And that said, they would say, so how are you blessing me? How are you saving everybody? What powers do you have? As if to say that because that word God, which obviously is a construct of man itself, means that I must have powers over everyone, which absolutely is not the case. It means that I am, you know, all of the God over this meat suit and nobody else's. Nobody else's meat suit but this one.
Yep. We're just here to shine the light. Yeah, right? We're to be the light in the dark place. That's it. And, you know, when you let your light so shine, when you don't think, because here's the thing, when you come with the Savior thing, you're saying that they're wrong in their perspective. And we're not here to point fingers and tell people you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. So my thing is, you need to have that mindset. If you think you can go around saving people, you can put on your superhero cape, but just know when folks try to be saviors, they become martyrs.
Right.
People feel like they being, you know, they being crucified. When they said Jesus would be crucified. They said, you know, the world hated them. The world, you know, like they're looking to be hated by the world. Like,
exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
You do know that was a story talking about crucifying the flesh, the lower nature, not about an actual person. But okay.
That is
Go ahead with that.
real
You go ahead with
question.
that.
Yeah, that's a real question, though, with some. Asking that one, you do realize that this is a story, correct?
Right.
Then therein lies the discussion. Because a lot of people really, really still believe that that's real. I've even had conversations on live where people would say, well, you know, some of this stuff in the Bible isn't real at all, but then some of it is actually true and very real. So I said, well, why believe any of it at all? No. I mean, if you know that it's a lie, no. Well, then no. That's I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that it's a lie. No, but you just said it's not true. So if it's a story, it's a lie. Why believe any of it? No, what I know I'm saying is true. I said, and then I finally said, well, you know, you really sound completely confused. And then they dropped off of the, you know. But I mean, it really is. A lot of people are really confused. They're kind of like in this, you know, 1 foot in, 1 foot out kind of a situation.
Yep. Yeah, you do kind of bend yourself into a pretzel.
Right.
That's what you find yourself doing, bending yourself into a pretzel when you think, because it's like, well, can't you not see the horrors of the world? Can you not see that these things are happening? Actually, I do not see it. I'm being told that. But in my reality, I'm not actually seeing what they're saying.
Right.
I just have to accept that what they're telling me is actually happening.
Exactly.
But we do know that this government make shit up, right? Why y'all acting like this government don't make like the weapons of mass destruction? You do know that wasn't true, right? There were no weapons of mass destruction, right? Like, come on now. So
they actually tell you what you know. They tell you what you know. They say this is what you know, and that's it. And what I didn't tell you is you don't know that to be true. Exactly. It's amazing. It's amazing that we still fall for it, though. That's my
yeah, because here's the thing: it is spiritual manipulation, right? Or emotional manipulation, right? Because if I can get you to feel a certain way, I'm going to get you to act a certain way. All right.
Yes, ma'am.
If I can get your heart to feel like, oh, you're right, they shouldn't. That's so wrong. Oh my goodness. So you're moving off emotion, not knowing. You're not moving from a place of knowing and clarity. You're moving from a place of being emotional. And you should never make choices from emotions.
Exactly. And specifically fear, I believe, in most cases, fear that if I don't do what my parents did or my grandparents did or whoever did, then I'm going to, I've had serious Christians tell me, well, I understand everything that you're saying, but just in case, that fear,
just in case. Plan B. I gotta have a plan B.
That fear that maybe you're wrong and I'm right. That fear that I'll go to hell, that this God that created this amazing creation called mankind, created a hell to destroy him. That fear is, I think, what drives us in most cases, just as it did our ancestors when they were forced into it. And I would have, bowed my knee in a heartbeat. Absolutely. I accept to save my wife and my children. Absolutely. But today, I'm jumping in my Lexus and I'm driving off, Toya. You heard me? I'm jumping in the Lex and I'm rolling out. I'm not doing that today. And I'm not teaching that to my children or my grandchildren.
Right.
I'm not leading them down that same road because, maybe my parents or grandparents or whoever made that same mistake. And it's bravery. It takes a lot of courage to take a stand. It does.
Yeah, and even if you don't teach it to your children, like I had one guest on here saying that her parents taught the esoteric knowledge. It wasn't until she was an adult that she took it seriously. So because here's the thing, that everybody still has their own path. Everyone is still going to experience their own journey. So even if you're telling your children this, which I'm sharing it with my children, but they don't all see it from my perspective. They don't like the daughter I talk about, that she's in Tampa, and she still talks about Jesus, but she will be considered a lukewarm Christian because she's not the one that is that's talking about hell and heaven and all of that. But when she prays and she wants something, and or something happens for her, she say, "Jesus, thank you, Jesus," or "God did it." But to me, she understands that, because we have these conversations all the time, and we're basically saying the same thing. She's just saying, like, she knows Jesus is in her, but she still sees Jesus outside of her. So that's probably the only disconnect, is seeing God within as well as God without, which a lot of people still do, right? A lot of people still say, well, God is everywhere. That means if he's everywhere, that means he's inside and outside, right?
Right.
So again, there's nothing wrong with that, right? Because the thing is, as long as you live in your best life, why do I care how you conceptualize this power?
100%. And as a matter of fact, I believe that the seed has been planted. And just as they have learned religion and Jesus and all of those things, maybe since the day that she was born, because of your past and your history with the church and all of those things, she learned all of those things. But the fact of the matter is, the seed has been planted of the information that you're giving her now.
Right.
And she'll hold on to that just the same as she's holding on to the other information. Now, I think what's going to actually win in that whole thing is
right, because she's not looking at God as judging her. Like how her conception of God is nothing like Christianity.
Right.
She
And
just holds on to the Jesus Christ person.
And so the seeds that you're planting with regards to evidence are going to continue to show up in her life more so than belief, of something out there. Evidence is going to keep displaying itself, and she's going to remember that. That's what Mom, kept saying is, these things about evidence and having proof. These are the things that matter. And I think that's, I don't know. I mean, I don't know that I don't have a crystal ball, but I tend to believe that truth, that evidence is going to come out on top. It's going to be the lasting thing. Yeah.
Yep.
And if she's fortunate, because most kids don't have that advantage. A lot of, unfortunately, most don't. This deconstructing thing is really new for me. And I'm proud of how it's growing.
Yes.
What seems to be, really coming about, and the conversations are amazing.
Yes, they are.
But it's still rather fresh. Would you say?
I just think that it's just a time that we're living in where we get to connect with people all over the world in an instant, right? Like these different platforms, these social media platforms allow you to talk to people that may be in, the continent of Africa, or they may be in the Caribbean, or they may be across the pond in Europe, right? Like, because I accept that this knowledge is not new.
Right.
It has always been around, but because the world that when we look at quote unquote history, when you're talking about the slow meal or taking days to get from one place to the next, right? taking days from getting information to one place to the next. Now it's instantaneous.
Absolutely. Which is, I think it's good actually. I don't know. Is it the sort of the antithesis of Babylon? Maybe all voices becoming one, so to speak. I don't know.
Yeah, hey, because we are one. We are
Yeah.
the world.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
are the children.
Yeah.
We are the ones who make a brighter day.
Absolutely.
We are one.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I heard somebody say that, we've been raised and we grew up, most of us, our lives thinking that we are a drop of water in the ocean, in all of the oceans of the world or of the earth. But the truth is that we are all actually the entire Earth's ocean in one single drop,
Yep.
each of us.
Yep.
And I thought that was amazingly beautiful.
Yes.
So real.
So beautiful. Yes, your own universe is dropping those gems.
Yeah.
Everything is intelligence. Everything is the light. Everything.
Everything
Gems
is
of light.
source.
Everything is source. Yeah.
It's
Everything comes
source.
from the one cause, the one purpose, the one mind, the one
Right.
power. Yeah.
And God is the awareness behind the awareness, so to speak, to me. God is the awareness behind the awareness.
Yeah.
The creator of the creator of the creator, somehow.
Yeah, there's only
If
one
that makes sense. Right,
There's only one
exactly.
creator. Yeah, there's only
And
one.
it is source. And it isn't, what created source? Like there's, it's source.
Right. It's just like saying what created energy. If you know energy was never created nor destroyed, never
Right.
destroyed, it's the same concept.
Exactly.
Nothing created you. Nothing. You are not. The body was created, but you were not created.
Right.
The body is the avatar. The body is the illusion. That's why the script tells you that which is seen does not come from things that which do appear.
This is the hologram.
This is the hologram. Yep. So I'm going to let Laura come into the conversation. Healthy OG. Hello, Laura. Are you there? Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can now.
Oh, good. Hi, good to talk to you. I just met you today.
Oh, nice meeting you. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Thank you. Really cool to hear your language and the way that you described this, and it struck a chord for me because I'm 2 years-ish into deconstruction from a long adult relationship with what I would have referred to as the Trinity. And so I have struggled, of course, in deconstruction, but also in the aftermath because I find myself left with a missing experience or definition for the experience that continued to occur when I walked away from my faith. That looked to me prior to that as if it was my faith, if that makes sense. So how can I be experiencing the divinity, or so to speak, without the divine? And it almost encouraged my deconstruction because I would have never left the Lord from the standpoint I had come from. But because I was finding that the same types of things were happening without what I now would consider the abusive nature of what I received of, and I don't want to offend anybody or step on anybody's toes because I respect what everybody believes and I understand the need, as well as the heart behind people's faith. But just from my experience, without better words to clarify and to keep it concise and quick, I'm just going to say I was seeing Christianity from a deconstructed standpoint as being something that robbed me for the majority of my adult life, 20 plus years of my adult life. And standing on the other side of that, starting to compile kind of a reality check as to who I am, not who I am in Christ alone, but yet still receiving the blessings and I don't want to say visions, because I know that can be crazy for people, but I mean the understanding of things, recognizing where I belonged through almost a spiritual connection, but to what was my question? Because if I'm denying all of this Jesus stuff and I'm blatantly almost blasphemizing as far as it went in my deconstruction, I'm saying this is not something that I see as real. I know my spirit is speaking, not my brain, because I would never be able to, in my spirit, speak those words out of my mouth without that being real for me. So in my deconstruction, coming all the way to the point where I recognized there wasn't room for me to leave God. I didn't understand or see a God any longer. And yet there he was, interestingly enough. So I think it makes sense to you, surely, having heard you today, that comes kind of with a weight of figuring it out on your own. Not everybody's is going to be the same. And I want to clarify that I'm not attracted to your words because you're speaking my truth. I'm attracted to them because they revel in the reality that I understand without any definition. And you have placed definition in places, and then you've also in your maturation of that belief, kind of released an authority for definition and said, it's okay, whatever it is, it doesn't necessarily have to be defined. And I think that's beautiful. And I hope to be in that place someday on my journey, for sure.
Oh, beautiful. I really accept your sharing, because yes, for my journey, I left Christianity years ago before I came to this understanding of what we call enlightenment. So I left the church probably around 2007, 8, somewhere in there. And my journey, my remembering of who I am started in 2018. So I had already left that concept of a savior, and you know what I'm saying? So I didn't need to, like, quote unquote, really deconstruct from Christianity, because I had already left it. I was already questioning it. I was already finding the contradictions, and I just didn't know that the Bible was about me. I was just like, I knew it was contradictory. I knew that it wasn't adding up with what I was being told, because I used to be a Sunday school teacher as well. And then when I discovered, like, a teacher named Neville Goddard, and then I came across Reverend Ike and Bill Donahue, and they're all teaching this book from an esoteric perspective, which is metaphysically or spiritually. I'm like, oh, telling you that these stories are parables, and they're about, astrology and numerology, and it's about the mind, it's neurology, it's cosmology, it's all of those things, that this book is layered. And you can get so many deep truths about the human body, about how the mind operates, how the brain is connected and shown in scripture. So it's like, wow, like, this is what this book is about. It's so layered, it's so not one-dimensional at all. And it's so beautiful, and I just decided to lean on the side of the mental. So I don't get into the necessary science when it comes to the neurology and talking about the brain and all the chakras and all of that. I don't get into that. That's beautiful. It's part of, who we are. It's just, that's not my lane. I just stay with the lane of, hey, we're the power that makes the engine go for our reality. How am I going to use that power so I can create the reality in which I would like to experience?
Beautiful. That's so cool. I feel so similarly, especially where you said, I'm not taking it into the next chapter yet. I wouldn't say I never would, but with the chakras and the crystals and all that. And I see such a an opening or a value to that as well. But I am with you. When you said remembering who I am, when you said you started remembering who you are, that is beautiful and relatable for sure. I was going to ask you a question. Okay, I was going to ask you 100 questions, but I'll be fair.
That's okay. Yeah.
I'll just ask you a question to begin with. And you may or may not have an answer to this, but I'm just curious because of where you are and how closely you seem to be to where I'm hoping I'm heading in my journey. The area where I'm struggling or I struggle with, even just hearing Jesus and God scares me a little bit, just because of my background and my paradigm and my history with what I had concocted or was taught, or combination of where God is at and what he expects of me, or how I'm defined under God, and how I understand and believe that that has a lot to do with a man-made representation of the biblical context in which it was taken in, for the purpose of politics, etc. over the years. I'm aware of that, but also saying that that's real, that's the culture that I grew up in, that's the Christian community that I partook in throughout my adult life in coming to Christ. And so when I hear anything where we're saying like Jesus and God, I'm trying to wrap my head around it. I'm not sure how I could go back to the Bible on any level, but if I do, the first thing that stops me, and that's where my question is the words. And I think you said earlier, you're kind of cherry picking what works and what doesn't, or what feels like it's right, maybe, or maybe I'm kind of putting words in your mouth as to how you're cherry picking. But the ideas of we have free will, and God has unconditional love for us, but we are only his friends if we do what he commands us, sort of thing, along with the kind of idea that I'm born flawed and that Jesus had to die for me in order for me to have a connection to God, because otherwise I'm too dark or dirty or wrong or sinful. And then also, I'll just leave it at that, because there's obviously, I think you probably understand the gist of that direction. How do you kind of grapple with that, or don't? How do you not grapple with that? That's the case.
Yes. So God and Jesus Christ. So God is what we call, to me, in the Old Testament, we call it God, right? And then Jesus Christ comes along and he's still God, but it's the God from a different revelation, which would be the New Testament. So to me, that both they're synonymous, and they're just personifications of the mind. That's all right. It's not something outside of me. It's not some being in the sky looking down on me. It's not some just how we see the story of Jesus, right? We say God became man in the person of Jesus. Well, God became Toya in the person of, God became me in the person of Toya, in the personality of Toya. So the person isn't God, which is what Jesus would always say, right? He was saying that I am my own self and I'm doing nothing. It's the Father within. It's my awareness. It's my consciousness. It's the power within that's doing it. So I have that same concept of myself. Because if I'm going to say that the Bible is my story, then Jesus is just the archetype. He's just a personification of who I am. But that would be for every character in Scripture. So I don't see any of the characters of Scripture existing in time and space. They're just archetypes. So I played the role of Joseph, the dreamer, with the 12 technicolor coat, right? I'm the dreamer who my family is like, what you mean we gonna bow down to you? But that's really the 12 disciples, the 12 tribes of Israel, the 12 disciplines of mind have to come in subjection to the Christ mind. That's who bows down to Joseph, because Joseph is just the archetype of Jesus.
Mm.
Yes, because it's the same story told
Mm-hmm.
over and over and over again, telling you
Mm-hmm.
how the mind works. So the Old Testament is generally talking about the mind that operates from duality, the good and evil. And then you get the new mind, new body, new testament, new mind and body through the story of the Christ, who operates from the spirit of oneness, unity, no
Mm-hmm.
longer operates from the dual mindset, no longer sees good and evil, only sees God, only sees good, only operates from the oneness. And so the letters of the Pauline doctrine tells you this. Oh, there's only one Lord, one faith, one baptism, one Father of us all. And the Father is not male. The Father is awareness, is consciousness, is that power.
Mm.
So that's how I reconcile it, because I have to demystify God and stop
Yeah.
putting God up there, out there, away from me,
Right.
and bring God down to me, as me,
Mm-hmm.
living life through me,
Mm-hmm.
because of me, as me.
Mm-hmm. Because he is, right.
Because
That's,
he is, because it
yeah,
is, source
it
is,
is.
right? Because it is.
So I think I understand what you're saying. And then in the context of something, I think you don't, I'm guessing this, so just correct me if I'm wrong. Am I gathering that you would take a piece of scripture that might otherwise be perceived by a quote unquote Christian, a westernized American Christian, that maybe is judgmental of the human condition or puts us in a position where we need to make a certain choice or else, and to be a follower of these commandments of this creature that we've created, where you're saying that creature is me. I'm not in subject to those things. I am those things. Am I right by that?
Yes.
And then when you read something that says how you are to be, how do you decipher that? Does that become a part of your value system, or do you discern whether that's for you?
Right. So it's I am. I am that I am. I am whatever I say I am.
Mm-hmm.
And so I know you were saying it like in the looking from the perspective of, oh, am I being pleasing to God?
Right.
Because I'm deemed unworthy based on just existing.
Mm-hmm.
I came in as a sinner, and that's all I'll be. And I'll only become worthy if I accept the crucifixion. And so
Mm-hmm.
what I'm saying is that it's not about worthiness. You're God incarnate. And you can never be displeasing to God because you are God incarnate.
Mm-hmm.
And so you never have to worry about if you're doing wrong or right, good or bad, because the book is not a book on morality.
Mm-hmm. Or values, yeah.
Or values, right. Right. So I take the script and it says that the greatest commandment is what? Love thy God with all thy heart, with all thy
Yeah.
mind, and all that is within me. Well, if I'm God, that means what? I'm
Love
loving
you.
me.
Yeah.
Loving me. And then what's the
Which is
second? What's the second just like it?
love your neighbor as yourself.
As myself. So now we're not making a separation between me and the neighbor, right? Because I'm loving you as I love me.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm loving you as I'm God,
Oh,
that makes it unconditional.
always was a trip for me because we don't love ourselves. So when the word said, love your neighbor as yourself, I was like, that's not very good. This was not written in the 21st century. Maybe folks loved each other a whole lot back then, but we don't now. If I'm loving my neighbor like myself, I feel like people tend to love others better than themselves now. But that makes so much sense. It first says, and these are the two greatest commandments. If there were no other, they would be the two that were the only necessary commandments, according to the word, is to love God above all others and love your neighbor as you love yourself. Love yourself and then love everyone else like you love
As
you.
yourself.
So that's what you do with the scripture. You,
Make it applicable to me. I make it about me because it's about me. Like someone
Mhm.
said, well, there's a new commandment. The new commandment is to love your neighbor, love everyone as I have loved you.
Mhm.
And so they're like, and I'm like, okay, but I know you want to say, okay, so it's not about me loving me. It's about me loving you as Christ has loved me, because this is put in the mouth of Christ, right? This is the new
Mhm.
commandment. I'm gonna you got to love everyone else as I have loved. But here's the thing. Who is the I? Who is the I, and who are we loving?
Mhm.
That's
Ourselves.
We're loving
Mhm.
ourselves, so which means I'm also again loving you as I love myself.
Mhm.
The new
Mhm.
commandment really isn't new.
Right.
It's just a different way of saying the same thing he said
Yeah.
before.
Yeah.
He just made said it in a new way. It was like, you say eye for eye, tooth for a tooth. What I say, if one smites you on the cheek, you turn to them the other cheek. Well, you really think that the Bible's talking about someone hitting someone or doing harm to another? No. This is Eastern mysticism. Talking
Mhm.
about if someone gives you one opinion, you turn to them and give them another.
Mhm.
So we have to understand that the way they talked in script, how that language was, is how we use slang in our reality now, right?
For sure.
Like
Right.
we say,
Right.
we're gonna shoot the bull. Well, we know we're not getting a gun to go shoot a bull, right?
Mhm.
So it's the same thing with that language.
Right. And when I was deep into Christian theology, and just eating up the Bible every single day like it was the best meal ever, I loved that. I loved the fact that it's not a black and white story, and that it has you have to apply the way that literature was composed at that time in that culture and for what reason, and even the history of that was so much fun for me to learn. I got real nerdy. So it's scary for me to think about re-embarking in a way that would once again create and constitute what I would perceive as facts or definition. Not that I can't or won't. It's just
But the thing is, it's not necessary. You don't ever have to pick up another Bible ever in life. And now that I know what it means,
Uh-huh.
I will quote script. Here's the thing. So when I do have Christians come up on my live,
Mm-hmm.
and they will argue for their
Oh, for sure. We are blasphemizing the crap out of their stuff.
they're going to
Oh, yeah.
no, they're going to talk about the limitations of the flesh. And
For
then I
sure.
was put a spotlight. But what about this script that tells you that the Christ in you is able to bring you above the limitations of the flesh? It's
Amen.
always
And yet nobody is in the Christian community.
because they like Romans 7. The thing that I wouldn't do, I do. The thing I
Right.
didn't want to do, like.
I did.
But
Right.
are you gonna read Romans 8 though? We just not gonna read Romans 8.
Right.
Like we just not gonna. There's therefore now no condemnation to them that are in Christ.
Mm-hmm.
We're not gonna read Jude. Now unto him that is able to keep us from falling.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll see. I don't know where this one, because a lot of times I forget where these scripts are found. Where it says, "Any man being in Christ is a new creature. Old things are passed away. Behold, all things become new." So where's this fight for the limitation? Because that's not in the script.
Mm-mm.
Because when Paul is referencing the flesh, the carnal mind, he's telling you you don't live by the flesh. You live by Christ in you, unless you fail to meet the test. Unless Christ ain't in you. Because do you not know Christ in you? Your hope of glory. Do you not know that you have the mind of Christ? Let this mind be in you that was also in Christ Jesus, who being in the form of God, thought it not robbery to be equal with God, but who made himself of no reputation and became a servant to men. You supposed to have the same mind. So it's just like you're really without excuse, because Paul also tells you that if you continue to sin, there is no more sacrifice for you. So why you keep talking about sinning and warring with the flesh,
Mm-hmm.
or fighting devils and demons and Satan's on mine? I'm like, but if Christ is your example, did Christ fight demons and devils and Satan's on mine? I don't remember him tussling with a devil. I
Yeah.
remember him speaking to it.
Yeah.
That's about it. He
No.
spoke
Yeah.
to the devil.
Mm-hmm.
He ain't
He
fighting none
commanded.
though. He wasn't wrestling
Right.
with him though.
He commanded it. What?
Exactly.
Okay. I mean,
And the devil is
yeah.
just doubt. That's all devil represents in scripture, is just doubt. You speak to doubt. You speak to fear.
The
As
devil is doubt. Yeah, yeah. I'm sure. I'm just writing your book for you, so just excuse me while I jot things down. Yeah, that's so cool. Devil is doubt, because when I came away from my faith life and I started to recognize that my emotions were identifiable and allowable, and that being content in all things wasn't for me anymore in the context of which I had applied it for 20 years of adult life, I was allowed to be sad. I was allowed to be scared. Scared didn't mean that I lacked a God and therefore doubted him. Every time I was afraid for 20 years, I thought, oh, I'm slipping away from the Lord. I need to get into the word and recloak myself with, the breastplate of righteousness and the sword of the Spirit. And I would deflect fear in a way where I would, and we have a right to that. There's nothing saying we cannot do that. But when I learned that fear was just a little part of me saying, hold up, just neurologically, just biochemically, my mind knows how to say, this doesn't look familiar. You need to be cautious. Or this does look familiar. And the last time it happened, it was bad. Don't do this. And I can listen to that and say, okay, thank you, baby girl. Let me be proceeding with caution. Or I have this understanding as an adult human woman who knows that this thing is not going to hurt me. I can continue to proceed, or I will not proceed. I'm right. This isn't good for me. I thought that was an outside source named Satan coming for me. And I lived in the captivity, and every day, not to become emotional, I'm not going to become emotional about it. Every day in 2 years, I have thought to myself throughout the entire day, in contrast to the things that I held so deeply and felt so sure of. But now I'm standing here on the other side of that, and those things don't add up. That entire sweater has unraveled its entirety, and it doesn't even exist for me. But yet, at the same time, what you're talking about, what you're saying, is so real. And how do we become so drawn to, in our spirits, in a man inside of us? I don't mean to use the male word man, but the being inside of us is so drawn to religion on any level, where so many beings on the planet are religious in one way or another, believe in something greater, higher, more powerful, something they rely on or respond to for a reason. And it isn't just because we're all desperate, because we're all desperate for money and we're not all rich. We're all desperate for health and we're not all healthy. We're not putting the burgers down. We're still eating the fries. We're desperate to be well, but we don't make ourselves well. So how can being desperate for a spirit life conclude in the same manner? These religions outside of what has happened to them with the manifestation of greed, and the occurrence that will continue as long as we continue to be humans. Outside of that, the religions themselves all point to the same thing. And how are we coming to the same conclusions without there being something actual that we're responding to when we desperately seek that spirit life? It's amazing to me that in this one day of listening to you and this one conversation of hearing you speak scripture, which scripture has made me sick to my stomach. Excuse me, I have to yell at my dog a second. Sorry, my dog was getting crazy up there.
That's okay.
Scripture has been making me sick to my stomach for 2 years. And you just spoke scripture and I heard you. You know,
Mm-hmm.
like I heard you in my spirit for the first time that I've been able to hear scripture in 2 years. And it wasn't attuned to the thing I walked away from. So thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. And as someone referenced, there's a book called the Metaphysical Bible Dictionary.
Okay.
That's where you can get the esoteric definitions to those terms, like Satan and all just any word just about. It's not exhaustive, so it's not like a concordance, but you
Right.
will find many of the terms that theology uses on a regular basis. You will see them translated for you from the original Greek or Hebrew text, and then given the metaphysical interpretation of it. And so,
Yeah.
yeah, it is
The
like a
metaphysical
crucifixion,
Bible.
right? You're crucifying the flesh of the old mind. And so that crucifixion of the old mind, yes, it does feel like a death, because the person you used to know wasn't who you truly are. And so coming to grips with that, knowing of, man, I believed this my whole life, and how did I believe this? But here's the thing with how we end up in religion is that we are on a search for self, and the goal is within. So some people go to religion, some people go to promiscuity, others find it in alcohol, or other types of drugs. I don't know what we can say here on TikTok.
Mm-hmm.
Or other
Other
addictions,
things.
right?
Yeah.
Looking for answers, and the last place we go to is ourselves. But some people's journey isn't as long, right? Some people, like I was 7 and I questioned this. Grew up in a Christian home and it just didn't make sense to me. Others, I was early adulthood. Like I didn't grow up in a Christian home. I had some teachings on religion, because it was Jehovah's Witnesses, but they wouldn't deem themselves as Christians. That only happened for a couple of years. I didn't become a Christian until I was in my late 20s, almost 30.
Mm-hmm.
And so, but like you said, we're in a Western society where most of the world has some form of religion, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like whether it's Christianity or Hindu or Judaism, Islam, they all in search for answers, and we create these constructs to give us an understanding of what we call the human, the depraved mind, right? Like what makes us want to harm one another, to see others separate from ourselves, that we create these horrific experiences that we do. And so religion kind of gives you an answer for that.
Yeah.
Even though it's an erroneous answer, they give you an answer.
Right. Right. I mean, and
It's
it's
even
working
error, but yeah.
across the board. It's working. I mean, order is kind to a degree from the outside. So I mean, I've told lots of people in my deconstruction, please don't deconstruct. I don't want to know you without Jesus in you. Like I don't want to know what you're capable of without. I've had people say, I'm glad for you. You met me after I met Jesus, because I was not a nice person before my faith life. And I agree with that. Just stick with your Jesus. But for me, like I've just come to a place where it's just not connecting the right dots anymore. And it's not because I'm trying to get out of a family, or I want to be something I don't belong being, or I'm trying to get sinful. I'm just sitting here doing the same thing I was doing before with him. I don't think I belong underneath that anymore. I think I can see ways and patterns where coming away from that created in me a more fruitful, healthy person. And that's not for everybody. I know that it is for a lot of people right now. And I feel like I can't stop there. The deconstruction can't be the end of it for me, because there's too much of something still existing and occurring in power and authority outside of the tangible, easy to explain. And like you said, it doesn't necessarily have to be all mystical and magical with crystal balls and things of that nature, but what you believe is what you are, and what you believe in is what occurs. And I think you know as well as I do that doesn't mean I'm going to believe I'm a millionaire, so tomorrow I'll be a millionaire, I'm going to make money. But it is, in the same sense, I have a right to discern whether my experience was one thing or another. And that authority is in me. And we're not the only people who feel that way. And it's hard to find other people who feel that way without getting into things that I'm just not gearing up for. That would look like another religion
Right.
for me.
Yeah.
So
That's
it's fun.
that's why I had to
Yeah.
be careful of, because spirituality was definitely seeming like it was becoming another religion, and I had to step back for a moment and reevaluate. So I'm like,
Hmm.
it's saying that you're awakened, but you're still using the same type of you're still having the residual effects from religion, because you're still talking about evil spirits. You're still talking about protecting yourself. You're still talking about something can overpower you and something can take something from you. I'm like, that sounds a lot like Christianity to me. So,
Hmm.
I'm like, because if it's supposed to be, again, I know everyone has their own path. So not to,
Hmm.
condemn anyone's path. I just know when you understand the oneness mindset, you'll stop looking at others as separate from you and look at them as reflections of you. So them being your reflection, if you're saying they're this, you're calling yourself that.
Hmm. Hmm.
Yeah. And hold on for a second, Laura. I'm going to bring
Yeah.
Keela. Keela, are you there? The 0120, did you have something to say? Did you want to come back up? I saw you dropped. Hello, Keela. You have to unmute.
I apologize. I hit it by mistake.
Oh, that's okay.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. I'll drop you. Thank you. Yeah, some people be tapping and they accidentally request up.
Yes. Well, I'm going to ask a question. If you have any resources or recommendations for embarking in this direction on my journey, where you would say that you found relevant or helpful tidbits, even not that they have to be, conclusive or every piece of them is something that you would stand on, but just kind of
Yes.
a good manner of discovery.
Yes. So it's several authors. You have Florence Scovel Shinn. You may see people put it in the chat too. You have Neville Goddard. You have Dr. Joseph Murphy. You have what's his name? Holmes. I can't remember his first name. Emmett Fox. Bill Donahue. Bill Donahue is really good when it comes to just talking about the scriptures from a esoteric perspective. Now, some of the other ones, they're dealing more with creating your reality through the power of your mind. Reverend Ike, but Bill, he goes right to just decoding scripture. Like if you truly want to see the Bible from its intended purpose, because he even touches on Buddhism, he touches on Hinduism. Like he'll touch on Islam, so he'll give you different, Yes.
Yeah, thank you everyone who's giving me spelling and reference to some of this.
Yep, Joel Goldsmith. Yep. It's a lot of like I said, the Metaphysical Bible Dictionary. I know when I purchased it, I got it for like $20. I got a used edition. Someone else found it and said they was selling it for like $120. I was like, ooh, I didn't pay
Mm,
$120. I paid
mm.
$20, but
Yep.
I'm not here to count anyone's money. So $120 may be a drop in the bucket for some folks, and not a
No.
big deal. You know.
Right.
Oh, but I mean, some people said they were able to get a PDF version of it, because I do know that this author, his name is Charles Fillmore. He has a couple of books, metaphysical books, metaphysical dictionaries. So you can also find like Kindle versions as well.
Charles Gilmore or Fillmore?
Fillmore with an F, Frank Fillmore.
Okay.
Yeah, like I said, I've been on the journey since 2018, and Neville Goddard and Dr. Joseph Murphy and Bill Donahue and Reverend Ike probably were more, they helped me more with understanding the Bible from a metaphysical point of view.
Mm.
And so you have others, metaphysicians, where they're dealing more with, if you want to create a different reality for yourself, they're showing you that that's what this book is telling you.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's all mind, and it's telling you that you actually are an abundant being at your core. That peace, love, joy is who you truly are. That the personality, so like the personality of Toya, that's the carnal mind. That's the part of me that cannot understand the things of spirit.
Mm-hmm.
And so when the Christ mind and my mind unite as one, now I can operate from my divinity. I learn how to submit this carnal mind to come in subjection to the power of the Christ mind.
Mm.
So it's like when the script says, to those that
Yes.
are led by the Spirit of God, they
Mm-hmm.
are the sons of God, which means the images, the idea, the voice.
Mm-hmm. This is why I was such a weirdo in church, because they would let me lead and I would be talking about the flesh versus the spirit man being in us and of us, and people would be like, what is she talking about? And I would try to break it down, but the pastors would be like, no, we don't do that. But I really am like, I'm reading this book. I don't know what you think. If you want everyone to listen to what you are saying only and never learn anything from the Spirit of God, then you cannot be reading the book, because it said everything is coming through it. So I need to hear it and read it. And what I'm getting is that I have two me's. One of me is from the Old Testament and one of me is from the New Testament. And the Old Testament me is at my submission and my power. That's what submits. My flesh has to submit to my spirit man that knows what I'm supposed to be doing and where I'm supposed to be going and how I'm supposed to be doing that. And I need to listen to that and let that be fully in charge. And they did not know, some people do not want to hear that, just so you know, in the church.
Yeah.
They do not. But
Well,
I understand why,
those in
because
authority, they definitely don't want you to know that, because they know
Mhm.
what especially if they went to seminary school or theologian school, they know the truth. They're just
Really.
not to share it. Yeah.
Well, I was amazed in the Christian community, a large Christian community, how few people were even locked into what they were preaching, much less something deeper, because it's almost like a checking the box. Like, I'm going to go to heaven if I'm in this place on Sundays and I agree to this thing, and I would never say that Jesus wasn't Lord and isn't the reason why all the good things happen. And then they just carry on in life. And that's okay if that's their business, but it was amazing to me how few individuals I could find who were actually on a spiritual journey to begin with.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's a great awakening. We say that is happening, because we have this, how we have moved into this technological age, right? And how we can just connect with people from all over the world. And you just see it more and more. What I'm amazed is when people come and say, oh my goodness, I can't find anyone else. Like, I can't believe I found you. I'll be like, really? Because it's all up and down my timeline. I'm seeing people talk about
Good.
it's all up and down my FYP. All right. It's
I'm
like,
ready for that. It's not. It has
you
not
said
been for
it's
me
not on your
at all.
FYP.
No. No, it will be
So
now, I'm sure. But
I will see lives. I'm either seeing lives talking about this, and it's different levels, of course. So sometimes you get specifically, it's all about manifesting, how to get your SP, how to get more money, how to get your new home, your car, you're going to get that. And you have people that's talking about true transformation. It's not about the getting, it's about the being, and knowing when you know that you are those things that's naturally come to you. Right. So you're gonna have different levels to it, right? So you just have to whatever resonates with you, because again, there's no right or wrong in this.
right.
There's no right and wrong in this. It's just my thing was more about transformation than getting. So I stick, so this is where I do go to the script where I have Matthew 6:33 there, where it says, seek first the kingdom of God, which I would say the kingdom of your good and all of its righteousness, which is right thinking about who you are, then all the things get added. So once I just decide what it is that I want, that has to come, because I am the voice of God, and what I speak has to come forth, because my word that goes forth shall not return unto me void. So I have to change the way I talk about me, right? I can't continue to talk about struggle, strife, strain, hurt, if I no longer want to see that in my reality.
Yes, ma'am.
Yep. And so I do what the Christ said, take my yoke upon you and learn of me, for I am meek and I am lowly of heart. For my yoke, I'll give you rest unto your soul, because my yoke is easy and my burden is light. So where's the struggle again? Where's the struggle?
Me.
Because he just said it's light and easy. He just told me it's light and easy.
Right. It would be me making it harder than it is. Right. Right. Yeah. Yeah. It's so, yes. So cool to experience this today. Really. It's so cool because I'm walking around knowing that there's somewhere in me that I know. I have written things down when I have known. I have said, when you were talking about Jude today, and how, and the actual scripture that you picked out of Jude was the actual scripture I wrote down during my construction 200 times, because I kept feeling that, like, you can let go of this thing. This is not what you need to hold on to, but I will keep you. And I kept saying, go ahead, take your best whack at keeping me, because I'm here for you if you can do that. If you are this thing that I have been connecting to for 22 years prior, and I felt you and knew you and understood you and received. People say, how do you believe in God so good? And I would say, because I can see what that is doing more than what you are doing. It's more tangible to me. It's every day I wake up, every moment that I take a step, everything I receive, I can see I got the house that I believed God had for me. And he probably didn't, because he's not up there thinking about something. But I saw that house and I was like, this is my house. God is telling me this is my house. I couldn't afford that house. 2 miracles occurred in a short period of time that created the capacity for me to buy that home.
That's what we like to hear. We love those success stories. We call them testimonies. I know they say testimony in church. I like to call them success stories over here. But we love for you one day to share that, because that's what we're all about. Inspiration, showing that it's not you doing it, it's the I am within you doing it.
There is something else going on, because if we could just walk around and say it, but there's a key element to the scripture that causes a humility and a lack of desire to get what you want, but rather to seek what you get, that caused that to happen for me differently than it would if I had just gone out chomping at the bit to get what I wanted. Because for sure, the way it forced me to step back and reconceive getting and not look at it as something that would be eternal for me, but momentary and as a blessing, changed the game for me. And I would give all honor and glory to God, not to diss anybody doing that, because that's great, but I would, hands to the sky, anyone would say, wow, this is really cool what you've done here. This is an amazing space that you've created, or this was an amazing ministry that you put together, and so many people have been healed and changed. Hands to God, I would never say a word about my work or my input or my value. I would just, he did it. And I meant that through and through, to the pillow on my bed every night. I never, ever gave myself credit. And that's okay. I didn't need it. I'm not mad at that. But I'm wondering in hindsight, how true was that? How honest was I being? How many lies can you live inside of and still prosper in your journey as a spirit?
Yep. Because here's the thing: the script says, as someone just mentioned, it's always done unto you as you believe. That's a universal truth, not only for believers. Your faith is what makes you whole. That's a universal principle. So the person that's praying to Allah is getting the same desire
Yes.
the person praying to Jesus Christ is getting.
Yes.
Those who believe in the Hindu gods getting the same prayers answered. Because this is
Well,
a
I'm
universal principle.
just shook.
And the thing is, I think what will really help is when you can redefine sin.
Can you? Can you do that for me? Because that's going to be a stumper for me.
Yeah, because sin in the script is from the Greek word, I believe it's hamartia, and it just means to miss the mark. It's a archery term, which means you miss the bullseye, you miss your aim, you miss your goal. So it's not, when you can take morality out of it, when you stop thinking, oh, it's about me, not lying or drinking, because it depends on what brand of Christianity you belong to, what's considered a sin, right? Because not all Christians think that drinking was a sin, just certain
Right.
sects of Christianity, right? Or thinking that having premarital sex
Right.
is a sin. You can't find that in script that premarital sex was wrong. You hear about adultery, right? About someone having sex with someone that was not their wife or was not
Right.
their husband, but not
Right.
premarital.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I could be wrong, but usually the ones what they talked about was always about, they tried to use fornication as the reason for the premarital, but fornication is the same word as idolatry and adultery. And those words are about creating other gods.
Mm-hmm.
Those three words are the same word. Idolatry, fornication, and adultery are all about creating a god outside, making false idols or giving power to something outside of God.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you look at sin and just see it as, so put it like this, like when you decided that you wanted this house, right?
Right.
If you didn't believe it, that would be sinning. If you were saying that it was impossible for God to give you the house, that would be the sin. Whenever you say that God can't do a thing, that's the father of lies. That's the deceiver. That's who's been lying from the beginning.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, I'm going to let you be, but I'll be back. This was
Okay.
amazing.
Yes, I appreciate this great conversation.
Thank you so much.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Have a good day.
You do. You too. Do the same. Bye. Oh, let's see your own universe. Estate, the standing condition of your mind. Trust, confidence is abundance. In God we trust. Oh, yes, you can attract wealth, peace, and love. Yes. Yes, you're just dropping those gems down on here, your own universe. Yeah, it goes from belief to faith to knowing. Yes. 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 This is amazing. So it's how you reprogram the mind, how you redress the Garden of Eden. Yep, through your words, as they say. Yep, the English is the gospel. English is the gospel. It is a spell casting language. Whoever developed, the English dialect knew exactly what they were doing. When you get your homophones and your homograms and your homonyms and all that, them homophones, homograms, and homonyms are something else. Words that look the same, spelled the same, but pronounced differently. Words that don't look nothing alike, but sound the same. It's just like, really? English is something else. Yes, the conversation was definitely amazing. It was beautiful. Yep. Paying attention is energy investment. Inner vest, the heart chakras. Yep. Say a bunch of magicians. Yeah. The vibration of English does amazing things. Yep. Yep. Dear and dear. Yep. Oh, yep. Because you know why they say something? They say that the good morning is when you went to sleep, you died, quote unquote, spiritually, and so you say good morning as you mourn the last version of you, and so you bring that you're resurrecting back to life when you arise or awake for, quote unquote, the next day or the new now or the eternal now. Yep, it's called morning because after darkness, the sun then rises. Yes, and you're also the morning sun. You are the morning star. You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill shall not be hid. You don't take light and put it under a bushel. You let your light so shine. Let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. This little light of mine. I'm gonna let it shine, let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. This little light. Mm. Oh, yes, yes, man. Yes, they are. They're on my YouTube channel. You can find the link tree in the bio. I think you could just go to my page and find the YouTube link. I upload all of my lives to my YouTube channel, Prosperous Living with Toya. I think I have like over 1,400 videos on there. Yes, they do. Thank you. Yep, recaps available on YouTube. Prosperous Living with Toya. Is it hide it under a bushel? No, 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 no. And so tomorrow, guys, we're having the book club. We will be discussing Busting Loose from the Money Game, 11 a.m. Central Standard Time. Every Wednesday, we have the sub-only manifesting group sessions where that's where we come and we talk all things manifesting. We share our success stories to get more understanding regarding manifesting, that the power of the mind is all you need. It's okay to use the other tools. The tools are helpful. They're like our little crutches or our little training wheels, you know, whatever it is to help us to accept the terms and conditions of our desire, right? Just know all you need is just to decide, though. Just decide what you want and then remain faithful to that decision. That is your only requirement. Say the best ways to manifest is at night. Oh, when the melatonin is released, the Christ taught this. Okay. I like this. It's always good to close your eyes or do your work in darkness. They call it shadow work. Okay, you know what people call shadow work now? Your own universe. They call shadow work healing the inner child now. Sorry, it doesn't sound like that's what you're saying. You're saying just go within and decide what it is you want to experience. Because here's the thing, guys, the whole inner work thing and, you know, healing the inner child, to me, you're going backwards. You're going back to the past and saying, I need to fix that. The past doesn't need to be fixed. It just needs to be forgiven. Understand that. The past does not need to be fixed. It only needs to be forgiven. What does forgive means? To give forth that which you would like to receive in return. And it also means to let go. Let go and let God. And let the good times flow. Exactly. It can only be forgiven in the present. You can do that's all you need to do is forgive. You don't need to rehash what took place. You don't have to dig any old situations up. You just need to let go of what happened and perceive it from a different perspective. That's it. There is therefore now no condemnation. So now you've awakened to the Christ mind. You don't need to walk in shame, guilt, remorse, or regret. You don't need to rehash choices that you've made that caused you to experience things that you didn't want to experience. We don't operate in shame anymore. We don't operate in guilt anymore. We don't operate in remorse. We don't live in regret. We only live in the now moment. So right now, are you experiencing the past? Only in your mind. Only if you bring it forth. Only if you give it life by talking about it, rehashing it. Why are you resuscitating old experiences? Exactly. You can only create from the present now, and you keep recreating the past because you keep bringing it up. If you let the past go, you can create a future now, a new now. But hey, it's your world, it's your script. And if you feel like you have to go back over some things from yesteryear, it's your reality. If you feel that's necessary, again, there's no wrong or right. If you want the experience of doing that, hey, it's your reality. Again, no judgment, no wrong or right. You get to do whatever you want. This your world, is your reality, is your script. You get to live by whatever you say. There's no right or wrong, no judgment. But since the present is a gift, how are you going to use this gift? By talking about the past? Or you're going to use the gift to be in the moment of now? Right now, in the moment of now, what are you going to do with this moment? Let's see. Hello, is that Bam? B? How do you say that?
Beham.
Beham. Hello, how are you?
Hi, Miss Toya, aka Miss T, BK Cautious T. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I am lovely. Thanks for asking. I just wanted to ask or get your view on some things about Bible stories. It's just like probably 3 that I have. So of course, I'm sure everybody, not everybody, I can't say everybody, I can't speak for everybody, but we do try, or I have been trying to read the Bible to get an understanding. And I know that you stated it's basically a manifestation Bible. It's about, our conscious, us alone. So the first one is basically the beginning, Genesis. Basically saying how we or women is taken from the men's bone. And basically just trying to say that we come from men, like men alone. So do you have any thoughts on what they're referring to as far as the manifestation book? What is that even referring to? Because reading the Bible can get very confusing. It's very allegorical. And sometimes I don't have anything to refer to. It's just confusing. And I'm like, okay, I'm reading this and I'm confused. I don't get it. Like
It is. I will refer you to Bill Donahue. You can just look him up, Adam and Eve story. Like, he gives a great breakdown because the Bible is layered. right? So Adam and Eve can represent the divine masculine, divine feminine, meaning the masculine is the choose, is that which chooses. So whenever you choose a thing, you're operating from your divine masculine. Whenever you receive it, which the woman, divine feminine, when you receive it, and then what you do with the reception, what does the womb do when it receives the male organ, right? The male organ penetrates the woman, right? The womb. And that's how you can create the child, right? The idea. So you can see it from that perspective. You can see it from the atom being the atom, atom, the splitting of the atom, and Eve representing the electron that it comes from the atom. And there are other ways right now. It may come back to me, but those are right there. Those are a couple of ways of seeing that story. And so the serpent will represent wisdom. You know, we know women don't come from men, so that we can take that out of the story of ever thinking that a woman ever came from the rib, because I think it's what's the name? Was it ribonylase? What is it called? It's because the rib will be short for that DNA term.
No,
No,
I'm
so
not even saying that.
ribonylase something, I can't remember. Right. So yes, that's it. It's also representative of the conscious and the subconscious. So the consciousness being the male, subconscious being the female. So you can also see it from that perspective. So when you consciously choose a thing, remember I told you that also the selector, that's the male or the masculine energy selects, which is consciousness. You pass it down to the subconscious, or you're penetrating the subconscious mind with what you're choosing. So the subconscious mind, being the woman, being the female aspect, is never going to argue with the conscious mind. That's why the sin wasn't created when Eve ate the fruit. It was when Adam ate it. It became a fall, because the masculine is the one that's choosing what's going to happen, and the subconscious is just going to create whatever you choose. So it's never going to argue. That's why Paul says that the wife is in submission to the husband. The subconscious mind is always submitted to the conscious mind, to the male, to the masculine mind.
Understood. Yes, ma'am. I can understand that better now. And then what about Noah's Ark? Do you know what that story could have been trying to teach us? I understand they are trying to say as if, okay, he won't flood the world anymore. But I'm like, I didn't get that part either. I'm just like, okay.
Well, you are Noah's Ark. Noah mean knower, Knower. You are the ark. You are the temple. You are the covenant, the ark of the covenant. You are all of that. You are all those things. This body is the temple. The mind is where. So being flooded, the sea represents both negative and positive things, right? So in the sea, you're going to get all kind of fish, right? You're going to get the sea creatures at the bottom, and you're going to get those that rise to the top, right? So in the sea, you're getting both positive and negative energy. So when the flood happened, what was happening? All kind of depravity was going on in the land. It's saying that all kind of things, you kind of having all kind of different thoughts in your mind, both positive and negative. Well, in order to create this new earth, in order to experience a new way, you have to flood out all of the negative. So in the ark goes the 7x7 as well as the 2x2. 7 represents perfection, completion, where the 2x2 represents the negative and the positive thought. And so I'm going to flood you. Yeah, so God is no longer going to flood you. God is now going to what? Baptize you with fire. He's not flooding your mind no more. He's going to clean it up with fire. He's going to burn up everything not like him. So now we're going to get rid of the negative thoughts through fire, not through flood. The baptism of the Holy Ghost, the baptism of the Spirit, the baptism of who? The Christ mind.
That's a good one, because I could not get to it. I'm like, what? I'm not understanding God. I'm not getting it. And the last one I got for you too. The last one I got for you is the Lion's
Now,
Den.
you know,
Well,
some of
when
this stuff I'm making up on the floor is coming from different things that I heard, and some of them I'm just bringing it together. But I'm
yeah,
like,
that's cool.
listen,
I
because when
don't
you got the
look.
premise, you can just about tell any story because they're telling the same story all the time.
Right, right, yeah. I can't
Yeah.
bring nothing about it to you. I could. I'm sorry. I'm like, what in the? Maybe I need to listen to somebody else say something about it. But the last one I got is the Lion's Den when he said he looked in there and they was in the oven. It's a fourth person in there, if I'm not mistaken. A fourth person, and they like, no, y'all come now. Y'all ain't burned or nothing. I'm like, okay, then what does this mean? Like, I just be so like,
Oh, not Lions Den, because this Daniel and the Lions Den. You talking about
oh,
Shadrach,
dang it.
Meshach, and Abednego in
Yes,
the
that's what
in
I'm
the
talking
fiery
about. I'm
furnace.
sorry.
Oh,
I'm
that's
sorry.
okay. That one I really haven't really thought about the fourth, because the fourth will have is the Christ mind. The three will have to represent the body, soul, and spirit, right? And you being again in you being in consciousness where everything is being burned up, but you don't burn. It's the thoughts that gets swallowed up. That's what's being swallowed up. But that one, I'll have to I haven't really thought about that one. So
Yeah.
that one
It ain't nothing to think about.
I'm a
See, it ain't nothing.
you say anything, but
Okay, it
if
ain't
I'm
nothing to
going to
think
say
about.
it's
Cause
the
I'm really
same
like, hey,
story,
what
right?
does
If I'm
this
going to
mean?
say it's the same story and it's talking about four things in there, it will have to be talking about the mind, body, soul, and then the Christ mind, right? Because that would be that fourth being that they saw would have to be the Christ being, have to be the higher realms of
Yeah,
mind.
yeah, yeah. It gotta be. They gotta be that. That's gotta that's what it's gotta be. Cause just to refer and relate to everything that you are producing here, I can 100% relate to it. I would tell my significant other, like when I was younger, I would just think a thing, and it will come, no doubts about it. I would tell him that all the time. Like I'm telling you, like that's just how it works. And I'm like, that's just how it works.
That's just how it
So
works.
I appreciate everything you're giving. You're just giving the keys to life here.
And I love it.
Please
I would
understand
just think it. That's all that's required. Just to think it. Just to decide that's what it is. But we think
That's
that's too.
true.
We say that's too easy. The logical mind say that's too easy. Let me create techniques, because it just can't be that I'm thinking it. That cannot be enough. No, first we got to do vision work. We got to do a vision board. No, I got to go talk to myself in the mirror. No, I got to go script it out. No, I got to do tarot. No, I need some crystals. No, like we just keep, no, I got to know what my astrology is saying. No, I got to, what is the chart? What is it called? Designer? What is it? It's something else that, it's always something that's coming that comes out. Oh no, I got to regulate my nervous system. It's all these things that we got to do. But we don't have to do anything,
Right.
but just decide.
That's true. That's right.
But that just seems too easy for us. But that's what he said, light and easy. That's too simple though. What you mean? I don't get a reward for struggling? No, you don't actually. You get the reward of struggle.
That's right. That's right. T. That's right. It's hard. It's so hard. I feel bad because it's so hard for people to just feel that way. Like you stated, you don't have to change nobody. If you tell them one thing, you tell them the key, and they don't want to take that and run with it until they get better. Oh, you got it. Look, okay, good for you. I'm not gonna harass you. I'm not gonna do nothing that want you to feel good. So
Right. Because if I diagnose you with the dis-ease, what else I gotta do with that? If I tell you there's something wrong with you, I gotta sell you a cure now, right? Because they ain't handing out cures for free. People ain't just giving you the key. They gonna like, you need to buy my book. You need to come to my,
yes, that's right. Look,
but you are the answer you've been looking for.
yeah, I agree.
You're the answer. You have it. It's already in you. But again, if you want the experience of a life coach, there's nothing wrong with that. If you want the experience of purchasing someone's book, it's nothing wrong with that. Absolutely nothing wrong. Just get out of the mindset that it's something wrong with you. That's all I'm saying. Stop looking for them for the answer. You know, if anything, you're looking to them for confirmation.
Right. Well, I appreciate everything that you're doing, Miss T, and I wish you great prosperity, love, and happiness and success with
Oh,
your family. And
yes.
thank you so much for letting me speak and ask these questions.
Oh, you're welcome. Same to you. Nothing but love. I wish above all things that you prosper and be in health, even as your soul prospers.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
I appreciate you too. Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Bye bye. Hello, Nikki.
Hey T, how you doing?
I'm great. I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing well. About to season up some ribs for the first time, so I'm a little nervous, but I'll keep hearing everybody telling me how good it was, so I'm
Nah.
letting them nerves go.
Yes, beautiful. Okay.
Thank you, thank you. No, I just wanted to come up really quickly because it's like so funny how like reading Bustin' Loose from the Money Game has literally turned his life into like a game. Like everything that's happening now, even when it seems like it can be undesirable, is just like, oh my God, I'm so powerful. I literally did this.
Yes.
So I told y'all about how I manifested this job because I was afraid that I was going to lose my apartment. And I just want to like expound on that because something just happened again that is just like, yo, this is actually crazy because thinking back, I've always been the type to believe like, you know, you speak what you want, da 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 da. But I never thought to apply it to my whole life. And it's like now that I'm actually doing it, it's like, I'm not even faulting myself for thinking quote unquote undesirable thoughts. I'm just like catching myself with kindness and being like, girl, you the creator. Don't even worry about it. So, okay, boom. I thought I was losing my apartment because it was actually my dad's place and he was like tired of paying the rent. Because I told y'all the story about how I hadn't worked for a year and he was just over it. So literally one day he called me and he was just like, I called the rental people. I cut the lease early. Like I don't even care about paying the fees. Like you just have until the 15th to be out. And when I tell you I was in here in shambles, like, oh my God, I can't be homeless. Like the thoughts were getting so dark and whatever. I'm not even gonna like go into like all the things. But I bring it up because literally in the midst of that, it took me about a week. And in the midst of that, you know, I was in shambles. And then finally after the week, I was like, girl, you can either accept what it's looking like or prove what you know to be true. So from then I was like, this is my apartment. I don't care. I would walk around my apartment and just be like, it's not decorated right now, but I would just say like, I'm so grateful I get to decorate my apartment. Da 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 da. My rent is paid. Visualizing like a Christmas wreath to like symbolize December and I'm still here. Da 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 da. So literally, I told y'all I had until the 15th. It was like Friday the 11th, and my mom tells me like, "Oh, maybe you should call them and see if you can change anything." And initially, I got angry at her because I'm like, "Bro, like you knew about this just as long as I did. Why you didn't tell me that the first day?" But then I had to tell myself she probably couldn't tell you that the first day because you would not have accepted it in that state of fearfulness and just thinking that it was over. Like she would have told you that the first day, you would have been like, what are you talking about? They already said it's done. Whereas when I changed my mindset, she was able to like give me that information because now I can hear it. So then I stopped being upset with her and I'm like, okay, God, I see it moving. I see it moving. So I contacted the people. Literally, it was Friday night. She told me that. So I had to wait till Monday, which was the 14th, the day before I was supposed to be out the apartment. I contacted people, and actually before I contacted them, I was in my like feelings, so I scripted out like, oh, they were so nice and understanding and there was no issues, da 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 da. I go to my mom's house for emotional support and I called them and they were actually literally so nice and understanding. They were like, oh, you've been in the apartment for 12 years, like we're gonna figure out if we could do a succession application, all this, right? So I'm like, yay. And then that was the night that I went home and manifested the job because I'm like, oh my gosh, now I'm keeping the apartment for real. So now I have to have proof of income, da 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 da. Really mixing both worlds, I would say. Like, I'm like in my higher
That's
self, but
okay.
also like, Thank you, thank you. So then, okay, boom, I got the job, all of that. And because of the succession application, I'm like, okay, I'm cool on rent. Like, I just have to save up. But I'm not going to lie, I hadn't saved a penny. I was just like, oh, yay, like, I have money again. So I'm just eating out, doing what I want, doing what I want, doing what I want. And for some reason, I guess, whatever. It's not for some reason. It's my brain trying to fight me. Last week, the thought of rent just came into my head. I'm like, you haven't saved anything. What if they hit you up tomorrow? Da 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 da. And I'm like, oh my gosh. So then I started to get nervous about the rent. Why? Mind you, it's been 2 months, or what is July to September? Yeah, 2 months. Why did the man call me on Wednesday afternoon to talk about the rent? I'm like, yo, this is actually insane. But I'm not even afraid. I'm just like, you know what? It's already paid. Like, it is paid in full. Like, so I'm just like, it's making me excited instead of scared, because I'm like, yo, like, the whole time I wasn't thinking about the rent, nobody was thinking about the rent. And the second that I did, they did. So it's like, okay, now it's paid, and I'm just chilling. And I just wanted to share that because I'm like, it feels so good to be excited instead of scared, even at the face
Yes.
of like something to quote unquote be afraid of.
Wow, that's beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
Thank you. So yeah, I just wanted to share that.
That's amazing. Yes, 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 yes. Like Determinations that love when you tell your success stories. You can just hear the joy in your voice. Hear the glee just coming out of you.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
And I
yeah.
love you all. I'm gonna jump down because I do got to do these ribs, but I'm gonna still be listening. But I just wanted to share that and say thank you to you, because you have helped me so much. I'm still riding the high from Wednesday evening from our manifestation live, and yeah, I just want to say thank you. I'm so blessed to have created you.
Oh, I'm blessed to have created you as well. We're just
Yes.
amazing reflections of one another.
Period, mirror.
Yeah. Keep on smiling, keep on shining, girl. You
Thank you,
contagious.
thank you.
Yes,
And
yes.
you too. Much, much, much love.
Much love. Yes, yes. What a beautiful. This is a beautiful way. Beautiful, beautiful way to close out the live. Hey, I've been on here since about 8:30 this morning. So, it's been a nice, wonderful day. It's been a nice, beautiful, beautiful day. So amazing. Everything come full circle. It's beautiful, beautiful. As Nikki said, every Wednesday, 7 p.m. Central Standard Time, we come together and we just talk manifesting. We just talk, we build one another up. We remind one another how simple this is, the simplicity of bringing your reality into your experience, helping you to, remain focused on your desired outcome, that the how and when are not your work, because the how and when are already taken care of. It's already done, right? Once you decided what you wanted, the I am says, oh, while you were yet thinking, while you were yet speaking, it was already a done deal. I knew before you even asked. I knew it because I'm the one that created the desire. So do you think I not also created the way of its fulfillment? That's how you have to think of it. The I am is the one that created the desire. So has not the I am already created the fulfillment of the desire? Of course. Because the I am knows the end before the beginning. So you have to think of it like that. It's already done, regardless of appearances. We don't walk by sight. We walk by faith. Faith in not knowing what it looks like. Faith without knowing the details. Faith without knowing the how and the when. Again, it doesn't take faith for things you can see. It takes faith for things that you cannot see. And you cannot see the how or the when. Will you get prophetic messaging? Yes, you can be shown the way in a dream or in a vision of the night or in the vision of a day. You can be shown. Sometimes the I am does reveal its secrets to man, to the mind. And then it's all about, are you going to trust it? Are you trusting it? Do you trust? So just know, walk in faith, walk in the knowing, walk in the trusting, Because you decided, because you decreed and declared, so shall it be. Your word is enough. But just like Nikki said, script it out. If that's what makes you, if that's going to bring more, gives you more confidence. You know, if you need to tell a friend, phone a friend who wants to be a millionaire, you want to phone a friend, you can phone a friend. She phoned her mom. She got emotional support from her mom. Yes, book club busting loose from the money game. Tomorrow morning, Saturday at 11 a.m. Central Standard Time. Come and be blessed by this book. This book definitely is a great revelation of reminding you about money, that you are money, you are abundant. And just to get the mindset around money, you know, give yourself a different perspective when it comes to money. And so, with that being said, guys, I look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow at 11 a.m. Central Standard Time as we discuss chapters 8 through 10. Have a wonderful, amazing Friday. You know, cook those ribs, Nikki. I'm sure they're great. I'm sure they're amazing. Yes, thank you. Thank you to all divination moderators, A-Town Divination, Glazed Innovations. I think that's Glazed Innovations. And Le Toxique. Thank you guys so much. Bye-bye.